2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't die.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Road to EWC StarCraft II at DreamHack Dallas. I'm Wardy, joined by Loco as we get ready for day one of the competition that's going to span across this weekend. Loco, how you feeling back with some StarCraft II?
Yeah, no, you say it correctly. It's back with StarCraft II. It feels like it's been a little bit since we last got to cast a tournament of this caliber. And I mean, this is an event where basically all of the important players have shown up, right? I mean, the EWC, it's taking place in a couple of months. Only 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, at this point are qualified for the World Cup. So yeah, all the important players, all the men and women you expect to be there are also currently in Dallas.
We have absolutely everybody you'd expect to be playing, and they are going to be playing across this format, a group stage, 4 groups, 32 players in each, which is double elimination. Everything best of 3 apart from the top 2 players advancing through a best of 5. We will then go on into those playoffs, which will be single elimination, 8 players. And then, of course, the most important thing I think we're really talking about this week is that the top 4 are qualified to EWC. That is an absolutely huge thing because that's what everyone is playing for. You know, yes, there's prize money on the line, but everyone wants to get that EWC qualification spot.
No, absolutely. So currently, it's only Clem and Hero that are qualified. Even names like, for example, Cyril, the man who many consider to be the greatest StarCraft II player of all time, he is not yet qualified for the EWC. So he's here. A lot of the other top-level players are here, so I'm excited, Wardy.
Yep, going to be a lot of fun. Let's see what we're going to be tackling on day 1. As to start off the day, of course, this is a fully open tournament, so you're going to see a lot of cool names here. First match going to be HonMono taking on Harstem. We're going to see some American players as future battles against Lunacy a bit later, Gerald versus Foxer, and then some others to be decided based on how brackets A and B pan out. I love some of these names, though, like Foxer and future like American players, and then HonMono and Lunacy traveling out, you know, from Korea as well. These are Korean players who you just don't hear of or see every day, so super cool to see these guys trying their luck in Dallas in one of the few open tournaments that we have this year.
No, absolutely. It's actually really cool to see everybody going here, right? So like you said, it is an open sign-up, meaning that some of the names we'll get to cast today, we don't get to see all too frequently. Anybody can sign up for this particular tournament, and because of that, well, some of them sadly will be facing off against pro gamers right from the start. Match 7, 8, or 7, 8, and 9 rather are already decided, so that would be Mixu versus Percival, SOS versus Zuglang, and then TLO, a man we haven't seen play too much, going up against Epic.
Yeah, those are from Group C and D, so they'll be dove into a little bit later on in the day when I believe Pig and CG are joining the stream for some casting as well. So we really do 12 best of 3s today. This is the good old days of StarCraft II, mate. 12 best of 3s in one day. We're just going to be hammering out some games all day long, basically. It really seems like it's going to be an absolute ton of fun. It's really an awesome schedule. We've got some fun plays. Like I say, I love this day 1 because it's, yes, it may not be the superstars in every single round, but we get to see some different players. Let's see what the brackets look like as well, so we can kind of talk you through who is playing, who you might expect to see further down the line as we start off in bracket A, headlined by Maru, but then you've got players such as Kua, the GSL runner-up, some European legends like Showtime and Harstem in here, some kind of dark horses like Shin as well. Like this is one bracket and only 2 players advance from this bracket.
It's already difficult, right? If you have to pick just 2 names, when you see Maru and Cure at the very top and at the very bottom, and then also names like, for example, Shin and Showtime, Creators looking good. I mean, there's a lot of very strong players in this bracket alone. So some of the very best players in the world are going to get eliminated right in the open bracket. Well, yeah. Group stage, right? Or the starting stage.
Yeah, open stage, right? Everyone is an open bracket player. Hero is in there, the GSL champion. He has to play from this first round. I love this bracket as well. I mean, you got Zane, you got Rogue, dangerous players. Heromarine, we'll see what sort of form he is in. Jumi, who has been a big up-and-comer in the off-season. And then we've got Reno, who's been kind of laying low a little bit and is just more recently bouncing back onto the scene and kind of practicing full-time again. So, really exciting Group B into Group C with our reigning world champion, Clem, right at the top of that bracket, Loco.
Yep, and below him we have names like, for example, Bunny, Estrella is also playing, Classic is there, Lambo, we have SOS, who I personally am once more a massive fan of. I mean, watching that man play in the GSL recently was just so much fun, right? Bringing back some of that old school aggression. Björn at the very bottom, also never somebody you can kind of
Let's have a look at our final bracket here, the upper bracket of Group D. Gerald is up in this one, as well as players such as Trigger, who's been amazing lately. We mentioned TLO earlier. Then you've got Spirit, you've got Solar, you've got Ryung, Alaza, Gumiho. I mean, Alaza, a fun name as well, one I want to point out just because we haven't really seen much of Alaza. He's also not been playing much, but then he always has that tendency to show up and actually play better than you expect. So in an open bracket, mostly best of 3 bracket, I feel like there's so much wild card potential. It really is going to be a fun couple of days working our way through these.
Yep, so again, for every single one of those groups, only 2 players move on. Meaning that we're gonna see some of the very best immediately get eliminated at the start of this tournament, which is just so brutal. On the 3rd day of the tournament, though, we of course also have a good old, well, playoff between the absolute very best. Now, here's the map pool for this particular tournament. We have 9 maps, 2 of them from the previous season, maps that we have seen many times before, but we also have 7 new ones that are official tournament maps as of, well, maybe 3-4 weeks ago, something along those lines.
Yep, I love to see some of these incorporated. Has been really fun to watch. Pylon has been a lot of fun. Torch is getting picked a bit, which I really thought I wasn't going to be originally as well. And some of the ones that get played a bit more regular, like Magnatha and Persephone, I mean, it's actually a very good map pool. It's very interesting. Obviously, in best of 3s, we have tended to see some of these maps a little bit repetitively, just because there's some which players feel a bit more confident on. But I am excited to see if we have anyone that kind of steps out of their comfort zone with maps this weekend now, where maybe they've kind of prepped something, right? And maybe it's time to kind of show these crazier maps and what we're thinking about these maps and how they're going to play. So yeah, super excited for all the beautiful maps which are going to be joining us across the weekend of StarCraft II, which, like we say, is just going to be a lot of fun. Like, looking at those brackets is really kind of crazy. All of the top names, very little room for mistake, double elimination, and your tournament could be over so quickly if it all goes wrong, which, again, at this little sort of level, absolutely could be the case. We saw the schedule before, and we've got a very fun first matchup as well, because it's definitely somebody that's maybe a little bit of the unknown in HonMono taking on Harstem, right? So we've got Harstem, the tried and tested player. Everybody knows him. HonMono is this Korean Terran who's a very aggressive player. He's 1 and 2 based all of the time. He's had some results. He's taken a map of Harstem here and there in the past. Do you think he has any chance of stepping up on the biggest stage, Loco?
I think it's certainly possible, right? There are definitely strategies that you can go for that can catch a Protoss player off guard. They recently played against each other, actually in one of your weeklies, where it was a 2-1 win, but in favor of Harstem at the time. It is going to be difficult, I think, for HonMono, because Harstem is obviously going to be prepared for it, and he plays on the European server. He likes going for that more defensive approach, so I would imagine he is well prepared for a match like this, but it's certainly possible. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, going to be a ton of fun. Of course, everything is best of 3, remember, for this day 1 especially, and then tomorrow we get some qualifier matches, then turns into best of 5s. Here are our players who are live in Dallas, of course, up on the StarCraft stage. Harstem on the right and HonMono over on the left as they prep themselves for this opening best of 3 of the tournament. It's nice and early in Dallas. It's about 10 a.m. or so, you know, they're fresh, they're ready to play some StarCraft II. And yeah, it's really cool, like I say, to see HonMono here, right? Because to me, this is a guy who's been an online demon for ages. Like, he's played all these tournaments, he plays the first 2 rounds or so, he gets knocked out, sometimes he cheeses someone away, but he's traveled out to Dallas to take part in this event. I think that is super exciting. So I can't wait to see what he's got planned, because he genuinely is the sort of player who will surprise you with some of these builds. Like, expect mayhem, I think, in this first series of the day.
It's certainly possible. I wonder what maps we're going to get. Some of the maps, of course, like for example Persephone, they feature some new, well, things we haven't seen before. Like for example, that healing circle, that healing shrine. There have already been some crazy builds that players have sort of cooked around it. If anybody's going to bring it, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it is going to be HonMono. But I mean, Harstem is looking very confident there. He always looks confident at tournaments, but he's looking very comfy.
I always feel like Harstem kind of gets a little bit more of that tournament mindset when it comes to the tournaments as well, right? Where we know him, he's a bit of a content creator nowadays. You know, he's been inspired by the likes of you, Loco. He's seen those dollar bills flying into your bank.
It's immediately your MMR going down the drain. I can tell you that much.
But when it comes to the bigger events, I think he does have like a switch he turns on where A, he gets to that event and he performs a bit better, and B, the preparation for that event really starts to show a little bit, because, you know, he still is a competitor at heart. He still is, you know, wanting to get out there, be competitive, and kind of get something, you know, done in these tournaments. So yeah, I really do think honestly, like if this was like another like Monday Cup or something, I would be a little afraid for Harstem that HonMono could steal it away from him. At a tournament like this, like I'm excited to see what HonMono has planned, but I do think Harstem should be prepared enough and kind of on the ball enough to kind of, you know, deflect any aggression and get us into a solid win for him, advancing through this upper bracket of Group A, of course, here in the road to the Esports World Cup at DreamHack Dallas.
So I think what we may be looking at right now is both of the players getting ready for the games, the tournament admin also making sure that they are going to be prepared for this match. And we will be jumping into the first map of the tournament as soon as the players are ready and as soon as the lobby is prepared. But it's looking to me that we are getting there very, very soon. He's actually wearing a GSL jacket. I'm a little jealous of that one. I would love to have that jacket right there.
He's got the full GSL getup, man. He's got a GSL cap going on. He's got the GSL jacket. HonMono's like, look at me. I'm gonna be in the GSL someday. Just ready for that moment. You know, they used to give out when you used to play in the GSL. You used to actually get like, you know, GSL jackets and stuff. Sometimes, like for each season, sometimes they would have like a certain outfit you would get. I always thought it was very cool. I imagine some of the players, especially, I think they did a lot for like GSL versus the world as well, where they had like the flags on the shoulder and stuff as well. There was definitely a couple of those.
Were cool.
Yeah,
they were really, really nice. Harstem though, just doing some stretches. When you see the players getting almost like a little bit bored, that's usually when they are more than ready to start the game. We see this all the time when players are like, okay, let's just get this over with, super focused. And there's a little bit of a dip in the focus as, well, they're both just sitting around ready for the game to begin. But when the game starts, well, never mind. Where are we going, Harstem? Harstem's going home.
He's like, you know what? I see you're gonna play this map. I'm done, right? I'm just, you know, GG.
Everybody knows I'm tall. Let me just show off how tall I truly am.
All right, well, we'll regain the players here in a few moments' time. Logo, I want to hear a couple of predictions, right? You get your bracket up. Who do you think advances through these brackets? Like, do you have any favorites to kind of really watch out for? Do you have any dark horses, especially who you think might surprise us in this open bracket format?
I find the open bracket so difficult to predict too, right? Just because, again, like only 2 players move on out of every bracket. So if we look at, well, bracket A, the one that we are going to be casting a series from here in just a moment, HonMono versus Harstem, we have other players like, for example, Maru is strong, Creator is really strong, Shin is really good, Showtime is somebody you can never count out. I feel like Skillous over the last couple of years has been on the up and up. Cure, obviously an absolute monster too. I honestly already have a hard time picking favorites here alone. I mean, everybody would say Maru makes it on out of Group A. I think everybody would agree with that. But who do you pick for the second seat, Wardy?
But do you think Maru makes it out of Group A? I genuinely don't know, because I don't know if Maru is being quite Maru lately. I don't think that's the craziest thing to kind of suggest. When Creator's been playing well, Shin can definitely have some upset potential there too. Showtime has been very solid. I think I do agree that Maru probably makes it out, but I mean, Q has been great too. I actually think I'd pick Q over Maru if they played in the upper bracket final right now, to be honest, but then again, it's a big tournament, and I think Maru is also the sort of player who is going to switch it on a little bit at the biggest of events. Like, he doesn't fly out to Dallas for some fun and games, right? He flies out there to win this thing, so there's definitely that kind of element too, which we've kind of been missing when it comes to like the off season, right? Where I know we've had like a GSL season happen as well. We're not fresh off the off season, but like we've had a long off season where like a lot of players have been absent, or when they have played, they've not been at 100%. This is different. We're talking about the Esports World Cup qualifier spots on the line. There's not a lot of these this year. Only 18 players get to go to the Esports World Cup, right? It's not a lot. There's a lot of great players, as we can see in these brackets, that will want to go to that tournament. So you do not show up to this event without your best builds planned, your best form available. It just doesn't really make sense.
No, and for a lot of these players, obviously, they also had to travel quite far. I mean, there are a few American players in every single one of the brackets, but most of these players are coming from, for example, Korea, or from, well, in Harstem's case, for example, the Netherlands, a lot of European players too. Those are long flights, a lot of time zone differences too. In general, players do show up a few days early at the bare minimum for an event, but jet lag is something that you need to take into consideration. Playing from home, when you get to play in your own setup, right, and you get to play in your own little bubble, it's very different than when you have to play on a different computer. I mean, you can bring your mouse and your keyboard and maybe wear your comfortable headphones and all that, but it is not so easy playing all the way across the planet in another place, in another location. And well, players like Maru have historically struggled a little bit more overseas than they have over in Korea. I mean, it's going to be fun. I think we've got a very fun set of days in front of us here, Wardy. We should see some absolute bangers here, but they're not going to be playing for our enjoyment so much, right? They are very much so playing to win, and if the games happen to be enjoyable, that'll be a nice bonus for them. But yeah, these players, they need to win. Like, it's absolutely critical that these next couple weeks, they need to be at the absolute top of their game.
Yeah, because obviously we've got actual EWC qualifiers next week as well, right? So not only is it Dallas this week, but then the online qualifiers next week with server qualifiers and so in a few weeks' time. There's last chance qualifiers already. There's the Star of Segura, which is going to be given a seed out. There's GSL going on. Everything that happens in StarCraft II right now has some, attachment to EWC, which is there's a qualifier spot up for grabs. And like we say, everybody wants to qualify. So that's a big factor. It's going to be fun to see, again, who's going to be able to grab those. And yeah, you're right. I think it's good to preface a little bit that, these first few matches might be bops, right? This is an open tournament. The highest seeded players are going to be at their best form. The lowest seeded players are going to try their best, but like at the end of the day, the highest seeded players are not going to go easy on them. Like, ideally, they just blast through, don't use too much energy or anything, and they just, bang, bang, go, and just keep the games rolling in their favor, right? Get that momentum behind them and keep it going.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we had to pick like a top 5 out of this bracket, we could do it. But picking a top 2 out of bracket A is already really difficult. And since only 2 players actually move on, yeah, it is an important set of games here. Now, we can also, if we have a little bit of a delay, we can definitely also have a look at bracket B. There are some really strong players in that bracket too, like for example, Hero has been looking good. We've got Hero Marine also, of course, mentioning that he's been struggling a little bit more, but he does decide to show up for this particular event. So this is going to be Group B from the open bracket. That is Astra, by the way. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. It's not a typo. It is Astra. Different player than Estrella.
Yeah.
But Rogue is, for example, in this group. Rogue has been looking incredibly good over the last couple of months, especially in Zerg versus Terran. Then Raynor all the way at the very bottom. Not somebody you can count out. He just played in the GSL Code S. He looked, honestly, pretty dang good. We've seen him play in the GSL in the past, even though he may have been practicing a bit more back then. He didn't really, well, succeed as nicely. This time around in the GSL, I was actually really quite impressed by his games. And again, only 2 players, I keep saying this, but only 2 players move on out of every single one of these brackets.
What about Mana, though? Mana's actually also been playing great. He actually took a map of Serral recently as well, right? So, like, we're genuinely talking about someone who is showing up and being at the top of their game at the right time at the moment. I was actually talking to him about it, and he was like, yeah, it's kind of unlucky. I feel like I'm peaking 3 weeks too soon because I need to be this good, like, 3 weeks from now. And I was like, no, you got this. Keep it up. You're getting some good results. He's got to be feeling confident going into this because, like, Mana's actually beaten a lot of great players lately, and I would not have put Mana as a player who I expect to have a good chance of qualifying for EWC kind of, a month ago. But over the last month, the results he's had, like, I actually reckon with a couple of good brackets, maybe not today, right? Maybe not in this tournament, but over the next few qualifiers especially, I think Mana has some good chances, which means that he's got potential to upset today as well. So, yeah, very exciting stuff.
That's going to be really fun. If he wins his round, he would likely go up against Rogue in the second match that he would play. I would say that Rogue in Zerg versus Terran is really scary. His Zerg versus Protoss has not really been impressing me as much. If you can take games off of Serral, you can definitely take games off of Rogue as well, I think. So, yeah, definitely somebody to look out for, right? I mean, we've seen Mana sign up for tournaments, I think, for about a decade and a half at this point. It's been a little while, but he's still here, and he's looking good.
One of the OGs, man. Like, he genuinely was here when SC2 launched into Wings of Liberty, right? Like, he's been here the entire time. He's been grinding it out and playing some games always. And I actually, like, Mana's such an interesting player to me because he really does kind of have these times where it's like, okay, man, I get it. You've been playing a long time. You can't quite keep up anymore. It's difficult. I can understand that. You still try your best. And then sometimes he just pops off. He just pops off, and then he does, like, has a run like this where he just looks so much better. So it's going to be super fun. Honestly, we're going to watch some great games, but I actually think bracket watching is going to be really fun this event because there's going to be so many interesting games happening off stream as well. Obviously, just for like day one, when there's a lot of matches at once, going into the next couple of days, we'll obviously go down to just having one series at a time, but even just the first couple of rounds are going to be super exciting. Being told we're about 2 minutes out from our first game starting up, so Harstem, And HonMono should be readying up very shortly. As you can see, Harstem looking as prepared as ever to play some StarCraft here. There we go. Warming up the hands, getting it ready. He should be set to play this very soon. Oh, the headphones are going in. We know we're really there now.
This is actually a difficult part though, right? As a player where you've been told that the game is starting soon and you really don't want to make any mistakes and you want to stay super focused, but you actually can't do anything. All you can do is just sit and wait. I feel like, I mean, obviously I've not competed at even remotely as high a level, but I feel like this is the worst moment, man, when you're just sitting there and you're waiting and you know it's almost just about to begin, but you also, you know, still need to just go to sort of sit there and readjust your headphones for the 17th time. And the players are itching to get it.
The tension of like the tension of like waiting to go is like something that really gets to you, right? Like you're just waiting and waiting and like you know you're about to start, you're in you're in the mindset and stuff. Yeah, I can appreciate that. It's not fun. Like you say, you've got everything set up perfectly, and you fiddle around. You're like, wait, no, my mouse is in the wrong place to start the game. But it sounds ridiculous, but it's true,
super
right?
Specific about this too, right? We used to see this in StarCraft 1. I don't know if Flash ever still does this, where he actually brings a ruler to the tournament. I always find this one of the funniest things when the pro gamers are just kind of sitting there and you have nothing better to do. You may as well take your ruler out and make sure you measure the exact distance from the edge of your desk to the, well, I guess the bottom of your keyboard, and make sure your mouse is just as far away as it is as home. It's you know, honestly, all of it is not really that important, I think, but it's just to keep your mind focused, right? And I think
mental preparation, man. Like if you mentally know it's exactly the same as at home, you can't psych yourself out. I get this a lot when I went and lost in DreamHack's gone by, where like I sit at the desk and I'm like, I just don't get it. Like my mouse doesn't feel right, and it's just like I just can't figure. I'm like, do I sit like this? Do I sit like that? I'm like, what do I do at home? I like it's one of those things. It's actually one of those things where playing offline actually really does give you an advantage of being able to like set up on different setups and being able to adjust to like, yes, nowadays we've got these awesome chairs and stuff which move everything, but being able to understand where you are comfortable and what you need things to be at quickly and to get into that cozy position is definitely like an offline experience factor, which obviously some of these guys have been doing for a very long time, but I actually don't know what offline tournaments HonMono's played in. Like I don't know if he's played in a lot of offline stuff. I'm going to do some match history searching to figure it out.
Yeah, well, we definitely know that Harstem has been to probably 100 tournaments.
He's been to a few, yeah.
Away from the comfort of his home, but yeah, you're absolutely right. All of these little things definitely matter, right? If you're sitting on a chair, for example, that is just very different or very far off the ground or too close to the ground, like all of those little things can take you out of your comfort zone. And, well, I think as soon as the games actually begin, you realize that most of the stuff was not really that important, and all of those little uncomfortable moments just kind of go away as soon as the countdown begins. But what have you found, Wordy? HonMono, has he played a lot of tournaments?
HonMono has had 3 tournaments he's ever played offline. He's 0-18 and 0-9 in matches offline, which is not a great thing, but these were all GSL seasons. He played 3 seasons of GSI. I guess they were qualifiers, so basically just offline qualifiers. You go to a PC bang or somewhere and you play there. So yes, he's never won a single series offline ever in his StarCraft II career. This is a guy who has over 1,600 official StarCraft II matches played, and he's played 9 offline. Like that's actually kind of a crazy stat, no?
That is an actual, yeah, that is a wild stat. I gotta say, he looks very confident. He looks very comfortable there.
Yeah, no, he does.
Harstem definitely winning the posture wars, though. Harstem always, I feel like there's a couple of Protoss players in Europe that just sit up incredibly straight to the point where it looks uncomfortable to me. But Harstem has played quite a few more, though, right? Then he's certainly won a whole lot too. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, Harstem obviously has that offline winning experience as well. He's been out there and won a couple of tournaments back in his day, which is a kind of crazy thing to say, but it was kind of a long time ago at this point. So yeah, he's won a couple. He's got that experience. Like I said, I think some of these players are just so good at adapting to the pressure situations. It's one of the reasons Serral is, GOAT talk worthy, right? Because he's just a guy that shows up and is able to perform at the highest level under the highest measures of stress. And obviously being offline and away from home and just somewhere different while playing is just a part of that process. So yeah.
Yep. And I feel like a lot of it is experience, but for some players, it also just seems to come more naturally, right? Like Serral obviously has been good at the game for a long time at this point. I think he kind of started back in 2018, right? Which is when he won everything. But a little bit before that too, he was still a very young player and he already felt so confident offline. I feel like for most players, like it is something you can practice. It is something you can train. but in my mind, it's almost something that you either have or you don't. And for some players, it never really gets comfortable. At some point, I guess you just always play slightly worse at an offline event than you do at an online tournament. And players like Gerald, they seem to power up. We've seen this with Clem, actually. Clem used to not be too confident at, well, offline tournaments, and he won the World Cup last year. He's looking pretty solid. You know what? Looking pretty solid across the board.
This is a new stat which I feel like I really love. It's like I'm looking like how many matches people have played. So Harstem's played like 3,000 official matches, and he's played 530 offline. So take that in consideration versus like the 9 versus like thousands that HonMono has played. So yeah, there's definitely guys who have that little bit more experience, and I guess HonMono as well has just never played outside of Korea, right? So that's a whole another factor to add in. You mentioned the flights here, it's long, it's jet lag. A lot of players over time will be like, hey, look, I understand how my body works with these events. I need to get there a day before, I need to do this, I need to try and sleep at this point. HonMono's like, I've never played a StarCraft II tournament outside of Korea. He might never play a StarCraft II game outside of Korea for all we know, So yeah, there's definitely some crazy additions to think of in that. These guys are looking very ready to play. I would imagine we are going to be getting going very shortly with this. We did actually have vetoes come through, so the maps are going to be Leylines, Tokamak, and Persephone, which I think is
interesting.
Pretty regular. Persephone's getting a lot of love. Leyline's still getting a lot of love. Tokamak is in almost every best of 3 I've been casting lately. So I would say not too surprising on the veto process here in terms of what we're going to be seeing. I think a lot of best of 3s are going to have about 5 maps or so that get picked very regularly. So
yeah, I think for the first stage of this tournament, since everything is going to be best of 3, we'll probably see the same 3 maps. Maybe 4 or so maps, right? Quite frequently. Maybe like an Ultra Love in there too. That seems to be quite popular. But some of the crazier maps will probably come up later in the tournament. I haven't seen a lot of games on Last Fantasy, Wardy. What do you think of that map?
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I know people love the 3-player maps. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of Last Fantasy. I actually think of all the 3-player maps we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, Last Fantasy was not one of the better ones. There's a lot of things.
You say that so nicely.
I mean, you gotta be honest about these things. Like, some people will call me a 3-player map hater, which I kind of am, but like, there's just been better 3-player maps as well. Like, there was a TLMC a while ago that had like a bunch of 3-player maps, and I think a couple of those, if there was ever going to be a 3-player map on ladder again, would have probably done better than Last Fantasy. But hey, the community loves it. They voted it in. It was #1 in the TLMC, right? So it's here for a reason. It's well represented by the community, and the community get their say in this day and age of StarCraft II, which is nice as well.
I actually like how we've done it this time around with the map pool, to be honest. Like, so for this map pool, if I'm not mistaken, we've had 7 maps added. 2 maps were left over from the previous one, right? So 3 maps rather were decided by the community, then 3 by the pro gamers, and then 1 by the map makers. And I feel like that's a pretty good balance, where obviously the community, the StarCraft II fans, a lot of you guys, myself included actually, we tend to flock to the crazier maps, like for example Last Fantasy, even though maybe it's not Wardy's personal 3-player or 3-man favorite map, but it's okay, it is what it is. A lot of the pro gamers though will obviously be favoring the more standard maps, and then the map makers themselves, if I'm not mistaken, they picked Torches? No, actually?
I can't remember.
Not exactly sure anymore.
From.
Yeah. Either way, the map makers also had their personal favorite that then got added into the map pool too. So we have this really nice selection right now. Out of the 9 maps, 2 of them from the old map pool, 3 that were decided by the community, 3 by the pro gamers, and then 1 by the map makers themselves. And we get this really nice combination of just weirdness together with very standard maps. And I think for the beginning of the tournament, we'll see mostly standard maps. But as the series get longer, as we get into like the best of 5, best of 7 territory, I can imagine we're going to see some of the weirder ones too.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you. I'm actually really interested to see Torches, because this got a lot more play than I thought already. So it'll be fun to see if that kind of sneaks in at any point. But yeah, for this series, we've got Leylines for map #1. And we're going to be on Leylines in a few moments, because apparently the game is officially starting. So it's enough of us doing Talkcraft. It's going to be more actual StarCraft loco as we get to go in-game. We actually get to cast some StarCraft II here. Harstem and HonMono, they've been sat there about half an hour. I think they're ready to play as well.
Absolutely. It is time for the first best of 3 series of the tournament. And I think this means, indeed, that we are loading up on the very first map, which will indeed be Leylines. Now, spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner, playing with the red SCVs, we have HonMono.
He is taking on, in the upper right-hand side, our blue Protoss player, going to be Harstem. Of course, representing the Shopify Rebellion still as well. HonMono representing Streamer Zone, I believe. As that team's obviously a big part of why these players can get out there and participate. And of course, these teams wanting to see these players make it to the Esports World Cup to represent them in the team championship there as well.
Absolutely. Now, in my mind, and I think you would agree with this, right? It is going to be HonMono, which will likely, or who will likely be the aggressor in this particular series. Already opting for the quick double gas here inside of the main base. It means that he's not going to be able to build a command center as quickly as is possible. Harstem will be well aware, though, of the aggressive strats that HonMono likes to go for. So he will already be scouting here, make sure that nothing all too weird is going on, as he will plant down a Nexus before Cyber.
Yeah, just going to be getting that straight down, then get the Cyber Core going and work from there. Double gas from HonMono does, like you say, kind of lean toward that more aggressive build. You can still expand off of this, but it immediately gives him that option to be a bit more aggressive, and I do think that is going to be HonMono. This guy, I mean, we've seen the meta in TVP turn toward a lot of SCV pulls lately. This guy was SV pulling when it was not the meta, so the fact that that's the strength right now, it probably is going to be very likely that that's the kind of approach HonMono takes. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to come in. He might do things a little crazy. He might have a couple of, you know, crazy builds cooped up a little bit. But you can see Harstem understands the player he's playing against. He's being very safe. He's scouting with a probe around the right side after his naturals come in. He is just saying, you know what, I feel like you are likely going to be a bit aggressive, and I want to make sure it's not a proxy that's going to kill me. Because Harstem's being a little greedy, right? Like, he's not scouting across the map, but he wants to make sure he's not being proxied by something like the proxy starport or so, maybe, or just anything that could come down super early and kind of ruin his day. There is the starport from HonMono, and this is all before we expand. So as long as this is coming in before he expands, this is definitely trending toward the more aggressive side of life. And yeah, Harstem now going to hallucinate. That's going to be his first confirmation that his opponent is committed to the one base.
Exactly, yeah. We've had a Sentry First opener here from Harstem, something that's been gaining a lot of popularity over the last 3-4 months or so, as pro gamers have been getting more and more comfortable with the energy recharge ability on the Nexus. That has, of course, replaced the battery overcharge. And it's going to allow him this really quick hallucination on the Phoenix, and he gets to scout everything that Terran is doing. Now, knowledge is definitely power in a game of StarCraft II, and this means that he gets to prepare for whatever aggression HonMono is going to go for. His follow-up for now will be a Twilight Council, together with like a semi-wall-off at the front. Already going for an extra shield battery too. Harstem is just really making sure he is not going to lose to anything silly. And this is, for all intents and purposes, right? Like, at least, I don't want to call it an all-in, but it is definitely, for all intents and purposes, dedicated pressure from HonMono, as he still does not have a second command center.
Harstem realizes what he needs to do. He goes into charge, which is great if you can get to it, right? Because Zealots early are going to overwhelm siege tanks. So if Harstem can just let HonMono chip away at the edges and then surge him with a bunch of Zealots, it's much more likely going to be a successful defense than if he tries to wait until Blink, especially just because of the speed at which HonMono is coming across the map at. It's not HonMono expanding, then applying Marine tank pressure, so you have a chance for Blink to finish. This is super early, so going towards the charge, I like it. He's going to warp in Stalkers for now, because he wants the range, he wants the micro ability. He's even going to pull the probes a little bit, because he's just like, okay, I'm very convinced I just need to shut this down ASAP. HonMono sieged very, very carefully there, very far back, and Harstem's okay with that, because it's buying time for his charge to come online.
Yeah, you can see that charge upgrade in the top left-hand corner of your screen. That upgrade is absolutely critical. It's going to allow those Zealots to close the distance to the siege tanks much quicker. HonMono knows, though, that something else is coming. He doesn't know if it's going to be Blink or charge. He doesn't really know exactly what to expect. He decides to slow push this now with bunkers. A completely committed all-in, as we have a Dark Shrine on the back of this too, Wardy.
Love it, because it's only one base from HonMono, right? So DTs are going to be very, very frustrating to deal with when you only have such a limited amount of scans available. So let's keep warping in. Charge is now done, but does Harstem want to engage into the choke point? If he feels like he has time to get up to the Dark Shrine and DTs, that could be a much better way to approach this. There's a Liberator there as well, right? So there's a lot of high firepower units. Harstem's just going to do a lot of waiting. He'll lose a pylon. He still has other gates. What he is going to lose access to is his 2 batteries on this low ground, and then one of the gateways in that low ground as well. So he's going to lose a bit of production, as he does just want to try and stop some of these bunkers coming up. But like I say, I think the real focus is right now get to DTs, and that's going to be a problem. One DT at a time. You just can't actually deal with that as the Terran player.
The only form of detection that HonMono has is the orbital command. He needs to scan, but obviously since he's only got one, he's only gonna get energy for a scan like every minute or so. So 1 or 2 Dark Templar would be an absolute game changer here for Harstem, and that is what he's waiting for. Obviously, you can go into a Raven if you're really feeling like you have the time. HonMono, though, is just going to target fire down the Nexus for now. I think if Harstem wanted to defend, though, in this choke point, that ship has sailed, right? That time is no longer here.
First DT comes out. HonMono was saving some energy on his orbital. He's actually got 87, so his first 2 scans are going to be available fairly quickly, which means that the DTs will not do as much straight away, but this is going to be a forever stream of DTs. There's scan number 1. Now we warp in DT number 2. When the scan fades, that DT shows up. We will have an in. No, it's going to walk in early. He didn't have to scan again for that, so that's a real shame. That is Harstem messing up with the DT there. A little bit of a mistake made, just as he let a couple of those Zealots dive in unnecessarily before 2. Got to be careful about that, and because Harstem's lost so much, he's supply blocked as well, so the next DT also may be a little slower to come. There's the next scan. 1 DT across the map. We do not have scans defensively right now. However, Tech Lab on the starport, because he messed up a little bit, he is actually going to give HonMono a better chance to get a Raven up and online, and time bought here. DT will do nothing across the map, and now he needs to figure out how he's going to break out of this position, because there are missile turrets coming up, and DTs are not going to really be the answer for very much longer.
Yeah, a Raven is going to be available. Missile turret is, of course, also a detector, so HonMono is going to be able to, at the very least, get rid of these, well, Dark Templar that are trickling in. This is now turning into a very odd 1 base versus 1 base. Keep in mind that... Oh, no, he actually decides to pull the trigger. This is apparently when Harstem decides to move in, pulls the probes as well from the natural. 1 Zealot and 1 Dark Templar coming in from the back as well, trying to maximize the damage, trying to take down those siege tanks in the back, but the amount of firepower that those, well, bunkers are providing the Terran units, it is looking not bad here for HonMono.
Nope, he's just going to have a lot left. He's got a bunch of Marines remaining. That Archon did get away alive. Another DT warps in, so we're going to have to keep on scanning. The engineering bay went... the missile turret went down here, so we have to try and build another of those. But the Raven shows up, so DTs really are not going to be the answer anymore, and HonMono is going to take the opening game here off of Harstem, as Harstem felt like he had a plan, but then I actually think he went a bit too hard on the DTs. I think going into charge was probably just good enough. And then going into the DTs as well, like, in theory it's good, but then you mess up with the second DT as well. And then it just gave HonMono so much preparation time.
I think if you're going to go DTs, you can plant the Dark Shrine earlier, right? Like, I think the original plan was to try and just charge it down and try to, well, get rid of that Terran army at this, his front door right at the very beginning. But then he saw that the bunker started, so he just awkwardly decided to make the transition to the Dark Shrine. Keep in mind, we also saw the second Dark Templar die quite sloppily. That one really didn't need to go down. And all of this combined, especially against a 1 base all-in, HonMono didn't really misplay anything as far as I could catch. Against a 1 base all-in, you just don't have a lot of room for error. You can tell though how much that meant, right, to HonMono. Like, he was very happy after that very first game of the tournament.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of relief, right? It's like you're the underdog already in game number 1, and then you're able to take that win. It already feels like kind of traveling out here was probably a little bit worthwhile. You see the highlights here. Harstem, again, he chose to let this Nexus go down. He chose to really rely on the Dark Templar. I really think with how fast he had charge done, I just think he could have had a breakout before this became as problematic as it did. He just got so caught up on the ideas that DTs were going to be the answer.
Yeah,
I liked a lot of what he did, but obviously the execution just was not there as well. And again, there was that moment he bled out a couple of Zealots, right? That wasn't exactly great. Just a few moments of misplays there from Harstem, and HonMono is able to capitalize, take the opening game, and we've got ourselves a series on our hands, because our underdog has definitely come out firing on all cylinders, and he's done it in exactly the way we expected to, right? It was, you know, we say, oh, he's going to SEV pull, he's going to be aggressive. It was just a straight up 1 base, 1-1-1 push, bit of everything, get those tanks and the libs sieged up, full on firepower mode, get that first win. As in the bottom left, our red Terran for game number 2 will be HonMono.
And his opponent in the top right of Tokamak, it's Harstem. Okay. That's a frustrating loss, though, for Harstem, right? Because he knew everything that the opponent was going for. Like, he had that quick scout, he saw it coming in a couple of minutes before it actually hit on the other side of the map, and he had all the time to prepare. Now, I think maybe in his mind, right, so if the games go longer, he is likely going to be the favorite. So maybe in his mind, he was like, yo, maybe on the ladder, I would just go for a Zealot push there, and I would feel comfortable, but now this is an important tournament. I may be better off trying to get the game to go a little bit longer, go for the Dark Shrine, and you just kind of get stuck in your own head with your strategic decision a little bit. Ultimately, it slowed him down too much, and Well, now we see a 1-0 lead here for HonMono on the scoreboard. I wonder what sort of game he's got planned for the second match of this series. Harstem, by the way, scouting the natural expansion, just making sure that there are no barracks or anything fishy hiding behind his mineral line.
Yeah, I think this game too, if I had to make a guess, I think we're going to see like a 2-base like Marine Tank Banshee Bush, like something along those lines. That seems like very HonMono-esque. I think doing the same kind of a similar 1-base all in just gives Harstem a bit of confidence already. He's like, okay, I see kind of, I adapted what I did wrong already, so yeah, I think he can look at that and kind of adjust a little bit. So I think HonMono, I'm happy to see him expanding. That doesn't mean he has to play this big macro game. You can do a lot of aggressive things off the 2 bases, right? But it does shift the timings. It's going to give Harstem a much freer access to his initial upgrade or so. So, if he wants to open Blink, he can do so. Like I say, we'll see what HonMono exactly wants to do. I do think this guy is full of surprises, so wait to see what he plans.
Second barracks already. Yeah, second barracks before the second gas. This does mean that he will be very marine focused. Obviously, that is the norm in this matchup, but he's going to be able to produce them nice and quickly. Again, we see a sentry first on the other side of the map, even a blind shield battery too, so Harstem really doesn't want to lose to anything silly. He will get the full intel once more as to what is going on the other side of the map. And I think he'll probably be a bit happier with what he sees here, because this is, at the very least, going to give him a little bit more time to breathe.
It is nice, right? Because at least Harstem gets to settle into his shoes a little bit this game. He's like, okay, I actually get to set up. I'm not immediately playing your game, even if you are going to play to the kind of the plan of HonMono overall in this series. At least Harstem gets to maybe get into what his Blink or so as he wanted to do so in that last one initially. So we'll see what our plan will be as a hallucination moving around. Orbital Factory coming up. And the Tech Lab coming in as well, as our hallucination again provides great information. Sees the second barracks. I mean, obviously right now this is 2-1-1-esque. As you get your stim pack started, the factory gets a reactor, so then you can put a starport onto it and get 2 medevacs out. Very early stim, very early bio-aggression, the kind of thing which you need to be very on top of to deal with. And Harstem going to throw down the 2 extra gateways now. Units and batteries are going to be the key part of this. Having that sentry is huge as well. A force field is going to do a lot to stop a lot of the bio pushes. Obviously with 2 medevacs, they can bypass a lot of the defensive choke points, but then it comes down to just having units in position, and Blink should help you to have that. And obviously Stalkers can zone medevacs well too, so a lot of good here for Harstem, but comes down to positioning and execution from this point on.
Yep, absolutely. Another hallucinated Phoenix will go across the map to see exactly what is going on, and it's going to be a 3rd barracks added into the mix. Harstem going for 3 gateways in total. That is the norm in this matchup these days. So 3 gateways is going to allow you a lot of stalker control, and you can warp in quite a few of those units, but then you still have some resources left over too to expand to a 3rd if you want to. Now, actually, there's a 4th gateway going up, isn't there? Yeah, that is a 4th gateway over there. I wonder if he's going to be playing this aggressively, or if he is really just doubling out on the defense. He has to go across the map with this, but, well, HonMono will certainly also be looking to be moving here in just a moment.
Yep, he is going to load up those Marines into the medevacs. Harstem sees it with the hallucination. Ideally, hallucination follows it, so you know where these medevacs are at any point. These Stalkers are going to try and intercept, and the Marines are going to turn around and get rid of the hallucination. Harstem is not quite on Blink yet, so he's got a little bit of time here where he wants to be a little cautious with those Stalkers, but he knows he's not out of position, right, because he just saw the medevacs, so he knows for now he's okay to be out on the map. Now he'll pull back a little bit with less information available to him and just prep a more general defense at home, but he's already slowing down the first wave of aggression here from HonMono, who builds another medevac, siege tank on the way, and I wonder if the main point of this push from HonMono is more so this kind of follow-up attack, more so than this initial one, where it's like, yeah, the first 2 medevacs can apply pressure, but look at this, no reactor on the starport anymore, tanks on the way, plenty of Marines. This really feels like a 2-basey follow-up. That's really where HonMono wants to hit the hardest.
Yeah, HonMono actually hitting quite a supply block there for a little bit, so maybe that also explains where everything just feels a little bit out of whack. Harstem will see that supply depot that's been upgraded. Some of the strategies can bake that in, but him building 3 of those depots at the same time, then also having that upgraded one. Okay, we see the SCV pool going across the map. You already mentioned it, Wardy. This is a strategy that once more, let's just call it, it's gained a lot of popularity again, right? I mean, for example, in the GSL finals, very recently, we saw this over and over and over.
We really, really did. What's fun though is that each player has their own kind of variation of an SCV pull, and this is definitely so different to the SCV pulls of those GSL finals. But Harstem has lost track of this army. He doesn't know where it is, so it's going to arrive on the natural. The Stalkers are going to intercept some reinforcements, but that's going to give the siege up here. The battery will go down. The sentry needs to be super careful as he's going to wall off with the engineering bay, so the Zealots can't access.
Opening it up again, though.
Wow.
We have a NG Bay on the back of this too. That's a little bit funky. Maybe he's a bit concerned again of a Dark Templar follow-up or whatever is going on, but we do have a big blink forward. That is certainly not where you want to go right now. He wanted to go after the siege tanks. Instead, he ends up losing the vast majority of the Stalkers there. HonMono just using the NG Bays here as a wall-off.
Robo goes down.
Snipes the Colossus before it goes, well, before it pops out.
GG. HonMono with the 2-0 to start off the day and to get the upset to begin with. What a huge one. Fist pumps in the air. That is absolutely huge for him, as he just, I think Harstem was so afraid of like the fact it was bio-focused that he wanted to save all of the energy on the sentry to like force field, right? But he needed to hallucinate. He needs to know where that army's coming from. It's all well and good your Stalkers wandering off to the middle of the map to pick off reinforcements, but if you've got no idea the army's going to show up and siege up, it's just pointless. Like the Zealots never got to fight because HonMono walled off. And then he had access to the Robo too because you just let him waltz into position. So mistakes from Harstem, a sloppy first series, and HonMono is the one that comes in a bit more prepared, honestly, looking, and absolutely delivers on the first match of the day.
Yeah, no, that was a well-deserved victory right there, right? I mean, a very aggressive way to start off the tournament for sure. But HonMono, well, he achieved exactly what he set out to do. That blink, though, that we saw going around the side, right? Going up the left side of ramp and then trying to blink behind the siege tanks, but the Marines were already running back because HonMono saw him. I mean, as soon as you blink in there as a Protoss player, you know that that is not going to happen. And then the Robo facility going down just, I mean, maybe 5 seconds before the Colossus would pop. Absolute disaster.
Yeah, one of your batteries in the front there, like, you know, that's a battery that helps your Stalkers out if they're kiting back and forth a little bit, and then the engineering bay block just makes it so annoying, and then the pylon goes down, so you lost part of the gates, although they died anyway. And I love that he replaced the gateways with engineering bays. The Stalkers just out of position, so they try and snag his tank, but then they go down, they're disjointed, the Zealots don't join at the same time. He just was not ready for this in the slightest. Like, he needed to buy time. And you just can't buy time if you don't know where the army is at to position your units against it, right? So, GG's. HonMono just absolutely showing up. Two very different aggressive builds. It'll be fun to see how far you can get playing like this, because there's a lot of... What's interesting is, right, like, you know, you come into this and you hear of HonMono and you're like, okay, I know what to do, but, like, he's not the player you, like, super prep for, because he's not the player you're going to, you know, typically play, like, super deep in the tournament, right? So... It'll be interesting to see like how many players he can catch off guard a little bit with these aggressive builds, which when executed well can absolutely deliver a massive punch in the face to pretty much any player. So yeah, very fun.
I quite like that they decided to go for the engineering bay. I didn't quite double check in the middle of the game, but I thought they were bunkers going down, right? Yeah. Like, no, I'm going to go for the NG bays because they build a little bit quicker. They have even more defensive HP there. We can just use them to tank the bulk of the damage. This does mean, though, that he's going up against the winner of Maru versus whoever comes from that first step in the open bracket. Now, I think it's pretty safe to assume he will likely be facing Maru next. You can certainly go for some cheeses as well in TVT party, but... we'll have to see.
It's going to be difficult because Maru is so good at kind of understanding those early situations, units you need, when to engage. He is patient at all of the right times. Yeah, I think Maru is one of those players who is really not going to be super concerned. Like, there's always concern, right? But I think Maru is going to be feeling pretty good going into that one. I don't think it's going to be like a major, like, oh no moment. So, be fun to see as the results obviously pile on in from this first round of Group A. Who's going to continue to play against who? See if we have any other upsets. I love that we get the upset kind of on stream straight away, right? Like HonMono, like you say, you know, you've probably seen him take a map or two here and there. You see him in the first round of a lot of these open cups. But to show up offline, his first offline match in like 6 years or something, takes the first map win, it's like, okay, he's feeling it. And talk about just kind of rising to the occasion. A lot of our pre-show talk was, hey, who's going to be able to step up offline? HonMono absolutely dealt with it better than Harstem did, for sure.
Yeah, Harstem honestly fumbling a little bit, right? Making some, well, uncharacteristic mistakes, really. Like, especially strategically. I feel like the Blink Stalker micro, I mean... those are split-second decisions, right? But that first game was just a little bit sloppy across the board. Either you commit with the charge finishing up or you go into the faster Dark Templar. He decided to just kind of play multiple things at the same time, and it never really worked out for him. So, Yeah, I can imagine that's a frustrating one right there for Harstem, but well done by HonMono. And immediately, yeah, an upset to start the games.
Yeah, very, very fun stuff in our first match of the day. Of course, we already know what the second match of the day is going to be as well. Future versus Lunacy. Lunacy is another Korean player who's kind of traveled out that you typically see in the first round or two of tournaments, and not really much else. And then Future is a player who's just, very, has always been kind of looking great as well. It's going to be super fun to talk about that, and we're going to be doing that series as soon as we get back from this quick little break on the road to EWC.
two, one, go.
Welcome back to the road to EWC with StarCraft II as we are at DreamHack Dallas with this EWC qualifier. 4 slots up for grabs at EWC this weekend, and we've had our first upset of the tournament in the very first day as HonMono knocks Harstem to the lower bracket of Open Group A in the first match. That was a pretty wild one, Loco. We've got some fun games coming up as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Lunacy taking on Future in a best-of-3 series. Lunacy flying all the way from Korea. Future, well, he lives in the States, so at least he doesn't have to travel quite as far. I'm not exactly sure where he's located, but I'm sure he still had to, at the very least, travel for some time. Either way, they have played apparently only once before historically, and that happened to be a 2-1 win for Future in an ESL Open Cup last year. Almost exactly a year ago, actually, so not a whole lot of history between these two specifically, but at least it shows that this should be a relatively close match.
Yeah, no, definitely an interesting one because Future, I don't honestly know when I last casted Future. Like, it has been a hot second since I've seen some Future games. He's always been a fun player to follow. When he's playing well, he's always super fun to kind of watch. We're going to be diving right on into it as we get this TVP up and underway. So, let's dive into the bottom right side with our red Terran player. It is Future.
And interestingly enough, game number 1 is on Incorporeal. And spawning right here in the top left, we have Lunacy playing with the Protoss. We're already getting a little bit of map variety, Wardy.
Yeah, Incorporeal, one in which I think a lot of people are kind of becoming pretty happy with. It kind of got vetoed a bit first week or two, but I actually think this is becoming one of the more standard maps to play on. So it's quite fun because 3 bases kind of come fairly easily. 4th, it's okay. Base 5 and 6 get really drawn out, and I think that's the kind of map which Future wants to play on. He wants, if the Protoss somehow gets past Future's aggressive early game, he wants to make sure that the later game is not going to be something they can comfortably set up into, right? So maps like these, he's going to leave those in the map pool. That makes a whole lot of sense. There's that Watchtower in the center, which Terrans absolutely will love to hold and play forward from as well, so that's a huge factor as well here on this opening game as well. If it gets to that kind of stage, you know, we talk about Terrans, we've got a lot of TVP at the start of the day, but Future is another Terran who I don't think he's as crazily aggressive as HonMono, but he is absolutely a guy who thinks, you know, if he sees the chance, he will pull the SEVs, he will hit you on 2 bases. You know, this is the kind of Future who, you know, has 8-raxed his way to success in TVZ many a time as well in the America regionals and so on. Yeah, be fun to, honestly, this is such a cool matchup because Future, like I say, someone we've not heard of in a while, was absolutely a rising star in NA for a long time, just never made that kind of final jump like Trigger and Estrella managed to do to get to the very top of the top. But he was oftentimes like a top 4 contender. And then Lunacy is a Korean player who, again, participates in a lot of the online cups, plays in a lot of the online stuff, but has never made that leap through toward a GSL or so. So it really kind of gives you a really fun matchup of players, and that's why I think this day 1 kind of set of games is really fun for. It's a bunch of players that we maybe just don't see as much of playing against each other when they don't usually play each other. Yeah, some really cool first day matches for sure.
Yeah, I actually just had a quick look at Future's matches for this year, and he hasn't played in a whole lot. He played in the Stara Zagora qualifier, but that is pretty much about it. He played in a Basilisk Big Brain bout as well, but not a whole lot of tournaments from him so far in 2025.
Yep. No, it's yeah, it's really kind of cool to see these guys kind of showing up, like I say, with the EWC season start, and everyone's kind of getting that kind of gameplay on it again. I was again looking at kind of offline matches for Lunacy, and he's only played 4 offline tournaments ever. He did play in Atlanta a couple of years ago, so he has been kind of out in America in a format a bit more like this. So that's some good experience for him there. Ooh. As we get ourselves, yeah, the Reaper Hellion gonna get by, and dangerous when you get that chance to hit those probes a little bit.
Yeah, he's targeting down the Hellion though. Hellion does fall, and the first Reaper will not be far behind it either. Nicely managed here actually by Lunacy. A little bit of panic for just a second, loses a probe. Difficult to prevent that from happening, as this is just going to be a good old Stalker follow-up. Oh, loses not a probe, hello.
Yeah, nicey.
Are we not gonna get rid of it? Come on, get that Reaper out of here.
2 Adept Shades will, no, apparently not, okay. Alright, well, I tell a lie.
He let him live so he could tell the story when he goes home.
He's gonna lose another probe for it, man.
A 3rd probe's actually kind of rough, though.
And yeah, not ideal, especially when I felt as though, at first I was like, oh, those units are gonna do something. I was like, no, they really are not. And then to actually end up letting them do something feels like such a shame, so A little bit of a sad moment there, as you do see the double Widowmine coming over. Future going to continue to apply the pressure here. Those two Adepts do not see the medevac chilling out on that right side, which means we are going to get by, and we are going to have an opportunity to deal some damage. And we're going to see the third Nexus coming down as well with that medevac. The probe and the pylon will see this medevac entering the natural, though, so you can begin to prepare a little bit. The Stalkers were all in the main base, because this is kind of the more odd location to fly in from. But, yeah, the Stalkers get here. Widowmine burrows up, is going to fly off for one probe, goes down, and now we've just got the attack in the main base to deal with two. Looks as though Lunacy is going to deal well with that. Widowmine even unburrowing. Going to burrow now. Forces one more probe pull, I imagine. Oh,
he gets the Stalker for his troubles at the very least, and another worker will end up going down there too. Not quite flawless here for Lunacy, right? Not quite that crisp Protoss defense that we really like to see. Future dealing a little bit more damage than I think he really was supposed to, but ultimately this is now pushed back. But you can already see it reflected here in the supply count at the bottom, right? We already have a third Nexus, I guess, for Lunacy, but Future is certainly the one with the larger army at this point in time.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of powering up with that stim pack on the way. You're going to get combat shield started. These are the little things early from Lunacy which make it a problem for you when the Terran hits with the stim pack, right? So in a minute and a half when combat shield, stim, medevacs are out, are these few worker kills going to come up and mean something? They very well might. Like, that can sometimes be the difference of you having a chance to hold off these Terran attacks or not. So we'll see if Future can capitalize on a strong early game. Lunacy will head into the charge. That's going to be a big portion of why he might have a chance to play any sort of a defense here, because with charge up, at least you will have those tanky zealots sitting in front. Now it's just a question of getting enough of those ready so you can actually take on the Bioforce that arrives, again, about a minute down the line from now.
Yeah, this is that lull in the TVP matchup that we generally see, where Terran is trying to get those 3 upgrades that you see on the right side of the production tab. They're trying to finish all of that, and they'll have to defend in the process. Lunacy would love to snipe one of those upgrades if possible, but they're nicely protected here on the map. There's already a siege tank set up, plenty of bio available too. He's going to try and get some of the SCVs though, going around the site, picks up before the siege tank can fire a second time as well. Gets a couple workers for his troubles. What about the Stalkers here in the natural? One of them not quite able to blink with its brothers, and I think they're just going to go back home. Mostly just a distraction to allow the Stalkers in the main base to go back in.
Going to trade, obviously got to be careful with those Marauders. You don't actually want to lose the Stalkers. He loses 2. Man, I am not feeling good for the future push across the map for Lunacy's point of view. Like, this is a Terran army right now, which this Protoss force is just going to struggle against. Now, there's 6 gateways on the way. That's a ton of production that we're so close to having access to. Boy, do we need it. We need as many Zealots as we can get right now, because the way you've been losing units, you need something that can kind of withstand and hold out. Zealots, get some Immortals up, make this army tanky. That's the only way I really see Lunacy having much of a shot right now. This is not going to be a pretty first couple of moments as, well, Future just comes across the map. These Stalkers need to be careful as well. They're going to come in. At least Lunacy is watching, but he still loses another Stalker. He is just bleeding out units all the way across the map.
Yeah, he's also got a ton of resources in the bank. Now, he does have a whole lot of gateways. He's going to have to warp in a bunch more units, but defending this with 1,000 resources is not really the way to do it. He does have a Warp Prism Marauder still. He wishes he had Medevacs at this point in time. Goes in with the Warp Prism around the side. He would love to kill that Siege Tank group, but this is going to be a very scary attack. Immortal already not living up to its name. Gets sniped with ease. Future is looking strong here, Warrior.
Yeah, he's just been on point all game long, right? He did some early damage. He's been very convincing on the defense. Widowmine here helps a lot. The tanks survive as well, so it's a disaster. These Stalkers just get shelled upon, and both those tanks surviving the entirety of the fight. Just crazy. The fact that the Terran just stands there and tanks the Zealots kind of tells you about the confidence he's feeling. He knows this has not been a good enough early game from Lunacy by any stretch of the imagination. Otherwise, he would have microed and stepped a bit more, but it just was not necessary. He was able to just stand in, fight it out, and now Future up double the supply is looking fantastic in our second series of the day in this game 1.
You know, that one HP medevac that managed to survive as well. He tried to snipe that for the entirety of the game, but it boosted away as soon as the attack actually came in. Just to rub a little bit more salt in the wound there, because Lunacy had like 2 or 3 Stalkers occupied just to try and kill a medevac there. The one that brought the very first, well, what was it, a Widowmine drop across the map. frustrating game there for Lunacy. It's not really one mistake, right, that led to this result. It's a lot of little moments that just accumulate to that timing attack from the Terran being so difficult to hold. And that was also by no means a all-in there from Future. He was ready to, well, land his third command center. He built that as soon as he left. So as soon as he went for the attack, he decided to go for another CC. So yeah, well done right there by Future. It's a lot of those little skill checks, and Lunacy just, yeah, sadly did not quite pass them.
No, he sadly was not quite able to get there. It was definitely, I think, a game of a little bit of nerves, a little bit of being uncomfortable, because I've seen Lunacy play better than that, right? And just down to the start, like that Reaper staying alive when it really shouldn't have done, gets one extra probe. It's those things that then, I feel like as well, because it started badly, it kept going badly too, right? Like he never settled down into the game, like making mistakes in the first 2-3 minutes. And it was just the whole time, like I've seen Lunacy play much cleaner games than that. And yeah, he's not going to be super clean every single time, but like, I think he's better than that, to just put it simply. So yeah, a little bit of a shame, a little bit of a mistake or two right there. And Lunacy drops that first game, as Future was very good at capitalizing. You know, there's always something to be said, because Future, definitely that kind of micro Terran, he will capitalize on small situations. He will, you know, do well in those earlier game scenarios. I think if Lunacy wants success, he needs to try and get through a stable early game and kind of push Future a bit more to the mid and later stages, because I think Lunacy can play decently there. I think that's where Future will feel a little less confident as well. Heading into game 2 on Pylon, one of the maps I don't think we've seen so far, but has definitely had a little bit of popularity in kind of online ladder map picks lately, so we'll see what we get. As in the top left side, our red Terran player is Future.
And his opponent down in the bottom right, struggling in game number 1, it's Lunacy. Yeah, you're absolutely right though, it's that accumulated damage, right? So the very first defense was quite good, but then the Reaper somehow, some way managed to still get 3 worker kills on its way out, and then the Widowmine defense was pretty good, and if you look at those resources traded in isolation, it's fine. But it's that timing attack, right, that Terrans like to go for, with the +1, the Stimpack, and the combat shields that finish up all at the same moment. And you go across the map and you just have a massive power spike for your Marines. A couple siege tanks there in the mix as well, just to do, well, add some splash damage. And well, Future looked really quite solid there. I mean, he didn't really struggle in any way, right? I don't think he really made any obvious mistakes as far as I could tell, just looking really solid across the board. We may not have seen him play all too much, but he's certainly been practicing.
Definitely, yeah, looking in shape, which, to be fair, is a very good question to have, especially in these first rounds. I feel like there's going to be some players that have arrived at this tournament, and they're like, you know, they're looking at this as like, hey, it's my chance to play offline StarCraft II this year, right? It's an open offline event. Let's go and do what I've been doing for a long time, but they might not be in the best shape, right? There's some people who are definitely showing up in the best form possible. There's going to be a few guys who are just like, hell, you know what? Let's sign up. I'm going to play a few games, and we'll see how it goes. Future does not look like one of those guys based on that first game. It was crisp. It was clean. He was good in all the phases of the game we got to see, which are typically the phases we expect Future to be good in. So yeah, he's definitely showing up, and absolutely, like I say, firing. It's going to be, again, if he plays like that, it's going to be fun to see how far he goes, because, like I say, there's just so much unknown in this bracket, because we've had such a long period without offline tournaments where a lot of these players have been dormant, waiting for their chance to come out and play again. So a lot of very cool questions there. Future the kind of player as well who has been to create a practice in the past before as well, so he's definitely taken StarCraft II very seriously at different points of his career. Definitely a fun one to watch playing in America this weekend.
Lunacy forced to defend against the very first Reaper here. Accidentally put a 4th worker into the gas geyser for a moment. He did move it away again, but little plays like that. I mean, this is the early game, right? This is the type of, well, opener that players of this caliber have done thousands of times. So to see little slip-ups like that, it generally does show that a player is just a little bit nervous, even though it doesn't really have much of an effect on the game so far. It's going to be a robo facility on the back of this nice and quickly as well, but now the two Reapers rather are going in. 3 probes already falling. They're looking for a 4th. Nice grenade there as well, by the way. Really forcing that Stalker to constantly back up, as they do manage to get back down right now to the low ground. Here's where that Hellion was waiting too, and this is an even better early game than the one that we saw in the previous match.
I love the Hellion just diving through. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to really need this. He's looking at 9 work kills. Both the Reapers survive as well. Absolutely disastrous. The one Hellion dies. He could have kept that Hellion alive too if he wanted, but he was like, you know what, I'd rather
he just ran it in. I don't know why.
Well, I honestly don't even hate it. Get 1 extra probe, do as much as you can. and then the Reapers are still there for information gathering or to threaten the idea of going a second time. I mean, honestly, this is obviously very, very bad for Lunacy. If the last game was one-sided, this game is currently heading to be even more one-sided.
So it will be charged this time around rather than blink. So charge as the very first research for Lunacy. The nice thing about charge is that you don't have to micro it as much, right? You just kind of send in the units and hope for the best. I mean, obviously you got to pick your battles very clearly, but Stalkers require a lot of micro in order, well, for them to really be maximized. This is going to be, at least execution-wise, slightly easier for Lunacy, but he's already in a lot of trouble. Terran's not really supposed to be having a worker advantage at this point, as we just have a couple of Widow Mines, by the way, walking in.
Yeah, that's not meant to happen either. You're not just meant to waltz into the natural with these Widow Mines. 5 workers going down because the Reapers are in the main base as well. They are going unchecked, by the way, for multiple more probes. This is another 7 workers going down on the cam. You already see Lunacy kind of tilting his head back a little bit. The body language suggesting that he knows this is way more damage than it ever should be. And talk about complete and utter domination. Future is looking like he's in a complete league of his own.
He's attacking a gas in the main base too. Yeah. It's like, okay, now we're hitting a command center. He's not really achieving anything here. Well, round number 1 of the open bracket is looking pretty nice here for Future. He's forcing this Prism now to back up as well, getting 2 SCV kills for his troubles. The Reaper's still going around, by the way. Well, not for much longer, it seems, but this has been a dominating game so far here for the American Terran player, as he just... Oh no, don't lose the Prism now too. Okay. Thought for a second we were idling that one a little too far. Can we recall, maybe?
I don't think you can recall it now. It's a bit low, right? Yeah. You can unload the Stalker and play defense. I mean, this is... Yeah, just absolutely brutal. Marines, tanks, honestly, Future, pick your moment. Whenever you go, I think it's going to be fine to go across the map and kill him, because you have done ridiculous amounts of early game damage. This is not the kind of damage you recover from as a Protoss. There's no miracle button in the game right now. There's no Storm, there's no Disruptor, there's no comeback mechanism built into the game this early for Lunacy, so... Yeah, I mean, he just messed up big time. He let way too much damage be done. The pressure absolutely getting to him in this series. Because, like I said, I've seen him play way better than that in the past. Future going to play very safe. Obviously, with charge up, you do want to respect that a little bit. So he just makes sure he's walled off, plays safe. Going to probably wait till Stimmin +1. He's in absolutely no rush to get across the map and kind of put damage in here.
Yeah. So Lunacy currently has a bit of time. At the very least, he can do whatever he pleases, but what in the world do you do, right? You know that Stimpack is coming, you know that +1 will not be far behind. We'll see Combat Shields start up there as well. Those upgrades are still about a minute or 2 away, so at the very least, Lunacy gets to do whatever he likes for now, but yeah, you know the attack is coming, right? He even hits a bit of a supply block too, forced to make 3 pylons at the same time. It's all a little bit messy.
It really is, yeah. Nothing really else to say about it. It's just not pretty. It's just not pretty at all. Lunacy, I mean, at this stage of the game, it's hard to make it look pretty because you've just taken so much damage early. Like, at this point, it's not Lunacy's fault even. You're playing from a situation you're not used to. Your timings are completely out the window. Your economy is in all sorts of places it's not meant to be. It's hard to feel any sort of stable ground in a game like this because you've just been thrown that far off it. If this was not an offline tournament, the GG is probably already typed. Instead, we're trying to make something happen with a massive charge lots here because... I mean, you're facing the lower bracket already. You know, you've been in game for about 15 minutes in total, and you're about to head down to the lower bracket and being on your last life. These Zealots walk up, they decide they don't want to be there. That's not great, because that's a bunch of donated Zealots. The Prism does loop around into the natural, but Lunacy just can't seem to look at the right place at the right time twice in this game.
Yeah, and this is snowballing very similarly to game number 1, but in an even worse, well, spot, right? Like, this is just one of those situations where it's incredibly hard to come back. You would effectively need Future to make like 7 slip-ups here for this game to flip back in favor of Lunacy. Now, it's certainly possible. We've seen crazier situations. This is going to be an attack, at least, where Lunacy is going to have the defender's advantage. Obviously, Future's reinforcements are really far away. He does still have the Prism alive, and we can sometimes work some magic with that. You can see the attack coming in, but, I mean, this is just so many Marines.
Yep, it's a lot of units. Pylon at the front going to be in some trouble. The Zealots are going to crash on in. Anti-armor missile goes off on a bunch of units as well. As Yago's going to have these couple of Immortals going to try and whack their way through. The Stalkers coming around that right side. They're going to get cleaned up. I mean, there was never going to be a fight here that was going to be successful for Lunacy. So he tries what he can. He tries to wrap around, but just every part of this was spelled out to be Future's victory. Just complete domination. I mean, yeah, not really much to add. It's difficult to make much more of it, right? Because Future just looked great in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game, both games, and that's what decided both of these maps, and hence this series 2-0 over Future as he moves comfortably through to the next round.
Wardy, I think this is the type of game that Terran players dream of at night. They just close their eyes, and this is the exact Terran versus Protoss they play on repeat every single night. It just went about as, well, perfectly according to plan as you can really play a series here. This is exactly the way you want to start off a tournament. If you're Future, you went for a couple attacks. You didn't really do anything crazy. You didn't really show any weird build orders. You just simply went for, well, exactly what you had prepared. And yeah, from start to finish, this was just domination by the American Terran.
I mean, these two Reapers right here, 3 minutes in game, they basically won the game right here. Like, that's just so much damage, like 9 workers at 3 minutes. You don't bounce back from that. You just don't, unless you find a way to do serious damage. And then round 2, the Reapers came back a minute later, the Widow Mines help, and that's another chunk of workers going down, even more trouble. And that's why the Reapers, like, it's bad enough to lose 9 workers, but to lose 9 workers and the Reapers stay alive, to still threaten to do it again? You just can't win from that sort of situation. Lunacy tried to make something happen, but it was just unrealistic. Future pushing powerfully and having a very successful opening matchup of his tournament. A fantastic way for him to settle down and feel comfortable about things.
Yeah, a couple of those Zealots also died as soon as the Terran finally did move out, and then the anti-armor missile was also hitting basically the entirety of the Protoss army there. I don't think you really could have planned it much better there if you're Future, and yeah, considering there's a lot of moving parts in a game of StarCraft II, I think that went exactly according to plan. So a quick 2-0 win for him right there in the second series of the tournament. A pretty one-sided one there, Wardy.
Yeah, it's really hard to say anything else than it was just one-sided. It really was. It was pretty brutal. It was definitely not one you're going to want to think about again as Lunacy. This is not one you load the replays up of and be like, what do I learn from this? Because he knows very well how to not let 2 Reapers end the game, you know? He doesn't play at the level he plays at usually in this game, and yeah, this is just one he's just going to shake his head. He's just going to have to take this stage experience and then, you know, kind of go from there. Let's have a look at the bracket, see where we are at. Of course, we saw HonMono knocking out Harstem to the lower bracket. He is in the round of 8, waiting for Maru and someone else who is still playing in their first round. Creator took out Patches. He potentially has Shin in the next round. That could be a great one later today. Skillous in that next round, potentially against Showtime would be very fun. And of course, Future is going to be waiting for most likely Cure, what will be a dangerous TVT for him if that's what ends up happening.
Yeah, Cure has been looking really strong over the last, well, really the last couple of years, but lately he's been once more looking really powerful. That would not be an easy game for him whatsoever, but he would love to continue the tournament run the way that he started it. What is our third game of the day again now, Wardy? Do you remember?
It's going to be Gerald versus Foxer, and that's what we're going to be heading into when we come back from this quick break on the road to EWC Dallas.
Two, one, go. 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone.
We're back for more StarCraft 2 as we are going to be dipping our toes into Group B of the open brackets that are playing here at Dallas as we work on the road to the Esports World Cup this year in StarCraft 2. And yeah, we are going to be seeing a little bit of, I think, a different series. It's more TVP local, but we've got Gerald versus Foxer. For me, this is the sort of series I look at and think, actually, I could see these guys kind of ended up in a bit of a longer game. I don't necessarily think Gerald's going to kind of succumb to early pressure, like we've seen kind of pros players having happen so far today. So I'm kind of hopeful we maybe see kind of the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think we're likely to see the 10-minute mark. Gerald, indeed, very much so the type of Protoss that can just defend anything that you throw him in the early game, and that's basically what we've seen so far throughout the first couple series that we've been having a look at. Just a lot of early game pressure, a lot of early game aggression coming out of the Terran players. Second series, not as cheesy as the first one, of course, not as many one-base pushes at the very least, but I do believe that Gerald can defend basically anything that a Terran player throws at him early on. And that does mean that we likely will see a more passive game. He's also the type of Protoss who just enjoys playing the macro game, right? He's not really somebody who really is feeling like the urgency to like 4-gate all-in or anything along those lines.
To a fault sometimes. Like Gerald is sometimes just going to go non-stop and just keep on going headfirst into just as much macro as he can. And sometimes that kills him. You know, sometimes he doesn't take opportunities he absolutely has sitting there for himself. So, yeah, we'll see what he can do heading into this as... Tell you what's kind of funky is that Gerald probably has a little bit more offline experience than other guys lately because he's been traveling to a couple more local events. Like he came to an event in the UK a couple of times over the last year, so it seems silly, but like I keep talking about offline experience. I do think it's a big thing with that first big offline tournament in some time outside of like GSL, which just happened for the Koreans. Like this is a factor, like, you know, getting used to playing up on a stage or kind of somewhere you're not usually playing at. I do think he's the favorite coming into this. I think he'll feel like he's going to be well prepped. I don't think he's been in the best shape lately, not out of lack of practice, just I feel like he's struggling maybe a bit more than some others are. For how consistently he's been playing, he's the kind of guy who I feel like should maybe be a bit above where he's at, but we'll see if, like I say, being offline maybe improves that. He's definitely, for me, a favorite going into this series.
Yeah, in my mind, he is also definitely a favorite. So I just had a look at the results, their head-to-head, and apparently last time they played against each other, it was a win for him, but before that, it was actually also a win for Foxer. So they have played against each other multiple times. Across the board, he has been the favorite, but it's not necessarily super one-sidedly, right? I mean, a lot of those results are also quite a few years old. I haven't seen Foxer play all too much lately, so I guess we'll see exactly where he currently is. Have you seen him play a lot of games?
Not in a long time. I'm trying to think. I mean, I probably casted Foxer in some like regionals and stuff. He's not the kind of guy that plays in a lot of my events or a lot of the events that I cover because he's an NA player, right? he doesn't usually play in the time zones I'm currently, usually streaming in. So yeah, like when I look at like the things that he's been playing, I'm like, actually a lot of these tournaments I've never even heard of. But yeah, like I just don't not the kind of guy we get to see a whole lot of. So I actually don't really know. I mean, to be fair, he's only played 10 matches this year, 11 official matches this year, so he's definitely one of these players that's definitely been playing here and there, but not a whole lot. But he's had some decent results, he's had some decent map wins, so I think a player that can definitely bring us a little bit of fire. It's just hard to kind of bid against Gerald, right? Like, dude should be solid, dude should be kind of coming into this with a little bit of meaning, has a good team backing him going into this event as well, so yeah, it should definitely be some things to think on as we get this up and rolling. In a few moments, as soon as the players get themselves sorted out and everything, we'll be heading in game and getting into this TVP. Day of TVP so far, Luke. I'm so glad they brought you on for all your Zerg knowledge.
Well, we've been in general seeing a lot of TVP at StarCraft over the last little while. I've seen a bunch of your tournament replay packs here and there, Wardy. There's quite a few Terrans, quite a few Protosses in particular. Not a whole lot of Zergs across the board.
Yeah, the Zergs are definitely a dying race right now. But then the best can still be Zerg. It's just all the other Zergs.
I'm actually very curious to see Serral play. Like, we've rarely seen Serral play so far in 2025. He is obviously in this tournament. We may very well see him later. I'm fully expecting that he's still, gonna make it through this event, and he will likely be one of the very best. But yeah, it is definitely one of those weird times where, like, the very best player in the world may be a Zerg player. We don't really 100% know, but at the same time, we don't see a lot of other Zerg players, so it's all a little bit funky. Either way, we're starting off with a lot of TVPs, but I'm sure we'll get to the Zergs.
Look, I'm sure the Zergs will survive till day 2 when we finally get to see some. I know ZG and Pig later have some Zerg players in their games, so Zerg is coming. And it's just amusing because I was watching the document update with the matches with Cass, and I see like the next match is going to be Dolan Jumi as well. I'm like, more TVP. But it's a good matchup. It's a good matchup. Just funny to see all the TVPs to start us off today. But that's okay. Apparently we're going to be getting in game in just a few moments time, so we'll be heading into this best of 3 between Gerald and Foxer to see what they two have to bring us live on stage in Dallas as we enter this first game coming up on Pylon. And we will be heading down to the bottom right corner of things where we have the red Protoss player. It is Gerald.
And his opponent, all the way in the top left, he is Foxer. Joined by the Polar Bear on the main command center as well, by the way. Normally when we see the Polar Bear on the main command center, it has to be Clem. Maybe he's channeling some of that power.
Channeling the Clem energy. I know it's literally what it makes me think of as well.
If you show me a command center with a Polar Bear, I think it's Clem immediately.
Yeah, love that. All right, well.
The same when there's like a rebellion icon, you know it's Beyond immediately.
Yeah, all these little things that you don't really think of too much. There's unfortunately a little bit of a mouse issue here, so hopefully just a moment or two get that figured out as we'll get his mouse working. Believe it or not, Bloco, in this day and age, even for the SCV pulls, Terrans do in fact need to use their mouse.
In order to all in, you still need to be able to press the buttons, huh?
Yeah. I mean,
when we switch to touchscreen gaming, it'll be a thing of the past. But for now, he still needs one.
Touchscreen StarCraft II. Beautiful. Yes. That'd be a funny... I don't know how we'd make it work, but like that'd be funny.
We'd slow down the APM to like 20. Everything will be gold.
You think that, but I bet someone would be a touchscreen gamer god.
Yeah, I can already see somebody doing it with 10 fingers, like you have to play like a screen of a certain size. If you're not running like a 16-inch tablet or whatever, you can't even do it.
All right, well, hopefully Foxer gets his mouse sorted out in a moment or two and we can get back in. I mean, headphones are going back on. It's always a very good sign that this is going to be pretty quickly resolved and back on track, so looks as though we will get back in game in a few moments and resume this game 1, which was honestly just barely getting started, so not much to say or talk about just yet as the players get themselves ready to resume.
Always a little bit annoying, though, when you do need to pause, right? Because you're just, like, creating your own little bubble, you're just getting your laser focus in, and then, well, sometimes when there's a little issue like that, you get dragged out of it once more. these sort of things happen, especially at offline events. Players do, of course, have some time to set up and prepare for a game like this. But sometimes some of the settings do need to be adjusted ever so slightly. I mean, if your mouse DPI is different, right? Like if your mouse or your keyboard is just out of whack, it's very hard to play a game.
Yeah, and especially sometimes as well, because obviously if you're setting up off stage initially, then you get up on stage, and you know the last series lasted about 10 minutes. You don't have as much setup time as you maybe would have liked. You know, sometimes you get in game like, oh no, forgot to change that little thing. And sometimes it's just like, you know, some of these guys have like a button on the mouse or something that just needs pressing or setting up. Sometimes it just takes a moment or two. Anyways, SCVs teaming up to nearly get that pro beam. Gerald looking a little scared of that.
You know, one thing that always still blows my mind, every pro gamer seems to play at a set DPI. If you ask the pro gamers, they generally don't know. If you ask them like, what DPI do you play at? They're like, no, I don't know how fast my mouse moves. I have no clue. And then you have a player called Rainer, right? He's pretty good at the game, and every single time he plays a tournament, he adjusts his in-game mouse sensitivity from day to day. So like in between games, he will be changing his mouse sensitivity with the in-game slider and make it move slightly quicker, slightly slower, whatever he feels like. That in my mind is so crazy, because most pro gamers, right, they're more like the ruler type of player, right? That bring a ruler to the tournament, not necessarily literally, but they at least try to make the game as similar every single time as possible. And then you have somebody like Rainer that just adjusts the settings on the fly, whatever he feels like that day. Pretty wild, pretty crazy, but yeah. Everybody's a little different.
I'm out here taking photos of my StarCraft II settings before I leave the house. If I'm gonna go set up somewhere else, and I just can't possibly play with a different mouse either, man. It just doesn't work. Like,
I remember seeing the tweets back in the day, you know, with like Stefano saying, "Hey guys, I forgot my mouse and keyboard. Does anybody have one to spare?" It's like, dude, that's your job. What are we doing right now?
It baffles me that when players are able to so easily adjust to like different things, like. StarCraft's hard enough playing consistently, man.
Yeah. Game is very difficult. If I change anything, I need like 2 weeks to mentally change my outlook on the game.
Absolutely. All right, well,
we've got a pretty normal opener here, though. In this particular game so far, as it is going to be a medevac drop. A couple of Hellions hiding around this side here. That's a bit funky, but shouldn't really change the early game all too much. Just going to try and see if he can maybe get that Adept.
Yeah, I'm going to go chase it with a couple of Hellions. The Adept is going to go shading behind the natural SCV. He'll take some shots and go down. And the Hellions will just try and play clean up here as the Adept is going to try and hide, but will not recall in time. Adept goes down. Factory swapping over to the tech lab. Barracks onto the reactor as we just have ourselves the first Widow Mine hopping into the medevac. So we'll drop with the Widow Mine straight into the siege tank production. That obviously does a lot for you defensively. It gives you a lot of tank push opportunities further down the line as well. So Fox are doing a lot of things that make sense. And a tech lab on that starport. Of course, a Raven is super popular nowadays. Actually traps the Hellion in there. That's nice because he clearly didn't want to go and he tried to turn around. But it's a nice force field to guarantee one of those early units goes down. Although, does it cost him a probe? No, he's good.
Yeah, nicely done so far here by Gerald, dealing with the aggression well. This is always a bit finicky, though. There is a Widow Mine inside of the mineral line. Obviously, we are very zoomed out. That is not how the players are currently dealing with this. And, well, Gerald is trying his very best to navigate this very complex situation. There's still a Hellion working away at his probes in a natural expansion. 4 workers, though, is acceptable.
Yeah, no, it's 4 probes going down. We see some Stalkers and a Sentry stepping across. The Hellion will go down as well. So I would say, yeah, 4 workers is very nice. Medevac gets out alive. I mean, usually you say 1 probe per Widow Mine is good, and even better if you then keep a Widow Mine alive to go again later. 4 workers, and you get out with Medevac. I think you're pretty darn happy here as Foxes are kind of come in through this early stage. Especially against someone who is likely just going to sit there and try and build up a little bit because Geralt wants to macro. So you're putting a big hindrance on his opening right away there. And that definitely opens the door for you with some of these Marine tank pushes potentially as well. These are things Geralt has to be cautious of, so things to watch out for as we continue through.
Brand new tech structure for today, Wordy. We have Templar Archives. I haven't seen those yet. The games haven't lasted long enough. A lot of Protoss players, though, have been loving the Templar Archives as of late. A lot of High Templar play, the energy recharge ability coming in clutch over there, too. We've even been seeing some storm drops, right? Like a lot of fun aggression with the High Templar. Geralt, definitely the type of player that will enjoy that. We do have a medevac moving out. He's going to blink underneath and snipe it with ease. Oh, navigating it into the dead space is not where it needs to go. Can't unload any of those Marines.
This is why it's really difficult as a Terran with the Sorks on the map right now, because anything, it's easy to say, well, just get something on the map and go, make him bring those, stalkers back home. Everything you do in that regard is a risk, and we saw exactly the risk you kind of place, which is that if that medevac is found, the stalkers get it, then that's obviously just a full medevac going down. That absolutely hinders any push potential. That's 10 supply that's not there. That's harassment that Protoss doesn't have to stop and deal with anymore. That is generally just a huge deal. So pretty big stuff right there, as it is going to be a pretty hefty loss for Foxer. And like I said, Gerald is going to feel really good about that storm coming online. He's going to have it in plenty of time. Marine count is not going to be as high as it was. Yeah, Gerald's got to be feeling good about the first 6-7 minutes of this game so far.
Yeah, Gerald also nicely using one of the High Templar there to feed back the Raven. So the Raven was trying to drop some auto turrets, only got a single one down. Nice pickup there on one of the Marines at least, but this is all tricky. Actually, I don't think he got to pick up any of them as they all get sniped with a single group shot right there of those Stalkers. Gerald sees this attack coming in from a mile away, and keep in mind, he will have charge together with Storm to defend against this attack. So he's already planted down a 4th Nexus. He saw the move out, planted a 4th Nexus after it. That's how confident he is at this point in time.
I think that's always a mistake when your opponent is too base all in, right? I mean, we've got extra barracks up here from Fox. He's not even putting add-ons on them, so he's full sending to just get these units across the map and just commit. But that's a massive first storm as the Marines go low, and now we blink in after the medevac. It goes down, the SCVs show up, and the game's already decided, quite frankly. We're going to storm behind, and that is going to be a comfortable defense from Gerald as it all goes wrong for Fox.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude.
Wow.
Brilliant stuff here from Gerald. Honestly, like, he's playing this very nicely. Microing those High Templar here, too. Wardy, you thought we were going to see a game at the 10-minute mark today?
I mean,
okay, buddy.
Gerald,
I don't know.
Gerald tried to go to the 10-minute mark. Like, he didn't play around, like, he did his part, just the Terran didn't do his part this time around.
Honestly, brilliant defense, though. Like, that was very well executed there by Gerald. I wouldn't say quite flawlessly, right? Because there's always room for improvement, but this is the exact game you want to be playing here as a Protoss. When you're storming individual Marauders, you know the game is looking really nice for you. GG gets cold as Gerald obtains the victory in game number 1 of this best of 3. Looking strong here today.
Yep, I mean, that was just absolutely dominating. I mean, obviously, the moment the medevac goes down, it's a bit funky for the Terran. The moment the storm lands on all your Marines, even worse. Because it wasn't terrible for him, right? He didn't, he had an okay start. He put some damage in initially that was absolutely a-okay and fine. But yeah, he obviously just didn't follow up well enough at all. And Gerald is able to take that 1-0 lead, convincing start. Again, we are in the early rounds of these groups. We just had the first couple of rounds of Group A. This is obviously the first couple of rounds of Group B now. And so again, you've got these players that are a bit higher seeded up against some of the lower seeded players. There's always going to be some kind of skill difference in a way. I mean, I do think Foxer, if you play enough times against Gerald, probably does take some maps, but Gerald is a heavy favorite, and again, you're seeing exactly why. Just mistakes are being punished, the medevac gets jumped on, the storms come down perfectly. Like, Gerald is immediately ready for everything, and yeah, just showing that he's definitely the favorite in this opening game of this series.
Yeah, we've had a game earlier today where nothing seemed to go right for Protoss, and now we've had a game where nothing seems to really go right for the Terran here. These SCVs also showing up after the Marines have already died, right? Like, that is the absolute worst timing ever, because they're supposed to be tanking the damage. Yeah. Honestly, though, if this fight wasn't so disjointed, I still don't think it was going to go particularly well there for the Terran. 4th Nexus or not. Gerald, comfortably getting the 1-0 lead here. Nicely done by him. He really did want to play the macro game, though, right? Like, he wanted to go for a 4th Nexus. When you're playing a 4-base Protoss versus 2-base Terran, it always feels a little bit risky, but he didn't really care. He didn't need those. I guess they could have been 4 Zealots, right? He didn't need those. He just pushed through with what he had.
Yeah, no, he just he just had plenty, man. I mean, there's not much. Sometimes there's just not much to add, is there? And this is another one of those equations where you lose a medevac early, and then when you push, you just don't have enough. The SCVs aren't there at the right time. Obviously, with Storm up, I always feel like the SCVs are a little kind of shaky anyways, because you're pulling SCVs into somewhere where a Storm will just shake them out anyway. They're not... It's difficult for them to tank as much. It's not like Colossus are going to be lasering them down and kind of wasting shots on them. So yeah, it's tough. As Gerald gets that 1-0 lead. Game coming up, map number 2 in a moment, as Fox will try to battle back here in the opening match of Group B's open bracket. As we have this second game coming in real shortly. Best of 3 continuing again. All best of 3s today. 12 best of 3s in total on stream. This next map between Gerald and Foxer is coming in on Maganatha for the first time today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Spawning right here in the bottom right corner, the Polish Protoss, Gerald.
And of course, in the top left-hand side, the blue Terran player is going to be Foxer.
You know, I've seen Gerald's clan decal a couple of times now, and I've been trying to figure out what it is. Can we have a look at the Nexus real quick?
It's a little dog.
I think it's a Chihuahua, but what is he swimming in? What are we looking at?
He is... I don't know.
I've been trying to decipher this, Marty, and I can't figure it out. Somebody please tell me what this is supposed to be. Oh well, it's beautiful. That's all we need to know, I guess.
Beautiful, yeah. That's your definition of beautiful in this day and age, Loco.
Absolutely, yes.
It's been a while, huh?
Chihuahua in, like, I don't know, tomato soup or something. I don't know what's going on there.
Rax, Gateway, SCV probe coming about. Cybercore coming online on the side of Gerald. The Reaper is on the way up in the main base as well. We continue to get the Orbital and the Depot coming through, as that probe is going to check into the main base for the next moment or so and try and see what's up.
Yep, and it's going to be a quick factory inside of the main here, so folks are hoping to delay the command center. Gerald parks the probe there on top of the supply depot just to be a little bit annoying, right? And he wants to see what is going to pop out of that barracks in a moment. Just checks out whether or not there would ever be an SCV going down towards the low ground. So far, though, he doesn't see anything and decides to hide the probe for a little bit longer. Generally speaking, that Reaper spawns at about the 2-minute mark. This is obviously something that Gerald will know. So he hides the probe. This forces the Reaper to go across the map, so the probe can get a follow-up scout here in just a moment's time. And this once more, though, means that he can, at the very least, just do whatever he likes for the time being, right? He doesn't really have to be in a hurry here to defend.
No, he really doesn't, as the Reaper poking away. Pylon will take some shots of damage. Nexus coming online. We just have ourselves the Stalker, Warp Gate continue to come about, Hellion coming through as well, and the probe can take a few shots. Reaper is going to go after and get rid of said probes. That will go down, and the Reaper just continue to build, Hellion coming online for the moment.
Yeah, at least he will know that there's multiple Reapers out, so that's going to give him a heads up of what will happen. Generally speaking, when there are a bunch of Reapers out at this point in time, there's going to be a Hellion or two too, so he knows that he will likely have to defend against some of that multi-pronged aggression again in just a moment, as he snipes one of the units actually before that damage ever gets across the map. Well, maybe Foxer won't be able to be aggressive at this rate.
No, it's going to be tough if you're losing units, as the Adept is going to meet 2 Reapers in the Hellion though, right? So that's going to be the Adept just getting chased away. Shade is in time to save it.
Calculated. Wolof, though, over here in the natural expansion, and that is going to be able to prevent these units from going in. At the very least, as long as the Reaper grenades don't push that Stalker out of position. All of this, though, is to buy time for Warp Gate, and Warp Gate is now just seconds away from finishing up. Going to be able to, well, walk that Stalker back. Doesn't even really need it. Nicely handled so far here by Gerald.
It's going to try and find another SCV, just going to chase that away. Blink, gates, probes, all continue to come online for the moment, so we continue to bring that through. As
I always like the hallucinated Oracle, man.
Me too.
I feel like I understand the Phoenix, it makes sense, it's quicker and all that, but there's always a moment of panic when you play Terran, when you suddenly see an Oracle. You're like, wait a second, really?
Yep.
It's not entirely uncommon. We do see Oracle openers every once in a while.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those like, oh, what? And I like it, right? Why not? That's always a fun one to show.
If you can make your opponent's heart beat a little quicker, it's well worth it in my mind.
You do have those 2 Reapers going across the map, so let's see if they can do much as a hallucinated Phoenix for round 2 of scouting here, as obviously Gerald just wants to keep up to date with what's going on. He's heading well in toward his blink now. It's finishing up soon. There's Tim back on the way from Foxy, who's getting his first medevac out, and we'll have a good few Marines, another barracks coming online, and this Reaper actually finding the probe that's just in the middle of the map. Hallucination going down after, again, just picking up on a mild bit of information, a little update there. As Foxer holding that watchtower actually sees the Stalkers coming out of the left side, so is aware that these Stalkers are making a move on the map already.
Yeah, Gerald trying to see if he can test the waters a little bit on the other side of the map. Mostly just trying to build up his macro game. He does have a bunch of gateways though, and then of course Blink just now finished up. He'll get charged on the back of this too. Third Nexus is just about to be ready, so he doesn't really have an easy way to get into the main base at this point in time. He doesn't really need to take any chances. He'll just park the Stalkers over here and maybe hope for another medevac, right? That moves out at this point. He wouldn't mind having another medevac full of units going down.
Ooh, Stalker very nearly going down, has to blink away as Gal just tries to slow down any sort of progress that he's actually potentially going to be able to blink up into the main and apply some pressure. So,
nope.
Hallucination fades. So he will not have that chance, but Yagic is going to be able to come around. He's going to see the SCV pull, so Gerald is aware of what's up, blink straight in to start working on some of those. But obviously that means that the rest of army is already going across to the other side. So Gerald, knowing that, charge halfway done, Templar Archive's not far from finishing. Obviously no time to get to Storm here, but maybe the chance to get a couple of Archons out could be neat. Needs to be careful, tank is siege, and the Stalkers, yep, do not want to run too far into that fire.
Yeah, and this is something that Gerald will have a lot of practice against lately, because this strategy has once more been very, very popular. Charge is not yet done. Does he give up on the third Nexus? I think you kind of have to, right? You don't really want to wait for... Ooh, oh my god, he just decides to commit right here, right now. Gets the siege tank down here regardless. A couple of the units have already fallen, but so many SCVs have also died here. As long as Gerald defends, that's all he really cares about. A couple bunkers will start up. Well, this is not over just yet, but Foxer has bled out a ton of his units.
Yeah, it doesn't have the scare factor it once had, and that Archon, there's not a lot to really get rid of it. Those two tanks, how will they survive through this? Those tanks are huge if you can keep them alive, and they are going to stay alive. There's going to be a lot of the problem for Gerald continuing on from this, who backs away for the moment. Is obviously still keeping the third base alive, funnily enough, as well. We are now going to see that engineering bay coming in as the wall off, so we cannot really come through and save the gateways, which means your production will guaranteed go down right now. It gives the tanks a chance to step up. That means the Archon going down too. Gerald attacking into the full wall off is not pretty, and he is, I don't think, going to have the damage output to really do much more here. These Stalkers just keep on dying. He committed way too soon into this. I think he could have been a little bit more patient about it at first, but... yeah, it's not working out at all, and Foxer is looking good with the SCVs to take a game 2 to tie us up 1-1 for the first time today.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to save those two gateways, but he's making new ones inside of the main base. Losing a ton of units to try and keep two of those gateways alive is not worth it. So now the probes are gonna try and at least evacuate on out of here. A lot of those Marines, though, are low in HP. Medevacs are out of energy. Okay, probes get recalled to the third. That one is, of course, still up. This is a very strange situation right now for Foxer. Do you back up or do you go into the main base? Well, I guess we'll find out in just a moment, as once more Gerald decides to march down to the low ground. Zealots don't really get a whole lot of work done, though. There's a ton of low HP Marines still staying alive. Some nice micro coming out of the Terran player. 21 probes have died, though, in the process here, and now Terran does have the worker advantage.
I feel like recalling to the third base might not have been the play.
Yeah.
like if those probes just run up into the main and hit, and then you deal with all of this, and then you kind of clean this up, you actually have so many probes to work with, but now the third is about to go down. We got to commit. We do have Archons. They're going to be pretty good in this scenario because there's not a lot that gets rid of them quickly, but at the same time, it is going to be pretty rough, as we are going to finish off the Nexus just about. Siege Tank will go down. Stalker's blinking through. Geralt will chase Foxer away. The problem is he's down on one single base. Is he just going to full send across the map? Does he slow it down and try and rebuild a Nexus? Looks like he's going to go fully across the map. Now he's getting the medevac there as well. Okay, he's going to build a Nexus now. I think the problem is the defense is just going to be too good. Just having a wall off is just a problem that Geralt can't really work against at all at the moment.
No, I think Geralt's only choice is to go back home. He could park his units over here, I guess, but there's not a whole lot he can do to try and break this expansion.
Yeah, no.
He could go and double expand maybe or something, but this is going to be an uphill battle for sure. You know, there's going to be another attack from Terran. The question's mostly like, when is it going to hit, right? So he's hoping that it's going to be a little bit as he starts up that Nexus in the natural and then also Sonic Storm. So he's hoping to see whether or not he's going to be able to finish up that research. There's one High Templar, man. He's got one High Templar and a Dream. Let's see.
Yeah. Well, he actually has a second one right there, so he actually does have a couple. I mean, I like the Storm. I think if there's a way back in the game, Storm is one of those kind of routes. He cleaned up a lot of the tanks, right? So it's a Marine-heavy army. With Storm, you've got to imagine there's some possibility at the very least. I'm not going to say it's looking good for Gerald, obviously. It's really not, but I think he's doing what he needs to at least give himself a chance to play this game, which is more than you could ask for considering the position. So we will see if he can find something of a miracle. The Stalkers will see these few Marines looking to try and step forward a little bit, so he gets confirmation that they are maybe moving out. Again, trying to keep an eye on that, keep aware of what is taking place at any point in time here. Marine very nearly going down. The Stalker still peeling away out down to the bottom. And again, that Storm is very close to finishing. I'm not sure we've got time to get the Rock Tower down, Gerald, but I appreciate the...
It's an ambitious play, that's for sure, but
I appreciate it.
Maybe we should have used it before. Well, now he sees the Templar, though, and it is 4 Templar full of energy. You may have the army disadvantage. Oh, he finishes the rocks for him. That's kind of unnecessary, but, you know.
He's got to put a tank behind
We're not going to fight here, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Never be fighting here.
Fox is setting up for the slowest push of all time.
2-base Ghost Academy, by the way. That is, has to be a response against the High Templar and the Archons, right? And it's a good unit here for sure, but it'll be expensive.
Nice catch on this medevac as we feed back in to guarantee the damage to get it killed, so that harassment will go nowhere. As Gerald is hanging on for dear life. He is a 2-base going to 3-base Protoss with not a good work account, and again, super reliant on the Storm upgrade. With Ghost coming out, that's always going to make it a lot more challenging for Gerald, because there's actually going to be an answer to his High Templar rather than just dodging. As long as just dodging was the answer, I feel like there's always going to be some opportunity. Now you've actually got to play around the EMPs and the Ghosts, so... You know, Foxer is, I like it. He's just going to set up correctly. He's going to get the correct tech online. He's got a lead here. As long as he keeps doing the right things, it's very hard to lose this advantage.
Absolutely. Third Nexus will now get scouted. 3 Ghosts, indeed, are now also coming up for Foxer. He'll probably wait for those to be done before he moves in for another fight. So he does decide to move in for another fight, because I don't think you really want to give Gerald too much time to try and climb his way back into the game. Like, technically speaking, I think it's totally fine here to sit back as a Terran player. The only problem is that Protoss armies become a lot more difficult to deal with, right? Like, the bigger the armies become, the more complex it also is to try and counter it. So if we see the Terran player sitting back for too long, it might still be an issue for him, but he has a massive army, so he should go.
Yeah, he has a massive army. He's got a worker lead. Yeah, as he gets a few more ghosts up, I don't think there's any harm in him being on the map poking around for the fight that he's looking for. I think it goes right a lot more often than it goes wrong for him by being on the map. That said, Gerald going to load up a couple of High Templar, and we'll see what he can do with those. See if he genuinely gets a drop to a mineral line, or see if he's just going to try and find the outskirts of an army to get, you know, to drop some storms onto. We'll see very shortly. The double medevac goes down the left. Sell it. Not going to spot that, which is a shame for Gerald. He's actually got pretty good map control considering the situation. He sees a lot more than I thought he would be at this point in the game for what's happened. So, yeah, that medevac R2 getting down the bottom left side is a little bit of a shame on his point. Yep, storm drop coming in, but there's not a lot of SCVs on this third, to be fair.
Yeah, he softens up a bunch of them. Okay, gets 6, not 10 kills. A whole lot of units actually also get bruised. I mean, considering the situation we were in like 5 minutes ago, this is looking way more playable here for Gerald than it used to. Viking also gives up the chase for no apparent reason whatsoever, so the Prism actually escapes. This is now going to trigger Foxer to move out, but, well, the longer he waits, the more difficult this will become. Another nice storm. Yeah, gets an EMP as well on his way out. Not bad.
Yeah, that's very nice on High Templar. It's the drop on the bottom side that I'm most concerned for. That's the thing that Gerald has no counterplay and no information about, so that is what really could be kind of the dagger in his back at the moment. That really kind of shuts him down when he feels like he's gaining confidence, and then something just trips him back up along his way to a comeback here. So we'll see. Right now, that medevac, or those 2 medevacs, are very inactive, which, considering we saw the army out in the middle of the map, I feel like those medevacs should be absolutely gleaming to kind of get onto that opportunity and to go hit the natural. Wow. I
can't believe they actually managed to prevent that pylon from going down there. Cheeky little play. Well, you're gonna just continuously get this job done, and you know what? Yep. He will be able to kill that Viking. Matter of fact, drops still all the way at the bottom of the map. I am 100% with you. I think he should have moved that in about a minute ago. Okay, now he decides to go. It's still a good chance, to be honest, because Protoss is spread very thin towards like that newly made 4th Nexus, right? He's concentrating his army mostly in the middle now and at the 3rd. Okay, he did just warp in a couple Zealots though, and that is probably the best case scenario if you don't have like a scout on that drop. Then again though, this is a very scary Terran army, and now the majority of the Terran force is also pushing through the right side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is where you're going to see Gerald just not really having enough units, so being a little out of position in a couple of places, having to bring a lot of his army across to play defense. Storm does come down very nicely. That was a great storm. The Storm tries to flank with the Prism as well. Prism gets chased away, but to be fair, Fox's army took a bit of a beating already, and He's not exactly looking super confident to keep pushing through. He has a lot of EMPs still available, though. Those Ghosts can do a lot, especially on these clumped up Archons. High Templars looking for the Storm. Ghost looking for the EMPs as soon as the High Templar are coming out. The Prisms, the back and forth continues. I think we've still got a Storm or two available, right? So as long as that's the case, it's not easy to attack on in here. And man, this army is low HP. Stalkers are blinking forward. Gerald is feeling confident. He's going to go chasing down this army. The Ghosts lift up, but we are running, and we're going to let the Pros player do so much damage as we chase. The supply is coming back towards Gerald's favor.
Foxer
medevac of
sniped the
Ghosts.
Prism just now. Ooh, one of the medevac's does go down, much like that Prism did a second ago, and I think that's gonna prevent Gerald from chasing this all the way back home, but that was about the best fight he could have ever taken. I mean, not that long ago, he was very far behind in the supply count. Worker-wise, he was also not in a good spot. In basically every pillar of StarCraft, he was behind, but now he's going for a 5th Nexus. As Terran is still sitting on 3 base. I mean, Foxer is trying to just stay alive here. Gerald is cruising along.
Yeah, he just didn't use his EMPs. I think is what it comes down to. Like, in the end he did, but he took so long to use them. I think he is really scared of, like, running out, but he had so many Ghosts. I think if he just lathers the army with EMP, yes, you can't just sit in a Storm, right? But, like, lather the army with EMP, split a little bit. Like, the Archons are going to disappear. The Zealots aren't going to want to fight. I think that fight's meant to go very well for you, but just the hesitation on using the High Templars being almost overplaying against the threat of Storm, I think costs him a lot there.
Yeah. Storm is a very scary weapon, but you do have to confidently fight it, right? Because otherwise you just run into so many issues. When the fights get stretched out like that, it gets much better for Protoss most of the time. Now Gerald is going to try and, well, make the unit composition even more difficult to deal with as he decides to go into Disruptors. Still very playable here for Foxer. It's just that these armies, they become significantly harder to micro against. So if he struggled against the previous fight, the next fight of Gerald is going to be way more scary.
Absolutely. Zealots or Archons, the Stalker coming about. The few Zealots are going to step into the center where there's a couple of Marines that are going to get jumped on. They will go down. So those couple of Marines get cleaned up. The rest of the army still settling for the moment. A tower that can be knocked down as well. Obviously, we got ourselves the tower. And I mean, the good news for Fox is he was far enough ahead that he's going to have a good base count himself. It's not like Gerald was being super aggressive as we split into the Storm, which is not ideal, because that gave the rest of the army a chance to fire too. Zealots are going to counterattack. This is an orbital, and that's just greedy, right? 4th base orbital is the sort of thing which you don't need to do. You're in a good position anyway, and it just leaves this base super open to attack.
And it's also now forcing about a third of the entirety of the Terran army to go back home to try and deal with a handful of Zealots. All of this is buying more time for Gerald, who's now enjoying like a 25 worker lead. That is, by the way, the old natural, so that is why it's an orbital command, I guess. It's the old... Oh, okay. We have actually only got 3 CCs here in total. He just doesn't have a whole lot of stuff. No planetary, though, all the way up north. Gerald decides to use his entire army to knock down these rocks. Even the High Templar are throwing water balloons at it.
Yeah, that's... gonna get, I mean, obviously maxing out right now is Geralt. He still doesn't have the best upgrades, but he's working on them. I mean, they are improving. I'm going to be 2-2 to 1-1 for a few moments here, so there's an advantage there for Fox if he can find the right fight. But I'm terrified because if he didn't find the right fight earlier when the armies were so one-sided, finding the right fight now is so much more difficult when the army supplies are dead even. Gerald has successfully fought his way back into this game, and he is absolutely going to be feeling good about that as confidence on his side. Disruptor's going to clip a couple units on the edge, but the Disruptor does walk forward too, is going to be lost. Going to turn into this fight. EMPs come down immediately. Look at those Archons, their shields just disappearing. That's what we needed to happen earlier, and this fight immediately not good enough for Gerald. He cannot fight that with his Archons all losing their shields.
No, that was a clumsy engagement right there for sure. Nicely done by Foxer. He's also now forcing that Prism to be split off from the rest of the pack. The rest of the Protoss army, though, has moved a little too far forward. This Foxer grabs a few more units on the retreat. The rocks now do go down, and that means that those Marines and Marauders are split off from the main chunk of the Terran army. I feel like both players have been trying to disengage for a while, but they keep on going back into the fight. Yeah,
like it's almost like no one really wants to fight through the choke they're fighting through, and then they keep getting tempted to go into the other guy. It's a bit of a strange one as Gerald's looking for another Storm. He actually gets it off. That's a massive Storm for just being like an odd High Templar. He just has High Templar showing up from each and every angle, and you're struggling to deal with it as Fox. He still has EMPs available too. That Widowmine's so scary for the Prism. I think Gerald noticed it though. Disruptor shot not far enough to reach it, but he's definitely aware the mine is there.
Now though, Foxer has grabbed the supply advantage once again. We've been going back and forth this entire game long. This is still looking playable. My main concern, though, is the economy here of Foxer, because he just doesn't have a lot of command centers. He only has the 3 that he's got mining right now. So he's building a new one, sure. If you look at the mini-map, though, Gerald has taken, like, his half of the map, pretty much, right? I mean, there's a few more bases in between there, but he is comfortably cruising on 84 workers, so he can effectively reinforce all of these lost units way more easily than Foxer. Still, though, Foxer's maxed out at this point, and his army is looking scary.
Yeah, I mean, maxed out 140 army supply. He's got kind of the brute force kind of army, whereas Gerald has the money to keep rebuilding and going again. So every time he drops like storms, it's really good for him. I do not love his army right now because its shields are gone, the EMPs have been there again. He kind of needs to back away from this larger fight. He needs disruptors and storms to kind of soften this up before a fight happens, because again, his army supply is so much lower than his opponent's. That's the problem with Gerald's army. He relies so much on those zoning units that if they're not zoning, you're going to have a really tough time.
Yeah, the storms have been dealing so much damage now. This Liberator has been very successful. 17 probes going down in total. Gerald is struggling against his army, but the army is fighting up a ramp right now. We're like one storm away from this being an absolute disaster for Foxer. He does still have a lot of resources, though, so he can easily replenish this. Another flank with the High Templar being set up. Disruptors awkwardly move commanding into this army as well. It looks like eventually the Terran is forced to leave, but that was a lot of units going down. A big reinforcement of Dark Templar.
Massive win for Gerald because he's got so much more economy, right? So anytime he's going to completely knock that army supply away for Foxer, he's going to be able to rebuild so much more easily, and now Foxer is going to start paying the price of just not having traded well enough. Gerald has won fight after fight in this game. And after such a disastrous opening, it should have never ended like this. You said 8 minutes or so. You know, you give the Protoss too long and you play against this really complicated army, and Gerald made it complicated because of the way he moved the army as well. He's been great at like coming in with different directions of High Templar, and so I don't think Foxer's ever felt comfortable in any of these larger fights, even when he had 30, 40, 50 army supply more than his Protoss opponent.
Yeah, and this is one of those difficult things for Terran. When do you decide to try to push your advantage? Now there's Dark Templar all over. Like, maybe in the main fight, he's capable of going toe-to-toe with that of the Protoss, but look at how much damage Gerald is dealing in the meantime, and he is mining still off of 80 probes. So he can easily replenish these lost units, trying to buy as much time as possible, hitting the opponent in the face wherever he can. Dark Templar being split all around. And this is now just Foxer trying to take out all of the different fires. Gerald remaxing as quickly as he can while being aggressive. And I gotta say, Warda, the storms have been so good this game. We've seen so many massive storms.
They've been game-changing. I mean, storms repeatedly able to get massive clumps of units that disrupt are very nearly deadly there. As we take a larger fight, Gerald is going to start losing a good few units, but he's got his opponent down to just a few SCVs, so Gerald just needs to back away with whatever he can. Rebuild. He can rebuild. His opponent cannot. And I think it's fair to say that this is going to be a very comfortable final end few moments, at least, on the side of Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald has a massive army somewhere. I'm looking at the minimap and trying to figure out where it is. I can't figure it out. There's just a lot of Protoss all around the map. When he gets it all together, though, in one ball, I think he's gonna have plenty to stop this Terran army. There's now also even Colossi coming up, too, which I love. Another big storm. Man, Foxer is gonna have storm nightmares tonight. This is not good. He goes another 2 Nexi. Yep. Maybe that's not what we need, Gerald. He did the same thing in the previous game when he made a 4th base. I don't think we need to be double expanding at this stage in the game, man. I think we should opt for 4 more Zealots instead. I mean, this army for Foxer still looking kind of scary.
Still kind of scary, but it's low HP. There's barely any medevac healing. He's just going to be able to swarm with the Zealots, and then this army just has to run, which is not ideal. The Zealots will tank very nicely. The rocks go down as we try and do something to help us out here. Some Stalkers blinked across. Foxer trying everything he can, but he has been defeated. Gerald played his way right back into this game.
You're not going to win that fight, SCVs. I don't think so. GG. Whew. He had to fight for that second match, but he got the job done in the end. Fun game of TVP there for sure if you are the Protoss, but not quite the game that he was hoping for, I don't think, right? Because that was way messier than it ever needed to be. Foxer, though, admittedly very frustrated there, I can imagine, because that was a significant lead that he gave up.
Yep. No, he was super far ahead, man. Like, the damage he did, he had Gerald pretty much broken. Gerald kind of forces it away, and he probably could have attacked at any point. And even when he kind of made plays that ended up kind of being bad for him, he probably could have just made it simpler and just kind of still just gone for it. Like, again, there was moments where he could have just EMP'd a bit more freely, and I think he would have just won the fight. Yeah, this was obviously the first push. This is what Fox, was able to use to put himself into such a great position. This was actually a moment where I thought Gerald did very well, because the 2 tanks not siege really made this a viable first fight. Gerald messed up because he attacked into this engineering bay, and I get it, that's frustrating, but at this point I think just let the position be, lose your gateways, and play outwards, because fighting through the engineering bay, like, this went horribly, horribly wrong. Gerald on like 8 army supply to 32 at this moment is not exactly ideal. Those 2 gateways should die there. And I mean, at this point, Fox was just in such a good position. We were talking about going to a game 3, and then 15 more minutes of gameplay out, and it ends 2-0 for Gerald. Just crazy to see the turnaround happening in real time.
Yeah, when you find yourself with 2 bases against an opponent on 1, and you have significantly more workers, better upgrades, you have effectively every advantage in the game. If you wait too long, right, your opponent is just going to try and take some greedy chances and hope for the best. If you wait too long, there is a way back into it. And I think ultimately there were like a good 3 minutes where Foxer actually could have gone and possibly ended the game.
Like this fight,
there were moments.
This fight right now,
just kept hanging back.
Yeah, this fight right now, because he took so much storm damage, he doesn't have the HP to turn and fight, and he took so much storm damage because he was like kind of tiptoeing around and not just sending it. And then because he tries to retreat, he takes damage, he loses ghosts in the medevacs. I think that was the moment it really felt like it turned around for Gerald. Like, Foxer could still win from there, but at that point it felt like Gerald was right back in the game with a real good opportunity, and just showed us he was definitely the better player. I think at the end of the day is what we really take away from this one, as he is going to take that 2-0 and move on through. We are going to be getting into more StarCraft II shortly. Up next is going to be Dolan versus Jumi. That's coming up after a quick little break.
3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are going to be having more action coming up. You thought you'd seen enough TVP. You have not. Dolan and Jumi are going to be going up against each other next as we continue through this open bracket of the DreamHack Dallas, the road to EWC. As there's more Group B action as Dolan and Jumi set up. I like this one. Dolan, an American Terran player who's always had some good success and has always been competitive in the American regionals, but in years gone by, I would have said this was a close match, but Jumi has been so good lately. Like, he's actually really stepped up. He's won a lot of great series. He's won against a lot of good players. I think if he can bring that today, I actually think Jumi can make a very good run. Like, I think he's a dark horse. If you've not been paying attention online, this kid's probably going to surprise you. And I think this match might be a pretty one-sided series because I think Jumi has just leveled up that much, and I'd be surprised if Dolan matched him in that way.
No, absolutely. I haven't seen Dolan play all too much myself. Jumi has been looking really quite strong. So, yeah, I mean, we've seen this from quite a few of the European Protoss, right? Where they're just playing a step ahead of where they used to play back in the day. And Jumi is definitely one of them. So, I mean, admittedly, all the PVTs so far have been very different, right? Mm-hmm. I'm imagining this one is maybe going to be more similar to the previous series. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jumi has that kind of macro tendency, but I think Dolan has a much more all-in tendency as well, actually. So, yeah, I think this is going to be kind of Dolan being the aggressor, Jumi being the defender. I do think Dolan has to be aggressive because I think the longer this game goes, the more likely it's going to be that Jumi just kind of walks away with it. He has been very convincing later in the game. I've cast him playing a lot of like very solid 15-20 minute games against like top tier Korean Terrans lately. I genuinely think this is a difficult matchup for Dolan, so I think the sooner he pulls the SCVs, probably the better, quite frankly.
We start the game, man. Just send the workers right
okay.
At the very beginning.
yeah, okay, mate.
I haven't seen that in a very long time. Like the full Florencio style where you stack up the SCVs.
Yeah, drill them across. Yeah. Okay, maybe not that aggressive, okay.
Well, you said the earlier the better, so I was like, okay, well, that's about as cool. No, I'm with you, though. Like, I do think it's going to be difficult to beat quite a few of these European Protosses, right, with a macro game. Like, they've just been practicing. We've seen that from the European players over the years, just very solid macro players across the board. Mm-hmm. Generally not quite so cheesy, so I wouldn't really expect him to go for, like, any sort of, like, weird 4-gate Stalker all-in or, like, a quick Dark Templar rush or anything along those lines. I don't really expect any proxies. I think it'll be very much so Jumi defending whatever comes his way early on and then try to overwhelm in the long match.
All right. We're going to pause it up. You know, nice of them to pause before the introduction, right? You know, but before we get into the swing of things, throwing a pause down may be a little issue just again as you get in game sometimes. We talked about it in the last series as well. Something sometimes pops up, so let me give it a moment, get an admin on stage, help Dolan out, and try and get something sorted.
Maybe he's with you, man. Maybe he tried selecting all of his workers already and it didn't work.
So I actually heard him. He said he's got a mouse acceleration on, so he's just getting that fit turned off.
The actual worst setting. Genuinely the worst setting that you can ever have enabled on your mouse is mouse acceleration.
Man,
I hate it so
played with
much.
mouse acceleration for so long. I was just
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if you get used to it, you get used to it, no? Right? Like, you know how fast moving your mouse affects you. I don't know.
And then as soon as you turned it off, you gained 500 MMR?
Oh, my MMR days were behind me at that point.
You still have it turned on, Wardy.
No,
I feel like you're admitting to something.
I turned it off a long time ago out of peer pressure. It took me like a day to get used to, but I just
These other guys were bullying you.
Yeah, everyone was just like laughing at me. I'm like, bro, like it's not that bad. Like I just learned to play with it. They're like, you're gonna be so much better if you turn it off. So I turned it off. And I stayed exactly the same. Like it took me a day to like.
Well, maybe turn it back on. Maybe just go and
do my own thing.
See how it goes.
Yeah, maybe. All right, hopefully just a moment or two, get this fixed up and we can get back on track with this series as Jumi takes on Dolan, of course, here in the Group B, so this is again some Group B games. This is upper bracket round of 16. This is the first match that these two are playing. Obviously, a couple players start out in the round of 32, depending on their seeding. But this is a round of 16 upper bracket match, same as what we just saw between Gerald and Foxer. We actually got the info for the rest of the matches today as well, local for us, getting kind of updated because we're here for the first half of the day. We're going to be seeing Showtime versus Skillous after this, and then Creator versus Shin. So those matches, you know, they're starting to heat up pretty darn quickly.
Yeah. Certainly, like those games are looking pretty spicy. For the second half of the day, or the second half of the day rather, you will be joined by Pig and ZG. Apparently they're going to be starting with Mixu going up against Percival, which is actually also quite a fun match. But before all of that, we are back in this particular best of 3. We hadn't done the introductions yet, so now with the technical difficulties resolved. Spawning right here, in the top right-hand corner, we have none other than Dolan with the red SCVs. And mouse acceleration turned off. That's Jumi.
That is Jumi. He's down in the bottom left as our blue Protoss player representing Streamer Zone as well. As we get into this one. Just checking to see Dolan's team. He's on Team Detonate. There you go.
There you go. I did not know that, Wardy.
No, I didn't either. I've not heard of Detonate, but apparently has been on Detonate since December, actually. So there you go.
Okay. It's been a little bit already. Alrighty, so let's see. I'm expecting early game aggression here from Dolan, just because Jumi is a scary macro player, and I'm expecting that Jumi is going to try and defend whatever the Terran player will throw at him. We've already been seeing a lot of SCV pools today. It is not going to be a very quick, like, one-base opener here for Dolan. He will be making the expansion, safely building it up on the high ground here, because he opted to build that barracks a little bit closer to the main command center. Not the biggest of deals. You can always fly it down towards the low ground, of course. And Jumi sees everything. He is, in the meantime, just building up his own natural expansion as well, together with a Cyber Core.
Yeah, Cyber Core coming down. Nexus coming through. Simulator on the way, Pylon on the way. We get ourselves settled in here for this next few moments. We lost a probe, so that's about all we've had going on here as that Marine gets that kill. And yeah, just Marine kind of catching off guard. Obviously, Marine builds a bit faster than Reaper, so if you think it's going to be a Reaper and you stick around too long, the Marine can get a catch. And that is what goes down as we go Sentry from Jumi. I think everything about Jumi's style is just going to be fairly safe. So Sentry, constant hallucinations, get that information, do not be surprised by anything. I think if Jumi can consistently understand what's coming his way, he will be able to kind of head into this and say, okay, I know what's coming my way, I'm very comfortable here. I just feel like I can prepare against it.
He's playing Stargate.
Yes.
We haven't actually seen a Stargate opener yet. He didn't actually energy recharge the Sentry either, so he is really using the Chrono Boost here to build up that economy first. We will see an hallucination, but I guess for now he's seen everything that he really needs to, so no urgency. This is going to be Stargate, though. I would say that maybe 8 out of 10 games of Protoss versus Terran, we see a Twilight Council start. Stargate is a little bit less common. Every once in a while, I guess we see like a triple gate beginning, but Stargate will allow him to, well, generally go into Phoenixes and then into Colossus, or Phoenixes into Charge. Which of the options have you seen him go for? If you've seen him play this build at all already.
He's definitely a Phoenix Colossus guy, but he's actually, he mixes it up a lot, but I think he's most comfortable with Phoenix Colossus, but in a game like this, he might just go Phoenix Charge, very good at shutting down a lot of the tank pushes and so on. I think if he feels as though that's what Dolan's going to do, then that's the kind of the route he's going to take, so yeah, it depends what he feels like his opponent is. He's going to drop the Robo Facility down, so it's going to be Phoenix Colossus. That's also just very safe though, right? And I think the general idea is that either way, you're kind of safe with this, because you're going to have a group of units early, you're playing tech rather than expand. It's difficult to die when you've got those tech units out if your opponent tries to attack into you.
Yeah, it's just this phase in the game that's always quite difficult, right? We see Protoss players, since they have like 3 units in total. Actually, I think he has 2 units in total. It's difficult to defend against that first wave of aggression. Okay, there are a bunch of adepts waiting over here on the low ground, but it's very easy to accidentally fumble this. He does have enough energy for multiple pickups. Recharges, by the way, the Phoenix. That's quite cute. And, well, obviously now with the Phoenix is able to chase this away, he's already got this defense secured.
I mean, that's just a straight-up dead medevac as well. This is what the Phoenix style is very good at, shutting down early aggression, because you just are able to shut down medevacs. And if your opponent doesn't know about it either, they just kind of come across the map, and the next thing they know, boom, your medevac's dead, your units are retreating. It's a great shutdown early from Jumi. He was very comfortably able to close that out. On his way to that Robo Bay, Colossus will be on the way. We knew that already. That is the way that this style works. That's a Phoenix in some trouble. It survives. That's dangerous because you obviously want to keep those Phoenix alive and healthy. Phoenix count is going to be important here because they are going to support that Colossus play.
Yeah, he's actually halted production of it for just a moment, favoring an extra Immortal here. So we'll have to see how many he actually decides to settle on, because he only has a handful at this point.
Yeah.
Quite interesting. Yeah, maybe he feels like this is enough.
I wonder if it's just because he sees kind of Marines and like he sees the Cyclone and stuff. He's just like, you know what? I actually don't need to focus the Phoenix count as much as I just need to make sure I've got safe units out on the ground. He's still adding another Phoenix on, so he's still going to go there. But he's not prioritizing all of the Phoenix, right? Going to use a couple of FCF, some SCVs, just do some mild damage, and probably just get out of here as well. Just keep these Phoenix alive, keep your opponent down a little bit on workers, and just keep some of that energy for the upcoming fights, because you are going to want the Phoenix to be able to live during the fights. Yeah, I held my breath for a moment for that Phoenix. I thought he was dead to the Cyclone.
Yeah. Just barely losing vision there, I would imagine. Yeah, this is one of those things, right? When you open up this way as Protoss, if everything goes well, you can almost force the game to go a little bit longer. So rather than those early game SCV pools being a real trouble, I mean, these attacks are still really scary, of course, don't get me wrong. He uses a scan here to just complete that lock-on, so one of the Phoenixes will go down, but I mean, a scan is not free. Well, hey, the SCV pool is still gonna happen, but a Colossus is just about to hit the battlefield.
Well, still try and buy some time. I mean, we're quite far forward there as Jumi initially. Obviously, we're towards his third base. Scary because obviously these units are getting a little bit of a jump on him. Because of that stim, he can move forward quickly. There's the Colossus, going to be huge against the Marines, and the Marines did get ahead of everything else. We're now going to start lifting up the siege tanks here, so the Phoenix will start to take those out of the fight, so the Colossus can survive through. Can we actually get rid of the siege tanks, though, as Jumi is in some trouble? He is not quite going to have enough, and the third going down. I think that's a case of Jumi attacking in a little bit early. So much eagerness from the Protoss players to defend their third bases, but I think he would really just benefit from hanging back a little bit. Like, this was just a little bit in the middle of nowhere. Like, so much of the downside of this fight for Jumi is because he just got jumped on quickly and he couldn't get away from the Stim Marines soon enough.
Yeah, and now we see that slow push once more, trying to advance. Dolan did lose a lot of his workers too, but he's not in a massive rush. Still able to mine with, of course, using some of those mules if he absolutely needs to. Second Colossus, though, is going to come, and those Marines do take a lot of damage. It's the siege tanks that I'm looking at, though. Nice retargeting right there by Dolan, trying to get rid of those Colossi ASAP.
It's so difficult because your thermal lance is coming, but it's not here yet. And man, every time those Colossus step forward, those tanks are looking to right-click them down. And if they do, those Colossus are going to disappear. The Phoenix will lift up some of the tanks. The Colossus trying to do their thing, but one will go down. Force field was decent. Is it good enough? The Marines can pull back to the bunkers. There are going to be enough Marines there to shoot those Phoenix down, and Dolan is looking to get it done in this opening game. The Protoss players are a little shakier than I thought they would be today, Loco. They're definitely struggling with some of these SCV pulls. And Jumi just, like you say, just getting caught a bit too far forward and getting heavily punished for it.
I think they're a little overeager. Like, this is the type of defense you can practice a million times, but they always look slightly different, and margin for error is still super small. Now, we do have a Dark Shrine in the meantime. That one is just about to finish up. Colossus gets retargeted, by the way. Nicely done there again by the American Terran. The Dark Shrine may be coming, but it won't be done in time. GG gets called, and Dolan gives a round of applause for himself.
Yeah, I love it. A little round of applause. He's like, yeah, good job, boys. Pulled you well there, didn't I? Yeah.
I'm with you, though. I think Jumi was a little too eager. Like, stepping all the way over there, and then the force fields were decent, but they didn't really slow anything down all too much. I think if he would have just been a little bit more patient, or just give up on the third. I mean, if you're gonna give up 11 probes, right, to try and keep that third Nexus alive, but then all of them die, and then also the third Nexus, and you weren't even really particularly close to holding it, yeah, it's shaky. It's a little too eager to jump that arm.
I love the upsets, though, man. Like,
yeah,
you know, like, this is definitely an upset in my eyes, 100%. I really feel like we've seen some of these nerves of being on the stage. These guys who have been absolutely hammering it in online events are kind of getting put to the test a little bit. And some of these guys who have not maybe played as much and are probably coming in with a little bit more relaxed, a bit more chilled out. Oh, like, yeah, okay, I'm just chilled, and it's kind of showing in the games a little bit. They're just delivering. And some of the favorites definitely struggling a little bit so far here today in our opening few matchups. This was, yeah, just so much lost to kind of that Marine chase, and then, yeah, just really getting too involved too quickly, right? And I thought this attempt of breaking out was fine. It's just you already lost too much. Again, just maybe give up the third base. I understand you don't want to wait forever because then the tanks and the bunkers all get set up, but the way the fight started out there just was not it at all. So Jumi unable to make that defense happen, and Dolan able to take A 1-0 lead here for an exciting start to this best of 3.
Yeah, nicely done by Dolan for sure, right? Like, this is the type of attack that definitely is super scary. I do feel like, though, if that goes according to plan for Protoss, like if you could somehow slow down the game and play the game perfectly, that is pretty much always a hold for Protoss. It's just that because you're juggling so many things at the same time, it's really easy for things to accidentally go wrong, right? And I feel like that's one of those threats where, like, in theory, like if StarCraft was an Excel spreadsheet, like that would be a perfect defense, but well, when you actually have to execute, it is not so easily done. So the man right over here in the bottom right-hand corner of Incorporeal, he managed to get a 1-0 lead in the series. He goes by the name of Dolan.
Taking on in the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss player, Jumi.
Protoss players, man, struggling today, defending against these early game pushes from Terran. A lot of SCV all-ins have once more made their way back into the StarCraft II meta. Terran players across the board struggling a little bit more as the game goes the distance. So apparently this is the solution they have come up with. Just end the game before the 10-minute mark, it's not a problem.
Sick of seeing them Protoss players expand and expand while they control the map. Well, just don't let them ever get there. TVP has this almost cycle, doesn't it, where it's like, you know, Protoss start doing well, and the Terrans are like, I see the problem. I'm not killing you soon enough. And they start SCV pulling, and then the Protoss players become a bit more honest. They become a bit better against the SCV pulls, but that honesty kind of costs them the ability to kind of get as ahead into the mid game as they were getting. And then you know, the later games become a bit more playable for the Terrans. I feel like we've seen this cycle play out so many times over the course of StarCraft II. This game just an engineering bay block from Dolan early. Because Jumi sees it early enough, he can get away with just pulling probes here, shutting that down. That means he will get his natural up, and I think that's good. Because I think Dolan would 100% take the opportunity and the chance, if he was given it, to do something like a Hellion drop or Hellion run by if the third base location is taken early. And so just taking a natural location takes away some of those aggressive options the Terran might have been feeling otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's one of those situations where in theory it is all defendable, it's just really hard to do it correctly. And this is one of those threats, right, where like if you look at the absolute cream of the crop of the Protoss players, they more often than not do defend against it. I mean, again, we had the GSL finals where Hero also did get attacked like that many times. It is still certainly doable at the absolute highest level, but I feel like this is one of those things that, like, if you see like the Max Spexes of this world, the Heroes of this world, they don't really make that attack of Terran look as dangerous, but everybody just below that, like still at the pro level, they seem to struggle against it a ton, as we have actually a proxy starport going up all the way on the left side of the map.
Yeah, I think he's being pretty committed to the idea of like, hey, I just want to get some damage done here. Hellion drop is a very dangerous build. It can get in quickly, it can do a bunch of damage. Super dangerous stuff. The probe is scouting around, but it's not in the right location just yet, so not going to get that information early on. The Adept goes the other way, and yeah, he's just not going to find what he's looking for here. Zell and the Adept on the other side. Jumi's going to be a little bit like, what's going on? And now he sees double Hellions, so immediately one of the things that has to pop into his head is the potential of a drop here. Of course, this is currently a one baser from Dolan, so he absolutely needs to get some damage done. It's going to hit super quickly, but if he does no damage, he's in some trouble. Like, the CC comes down, so he is going to expand, but it's a later expansion than usual, so 100% wants something here, otherwise he's put himself behind for no reason.
Luckily here for Jumi, though, he did not make the third Nexus as his very first expansion, right? Like, that would make his army incredibly split up. He is going to, at the very least, have his units close to the main base if he needs to, but this is still going to be a very scary attack. As the medevac is now out, we're going to load up the Hellions inside of the plane, and we're going to zoom into the main base of the Protoss. There's nothing.
He has no idea, man. He has no idea. Just the ability to unload in the corner and then obviously go fully in. The one Adept is wandering over the two Adepts now, but there's going to be unloaded already, and this is just not enough because you can still obviously one-shot with 3 Hellions, and obviously those Hellions have only taken half damage so far. 3 workers going down, now 5. We've got the potential to lift up and go elsewhere. The Adepts are going to struggle to keep up with these Hellions relocating, and 5 probes, all 4 Hellions alive. Fantastic start, going to get to 6 and 7, and honestly, if we get 7 probes and the Hellions are still alive and threatening, this is terrifying for Jumi to continue playing against. What a great start from Dolan, 100% making the one base opener work out for him early on.
Yeah, and he's not even done yet. He's also scouted that this is indeed a very quick Dark Shrine on the back of this. Keeps everything alive for now. Be nice if he gets the medevac out, which he will. Perfect early game aggression here from Dolan. A little unfortunate for Jumi because he did scout most of the left side of the map, just not the part where well, that one starport was hiding, and well, soon we should see the expansion taken on the low ground. He decides to just go for that safety missile turret over here too, just to make sure that he's got some form of detection, so he doesn't really have to waste any of his scans. Dolan is cruising along.
Yep, really nice to just see the lib going to come up this left side. Love the start for Dolan. And these Hellions are going to try and run it just at the front this time around. I think Jumi is in position there, though, so the Hellions will not find a way in. But the Medevac will lift them over and just go for that natural again. Man, this is frustrating. Just going to lose even more probes. The Liberator getting some of the work done, too. That's the entire main mineral line, not currently mined as the Stalker tries to deal with this. What an awesome game from Dolan so far. Jumi is just being put into so much trouble, and Dolan not letting up the pressure. Obviously is going to need to kind of move on down to the low ground here shortly for his natural. There's nothing stopping him. He's playing so defensive, like something's coming, but Jumi's still at home playing defense, man. He can't get rid of this lid.
Look at the cameras. He's having a great old time. He's bouncing. He's, well, saying words to himself. I wonder what he's whispering, but either way, yeah, he is feeling really comfortable. Ultimately, that Liberator gets shut down, but he has done so much eco damage. Even seized his warp in now, too. I mean, there's a Raven right over here somewhere.
Man, I love being
able to defend everything.
I love being proven wrong, and that's exactly what Dolan has done in this game for me, right? Like, he just came in and was like, you know what, you don't think you've seen much of me? I'll show you what. Loses 5 SCVs to the DT, which is a little bit of a shame because he knew it was coming. Resources lost as a one-sided tail, but at least Jumi does something to bring it back a little bit. Man, even just fighting that Liberator was so expensive, though. I think that's why Dolan was having such a good time. And, yeah, I mean, as upgrades continue to come through, Dolan is likely going to have a hell of a push to look to get across the map here and put some serious work in.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumi has to now fight this from behind. We've seen it happen before, but Dolan is not going to be waiting as long as one of the previous competitors that we have seen today. He is going to be trying to see if he can force, well, the GG at this point in time. And even though both of us were assuming that this was going to be a 2-0 win for Jumi, it looks like we may very well see the exact reverse. Jumi desperately trying to get some sort of value, but the real attack is moving through the center of the map right now, and this will be a very difficult thing to hold, especially on this map, right? Because the area over here is so flat, he doesn't even have to go up a ramp.
Yep, Robo going to be exposed. How many engineering bays walling off Protoss players' base are we going to see? Doesn't actually need it, as it's just going to go down anyway. We have got a few Marines and the SCVs pulling to deal with this Archon drop, but the Archon goes down, so Jumi doesn't have much pressure left. The Robo and the Immortal die. GG, and Dolan with the convincing 2-0. Jumi with a disaster of a series. Again, could not have looked any different to what I expected coming into this. I really did not expect Dolan to look so convincing, Jumi to look so shaky. Again, the off-season games we've seen absolutely pointed to Jumi being, honestly, for me, a contender to have like some upsets in this bracket, not getting knocked out into the lower bracket after round 1.
Yeah. No, I think we can see some of the tournament nerfs coming into play here, Wardy, where we've seen a few of the Protoss players a little bit over-eager, maybe a little bit too confident about their state of things, and they're trying their very best to hold on, but they're just struggling in the first bunch of minutes of the game, and that is exactly the type of game, right, the Terran players, well, have been going for, especially as of late. A lot of this early game pressure, and yeah, this entire Hellion drop was just unscouted. Way too much damage, and then all of the Hellions together with the Medevac, they escaped, and well, from there, you're just playing, you're fighting an uphill battle. I mean, Jumi got a little bit of work done inside of the main base. The Dark Templar, I think, actually dealt more damage than they were ever supposed to, but it still wasn't enough.
I'm just surprised that we had, you know, I'm honestly surprised that Jumi was so unaware of the drop, because he saw Hellions, so you've got to kind of assume that the drop is a possibility, right? Kind of a crazy one, but we do have some great games still coming up. We've got Showtime and Skillous, veterans of playing offline, coming up next in some PvP. We'll be getting into that after a quick little break. We're back once again, and we've escaped the grips of TVP upon us as we are going to free ourselves into Protoss versus Protoss instead, Loco. It is going to be Showtime. It's going to be Skillous, right? And that is a very exciting PvP coming up to... I mean, this is a match where I think we truly actually have one that can go either way from the start of it happening. We've had some upsets today, so yeah, very excited to kind of see where that's going to go as we get this PvP ready to rumble soon. What are your thoughts initially on this one?
I 100% agree. I feel like this is a difficult one to call, as we do have a quick update here on
Maru.
bracket as it
Maru
is.
beating Billy Zane. I can't believe it.
That's crazy. That is the upset of the century right there. Shin also taking down Awesome Sauce. Nobody ever saw that one coming.
Yeah.
Showtime taking down Shocking.
Shocking result.
Not shocking.
Yeah,
shocking. No shocking there.
Yeah, no, I think we've had a couple upsets here and there. I mean, HonMono taking down Harstem is the upset in this upper bracket Group A. And we're going to be seeing some upper bracket Group A matches because it is going to be for us Showtime versus Skillous and then Creator versus Shin as the next two series. So we play out some more of this upper bracket round of 8 and then players get into some more action. Let's take a quick update on the other bracket playing right now in Group B and see where Group B is at, as their round of 8 should be starting to kind of get towards being fully set as well. Let's flip on over to that Group B in a moment or two and see where things are at. Okay, they have a few more results to go. Yeah. But yeah, obviously we saw Jumi able to not take down Dolan, sorry. Dolan took down Jumi. He actually potentially has Hero next. I wonder if Hero can fend off the American SCV pulls.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it depends, right? Maybe Hero goes down to whoever comes from the open bracket in that seat. It's always possible. Either way, next up, like you said, we have indeed Skillous going up against Showtime. I mean, I think that's a really close match, right? Like, PvP in general is quite a difficult matchup to predict ahead of time. Like, it's just so, it's very easy for things to go terribly wrong. It's very volatile. And looking at their most recent head-to-head, apparently they played against each other literally 4 days ago. And that was a 2-0 win for Skillous at the time. Now, I can imagine both of them had just packed their bags and decided to quickly compete in the Monday weekly still, but yeah, they were ready to fly to this particular tournament. Either way, they have been playing against each other quite frequently as of late. It does seem that Showtime is winning more often than not, but it is really close.
No, I definitely agree. It's really kind of, to me, this is such a coin flip matchup at the best of times, and I think Showtime and Skillous right now really kind of coin flips against each other too. You've got Showtime, who I think has been a little bit more solid lately, but has probably not quite been at his peak. And then Skillous, who I think has actually struggled a bit more in the off-season, has had kind of glimmers of hope, but is generally kind of, you know, been a bit disappointing compared to just where we expect Skillous to be. He said he was feeling good, though, coming into Dallas, so I wonder if that's going to have some effect. I feel like neither of these guys want to play a PvP against each other right now. Like, this is such a monumental match for them, because you win this, and I can see either of them going deep in this bracket. And I think this match is probably one of the most volatile they will play for the next round or two even. So, yeah, a lot comes down to this PvP, which has been a matchup of many expansions, but also many all-ins, many commitments, many attempts to deny expansions, and obviously sometimes the Phoenix versus Phoenix wars as well. Oh, it's gonna be intense. You know, PvP at the when the stakes are truly on the line is gonna be a pretty kind of exciting ordeal.
No, I absolutely agree. So we mentioned this earlier already at the beginning of the day, but for every single one of those brackets you just saw, only 2 players actually move on. So we are going to see upsets already at the very start of this tournament. You can't possibly have everybody win the event. So yeah, I can imagine both of these players would rather had somebody else in their very first match of the event, because there's no denying that both of these guys are, well, at the tippity top of the European competitors list. So yeah, they would have liked to play somebody random from the open bracket, I'm sure, but hey, this is what they got. And ultimately, if you want to win the tournament, which is the goal for every single one of these players, you got to be able to beat everybody else. So there we have Skillous preparing for his match, getting ready against no one.
Showtime is visibly missing from the stage. His
posture is so good now, he disappeared. It's insane.
Wow. Skill's just that threatening, man. He's just like, yeah, opponents, I don't even need them to play this game. Well, that's obviously why we're just taking a couple moments longer to get into this one, guys. Showtime just getting set up, but still getting ready. Obviously, a couple of these matches have gone by pretty quickly, so obviously when the players are told their next series up, obviously, you know, you start getting ready to play, but we really have had a couple of faster best of threes today, so the schedule is moving along quickly. A couple points here and there, you've obviously got to, you know, expect the players maybe need a few extra moments, so no worries about that. Gives us some time to chatter on through about some of the matchups. Let's, you know, obviously if PvP's not quite ready, let's quickly touch on Creator versus Shin. I think that's another matchup where like so much hangs in the balance on that. Like both of those players could have a decent run, but they're actually matching up against each other in a very fun way, right? So that's going to be cool too. And we'll see our first Zerg of the tournament on stream, Loco.
Yeah, that'll be the series after this particular one. I feel like Shin versus Creator is indeed a very fun matchup, right? The Creator has some of the craziness in him. Shin also doesn't shy away from that. Like, Shin has also been going for, maybe Dark is off to the military, but he's been taking some of those strategies from Dark for sure, where he's playing hyper aggressively. But both of them can also play macro if they want to. So we'll have to see what sort of, well, flavor of ZVP we're going to see today. It is only best of threes at this stage in the tournament, so if you go for the crazier builds, you might just accidentally slip up and fumble, especially when you're playing against really good players. It's easy for them, well, to notice those mistakes. So we'll have to see, but yeah, first we have a Protoss versus Protoss, right, between these two legends, so we'll have to see when Showtime makes it back. Is it possible for us to maybe have a look at the other brackets as well that are
still yet to come?
Played?
Yeah, well,
yep.
Obviously Group C and D haven't started yet, right? But like we could check in if we've got some time maybe on C and D, because they are going to be coming up soon, a couple of series time, and Group C and D will be kicking off. Again, that's when ZG and Pig are going to be joining in to bring you guys the rest of the games here for day one of the road to EWC. Here's up at Group A just one more time so we can have a little look through. Obviously, you mentioned Maru, HonMono. That's going to be, you know, pretty Maru favored we would expect. We've just talked about the other two matchups. How about Future Q Logo? Any chance of Future for an upset there? He looked pretty sharp against Lunacy, you know?
Yeah, I feel like Lunacy didn't really test him all too much. Future just not really making any mistakes and just cruising his way through early game aggression. Then again, though, Cure is an absolute monster, and he's been looking very, very sharp as of late. I think Cure is actually one of the very best players in the world, right? So I think that'll be an uphill battle for Future for sure. It is, I guess, technically possible, right? Like, there's always a chance that you can make a slip-up, right? TVT is quite volatile, but Cure definitely the favorite in that line.
Yeah, no, I think part of Future looking so confident is because, or looking so good is because he felt confident, and I think that confidence is hard to carry through when you're playing against Q, because Q is freaking good, and he'll know that as well, so it'll be exciting to see. It's still exciting to kind of bracket follow, but yeah, I think there was a couple matches there that are obviously a little bit more decided, unless there's some upsets, but then the ones that really are going to be up in the air are the ones we get to see on the stream, so that's going to be pretty fun. Because Showtime and Skillous are not quite ready yet, we're going to go back to another break. We'll get right back to that StarCraft as soon as we're ready to go.
Time and time run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of this two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna
welcome back everybody. As we have a little bit of a change of pace here, we are actually going to be going into the PvZ first, as I presume there's just some issues with Showtime and Skillous, so instead of us sitting around forever waiting for that to just be fixed, we're just going to get back into some action with Creator versus Shin Loco. So we're going to get to see that PvZ right now, and then move on through to the PvP after. Hopefully the length of the PvZ gives them time to sort out whatever issue they have on the other stage.
Yeah, a best of 3 between 2 of the very best players in the world, of course. We have Creator going up against Shin. That is one of those matchups that anybody can get excited for, because, well, both of them are capable, I feel like, of a wide variety of strategies, right? We can see, I mean, Cheese, we could see very quick games, honestly, from the both of them, and we can also see them play macro. So it all depends on what they feel like today. They obviously did fly all the way from Korea to be there in Dallas to, well, actually compete in this event. There's only 4 seats available for the EWC. This is the road to the Esports World Cup, so the players want to try their very best here. You don't want to just accidentally lose, right, because you messed up with a couple of cheeses. But oh, hey, Showtime has been found apparently.
Yeah, that's still the other boys for the PvP. But yeah, I mean, Creator and Shin are actually interesting players from last year as well, right? Because Creator was you know, a player who actually missed out on the World Cup, and Shin made it there at like the last second, at the last moment. He was able to come through, and he was able to make that final qualifying spot, right? So he actually played against Showtime in that in one of those qualifying matches, like an epic best of 7. It was like really felt like a grand final of a tournament, and he made it through in one of those last chance qualifiers. So, you know, a couple players that, you know, did not make it necessarily last year, or were very close to not making it last year, would love to kind of rectify that this year and make it in as early as possible. Of course, it's a long road ahead of them and some difficult games to come, as we'll be waiting out for this next match to start up in just a few moments.
Yeah, so we'll have to see whether or not it's going to be the Protoss versus Protoss, or whether it will be the Zerg versus Protoss. Either way, we'll be jumping into our next best of 3 in just a moment. It's always nice to see the players being so friendly with one another, right? Like, back in the day, we had some esports villains in the StarCraft II scene. I'm sure some names can pop into anybody's mind that's been watching for some time, but I think across the board, most of the pro gamers at this point get along very well. It turns out when you want to practice, it's very handy if you, well, have competitors that like you, that actually want to play with you as well. So most of the guys get along very well, and obviously most of them have known each other for years, right? I mean, Showtime has been playing this game for as long as I remember. Skill is maybe not quite up to the same, you know, duration, but also many, many years at this point. Yeah, it's good to see them always being friendly here, and not just being rivals in the game.
You know, I remember Showtime kind of being a player who we were kind of like watching out for here and there in like events, and like he was like an up-and-coming guy once upon a time. That's obviously going back a very long way, but it's crazy to think about because he's come such a long way in his career. He's won tournaments as well. Yeah, it's great to see him still playing and still active, and yeah, having such a great time as these guys are chatting away with each other on stage and sorting some stuff out still.
They're trying to figure out what in the world is going on, I guess. Now, Skillous is apparently the IT support. I guess there's an audio issue, judging by... Yeah, he's trying to test whether or not his headphones are working on his audio setup. I think that's what's happening. If I were to make a guess, final answer, Wardy. Do I win anything if I get it right?
Yeah, you can win the pride of being correct. You've identified what's going on.
That's all I ever want to be.
All right, well, we'll obviously be giving this a few moments as... Yeah, PvP still seemingly has some issues. We were obviously told we were going to maybe go into Creator versus Shin, but maybe they're not quite ready. We don't quite know right now. Maybe it seemed like these guys were going to be ready and then the audio broke again.
Yeah, sometimes those sorts of things happen. It's one of the downsides, of course, when you're playing far away. You have to kind of make your setup as, well, similar to home as possible. Admin just trying to make sure that everything is going correctly.
Yep.
There's always somebody looking over your shoulder at tournaments like this to make sure that everything is going according to the rules.
All smooth. Yeah, shout out to the admins. Been doing a great job so far, keeping us somewhat on track and obviously getting everything sorted quickly. Knowing how to turn mouse acceleration off, key skill as an admin.
I mean, sometimes finding the settings in Windows or Windows 11 or whatever, it's tricky, right? Like, you don't really know where the settings are hiding.
That's true. If you turned your mouse acceleration off like 5 years ago, right?
Yes.
You turn your mouse acceleration off 5 years ago, you've never done it again.
Like, you just freely update. Yeah, it's you go across and suddenly there's mouse acceleration. You're the first one using a computer. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, a little bit tricksy.
What player is that in the background, Wardy? Is Is that Bjorn on that player
On the
card?
player card? Yeah, it's Beyond in the background. Of course it
It
is.
looks like Bjorn.
Yeah, it's Beyond.
Nice.
Yeah, I stole
Still
that
one of
one.
the big cards.
It is a big card, yeah. I stole it. It was the first year we had big cards. The second year we were told we weren't allowed to take any because they all went to the players. But the first year I took it before anyone could stop me.
You didn't ask. Nobody said you could take it, but you did.
Bjorn knows I have it because he signed it. So like, he knew I had it. So if anyone was going to stop me, I feel like it was going to be Bjorn, So. Yeah, to be fair, like loads of them were left over the first year. I remember they were like being handed around the hotel lobby and all sorts. Anyways, we got Creator and Shin up on stage and on camera now. So we are indeed going to be going into this PvZ while Skillous and Showtime swap PCs or something along those lines. We are going to head into this Protoss versus had to get the camera set up to switch on over here. As Creator looking very good lately, isn't he? Look at that haircut.
Yeah, he's ready with his rain jacket, dude. If it starts raining inside,
In Dallas. Hey,
he's gonna be very dry and
to be
Texas.
fair, last year when we were in Dallas, it rained, man. Like it rained so hard. I wouldn't be surprised if it did come through the freaking venue because it was raining so hard the first day or two. Like there was like warnings out. I remember like my shuttle from the airport, like we got delayed because the roads were flooding. It was crazy. So maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's actually maybe he remembers last year's Dallas event.
We've actually seen this from Koreans for many years, right? A lot of them like to play with jackets on. I guess it's mostly because of the GSL studio being kind of cold, but
I don't know how they do it, man. Like that's crazy.
yeah, it sounds incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know. Like something in my arms. I'm trying to play StarCraft here. I honestly, I feel like such an old man talking about trying to play StarCraft. It's like anything is slightly wrong. It's just like, oh, grumble. Can't possibly play StarCraft like this.
Well, most of the players play without shoes on, right? It's very common if you're walking around an esports event to just see shoes standing right next to the desk because everybody plays from the comfort of their home without shoes on. So to be wearing a jacket whilst not wearing shoes feels really weird to me, but maybe I'm overthinking it.
I'm with you, man. Like I can understand if they had like a thin hoodie on or something, but man, they're wearing full-on jackets and stuff. Like I find this stuff crazy. I'm with you, but clearly we're just maybe that's why we never made it pro, mate. Maybe we're doing it wrong. Maybe we're held back by the lack of ability to play with a jacket on.
That is it, yeah. Anyways, it looks like both of the players are just about ready to get into the first game of their tournament. Man, imagine you go all the way across the ocean, right? And your first competitor is going to be either Shin or Creator. Like, this is not the open bracket they were really hoping for, I guess. But
They had a little warm-up.
Yeah.
Shin took down Awesome Source,
that's true.
And
That's
Creator took out Patches.
fair.
Yeah, but,
All right.
there's some names there.
A bit of a step up, though.
It is a little bit of a step up, to be fair. Yes, I think your next round, but it's rough because like you obviously come in as like 4th, 5th kind of seeds here, 4, 5, 6 seeds. Like you can see when you look at the bracket, like Maru and Q, I think have the highest seeding, so they kind of get that slightly easier round of 8, and then you go into the middle, and there's just there's a lot of good players in these brackets. So yes, by the time it's upper bracket round of 8, you're going to be playing difficult opponents. It's not going to be easy. Nothing's going to be a given. It's going to be absolutely a bit of a challenge.
Are they playing, Wardy? I feel like they're playing. Am I crazy? Creator's definitely playing something. I see that mouse, or sorry, the water bottle, like, moving around. Shin may also actually be in a game right now. I can see his mouse hand moving, too.
They're still just warming up, They might just be getting some warm-ups going still. But that would explain why they're looking so focused, to be fair.
Yeah, they're looking extremely focused. I wonder if they're actually in a game.
We're gonna cast them from this point of view.
Well,
The game is not ready, so they're just warming up, man. So apparently the lobby is ready to go, apart from the fact the players are practicing. Brilliant.
everybody's ready except for the
Except for
players.
but yeah, I mean, I was with you, man. You were getting me convinced that they were playing away.
His eyes are darting all over the screen. He's looking for the Oracle right now. He knows there's an Oracle just about to go into his main base.
Yeah, they're definitely getting warmed up. Again, obviously, if they were thinking they were going to be the series after this, they might still get a couple more minutes to warm up and stuff right as well. So, obviously schedule's been shifted a little bit here. There's some issues on the different stages. Kind of nice though, there's two different setups, right? So you can actually we've been, apart from now, we've been pretty quick at going from series to series because the other series are kept set up while the other guys are still playing. It's kind of nice. Usually we have to have a whole desk segment and stuff to kind of give people time to get on stage. Not today.
We are the desk segment.
We are the desk segment.
That's what we are, dude. But you're absolutely right. It's nice to have two of these setups at the same time so we can have multiple games prepared and ready to go. Even when the pro gamers get lost sometimes, they can still be found in time. Like, this is one of the tricky parts, right? So obviously the pro gamers know that they're going to be on the stream and they're going to be playing on stage, but yeah, the schedule is obviously, I mean, you can set a certain hour for it, right? Like, say your game is beginning on the top of the hour every single time, but well, we go from game to game, and sometimes the matches go a little bit quicker than the schedule that the players were given actually said, so it can sometimes be a little difficult. Yeah, both of them are definitely playing something.
Yep.
You know?
All right, so I'm gonna get
a little bit of Google Translate.
Yeah, quick little Google Translate for it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm ready. We can play. Love it. All right, well, again, just swapping series around, so taking a couple of moments. Again, this is back into the Group A. Group B is being played at a similar time right now as well, so that's ongoing. No other results really coming through from Group B. We'll update you if anything does come in. Of course, Group C and D later starting up as well. Clem and Gerald going to be in action. Going to be a lot of continuing great games throughout the day here as well. On the road to EWC at this stop, DreamHack Dallas, a qualifier for the tournament. Bunch of prize money on the line, but the most important thing this weekend is absolutely those 4 slots to EWC. That is what most of these players are absolutely aiming for. There's a couple guys already qualified. They're here for the money, they're here for the practice and the experience, but the majority of these guys, they want to just qualify for EWC, no doubt.
Yeah, we said it before. At this point in time, for the Esports World Cup, only Clem, he's qualified because he won the EWC last year, and then Hero because he, well, spoiler alert, won the GSO Codes.
It's been a week or two. We're good.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, I guess, at this point, but those are the only 2 players currently qualified. So practically everybody we see, they are not yet in the biggest tournament of 2025 for StarCraft II. So they need to be practicing, they need to be playing, they need to be, well, proceeding in these events as far as they possibly can. Reaching top 4 though in this tournament is going to be extremely difficult because there are just so many good players here, right? Like, because it's such an important event, all the best players have also decided to travel from, well, every corner of the earth to try and get over here. So yeah, you need to be able to take down the very best players to make it into the top 4. And sometimes you start off with a very tough opponent. And yeah, for some of the players, I mean, your bracket is always going to influence your game results, right? Like your tournament results. But if you want to make it to the EWC, if you want to make it to the top 4, you are going to have to take down great players along the way at some point. So, I mean, even though these 2 are facing pretty early, they should be able to get it done.
Realistically, right? Like, only 2 players come out of each of these brackets. So, yes, one of them goes down to the lower bracket, but you're right. Like, there's going to be more difficult opponents further down the line anyway. So, you're right. You got to get through this guy here to have a good shot. Your run's not over. You've got a lower bracket after, but, like, these brackets are stacked. Like, there's no easy bracket. There are going to be players going home earlier than, you know, we expect to see because the tournament is just going to be that tough. It's plain and simple. We're sending people home. You know, only 8 players make that playoff bracket. And only 4 get the EWC seed. So yeah, it's going to be tough. Everyone's got to beat good people here. There ain't no avoiding it.
There's definitely going to be some upsets in this tournament, regardless, right? Like, there is a very real possibility that some of the absolute best players in the world just don't make it through. It's not like you have a few lives in this event, right? There is a lower bracket, but you only really need to lose a couple series in order for you to be eliminated from the event. And, well, I mean, best of 3s are pretty brutal too.
It's a super punishing bracket, right? Because obviously, you know, we've had a few phases of tournaments in the past, right? In the past, we had like DreamHacks, which were all group stage focused. So you lose 2 and you're out, but if you lose 1, you get in a new group. You can lose 1 and still advance from the next group again, right? And then we kind of had the knockout bracket, right? So if people got in 0-2 in their group, they'd have another life in the knockout bracket, like a final chance, which was kind of cool. We had a couple cool storylines and runs. This is just double elim, you know? It's double elim.
Yeah. You lose twice, you're out.
There's no second chances, no knockout bracket, no kind of second group stage to reset the fact you lost a match already. No, it's just double elimination. You get into the top 8 and then single elimination, right? So it's still kind of double elim because if you make it through the lower bracket, you've still lost once, you just can't lose again. So yeah, it's really cutthroat, this format. Definitely getting down to business. Kind of reminds me, it reminds me obviously of like MLGs of old, right? Where it's like you just have these big open brackets. Maybe the scale isn't there, but the quality of players definitely is. And you know, anything can happen because any given series is just a best of 3. We've already had upsets on stream today. And if any given series is just a best of 3, then, you know, the potential for anything to happen really is just there.
I wonder what these guys are are waiting for before their games can begin. I wonder what they're trying to figure out right now. It was very clear that Showtime was having some sort of technical difficulties. I think his audio was kind of messed up and he couldn't quite get everything to work. These two are just having a friendly conversation, right? They're discussing whatever needs to be discussed.
Oh, they're vetoing. Okay, so they're
They're very vocal for doing vetoes.
Yeah.
Really? They're actually trying to get the vetoes done?
Yeah,
While
apparently.
shouting at each other? I like it.
How dare you veto my map? He's like, you want to fight? I'm going to proxy you.
I wanted to pick Persephone! It's got a healing circle. Your oracles are never going to die if you can...
Well, actually, they can't heal our units, the healing circle, so, you know.
True. Point.
Yeah, I'm just imagining it's like, you know, you veto Last Fantasy. It's like, yeah, you're so scared of the 3-player map, bro. It's like, I'm afraid of RNG.
I don't think either of these two is too keen for RNG to decide these series, but
Understandable.
yeah,
Understandable.
makes a lot of sense. Of course, with a best, a 9-map map pool, you do get quite a few vetoes, so you get to get rid of the ones you really don't like.
Yep.
You also have to keep in mind, of course, that these guys play, well, a lot of games, right? And they will have a lot of games available for the opponent to study. So obviously they've known who you're likely going to be facing off against. So I can imagine, well, Shin's games have been dissected, right? He plays in a lot.
He does play a lot, but he plays differently enough, I think, to kind of mix it up a lot as well. And he can be very aggressive. He can play decently into the later stages too. Like, he's not necessarily a one-trick pony. I think a lot of people see Shin as this kind of very aggressive Zerg, but I think the reality is that he's he really has the capability to play the longer game if he needs to. That said, playing a longer game in ZVP right now is not necessarily the most fun. Like, Protoss definitely have a good later game. The Mothership is actually a very good unit at the moment as well. Creator, I think, is very comfortable in those later game scenarios too. So it does kind of feel a bit of a weird one for Shin, where it's like, you don't want to be predictable and be aggressive, but then the longer the game goes, I think the more you can let your opponent get into their comfort zone as well. So maybe you do want to be aggressive, but then maybe that's too predictable. There's definitely some figuring out to be done there.
Okay, the thumbs up.
Thumbs up is being given. We have no idea what for, but okay, game is starting in 1 minute.
Game is starting in 1 minute. All right.
Exciting stuff. All right, we will actually cast some PvZ then, so we're going to get this ready to go. Players put their headphones in, put the blockers on as well, and we should be all ready to rumble with this Creator versus Shin series. I mean, again, did we talk about kind of their history against each other as well? I imagine it's quite back and forth between these guys.
I don't know the Kings, but I would imagine it's pretty back and forth. Maybe a slight advantage for Shin, if I were to make a guess.
Yep, Shin 35-25 all-time in matches. He has won the last two meetings, which are two of the... Oh, they've played a lot in 2025. Shin has won 5 times to 2 this year.
Okay.
So, yeah. Creator winning against Shin maybe a bit more early in his career. These are, again, two players who've been playing for a very long time. Shin, previously known as Ragnarok, just in case anyone's not up to date with that name change. It's been a while, but it still catches some people off guard sometimes. So, yeah, obviously Shin has been playing for a good old amount of time as well.
Yeah, both of these players have been competing for, I want to say, at least a decade, right? Like, it's been some time. Both of them very successful. It seems like both players, though, are prepared to get ready, but something is once more stopping them. So
they're just having such a good time getting ready to play. You know, we've seen the smile on their faces, the joy that they've been having. Maybe they're just having such a good time just prepping to play. I actually, you know what? I was kind of thinking about it too. Shin has played a lot of like long games lately as well. Like, I don't know if he necessarily wants to go into those long games, but he has ended up in quite a few long games. So yeah, I think this might be like our first chance to see like maybe a 30+ minute game in this tournament as well. So, yeah, some opportunity. Apparently, the website for the vetoes is slow, is what's going on. So that's maybe what's going on. Is like they're clicking the veto button, and then...
You gotta go back to the pen and paper method, man. That's what we've done for years, and it always functions. We did the same thing with Dutch elections, Morty. We went back to pen and paper a long time ago. It works better.
I love it. That's definitely a new one, man. Just go... the veto website
for the
is
vetoes is struggling.
Yeah. Well, you know what? At this point, they should just pick up pictures of the map and like rip them in half as they veto them or something.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Creator is at least getting a very long and thorough thought about the next map that he's going to ban.
He's been thinking about the map to ban for so long, he forgets he hasn't banned it yet, and he moves on to the next one.
Game 1, Last Fantasy. We're like, no, what happened?
Like, wait, what? No? Yeah, that'd be funny. Well, yeah, we obviously just sit waiting for them to do their vetoes then. So at least we know what's going on. They are in the process of vetoing. In theory, you know, we were ready to go a while ago, just the website was not ready to handle it with us.
Oh, okay. Shin is just...
Shin's like, you know what? Bathroom break. We're halfway through the vetoes. It's taken a while. new official ruling.
Ask the admin if he could actually go for...
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, sure, 5 minutes. No
It's like after 2 vetoes, you may take a bathroom break because the website's not so fast.
They have no idea that they've been on stream this entire time. Okay, now creator is gone too.
All right, we actually have vetoes have been set. So apparently creator has started off. He banned Torches, Pylon, and Last Fantasy. Shin banned Leylines, Tokamak, and Persephone, leaving us with Magnatha, Incorporeal, and Ultra Love as our best of 3 maps. So the maps are set. And we are officially going to be ready to go into this matchup very, very soon. And yeah, I love, by the way, Last Fantasy. I feel like no one wants to play it, but no one vetoes it first, right? Because they're like, hey, what if he wastes his veto on it? And then it's like, it gets to your final veto, and you're like, I guess I better. All right, guys, Creative vs. Shin is coming up after this quick little break. We're actually going to be going in-game. We are back, and this time it's going to be less of us and more of the players and more StarCraft II on the screens. They are ready to go. They've been back from the toilet break. The vetoes are done. We are ready to cast Creator versus Shin. And even better news, Showtime and Skillous have resolved their issues. So after this, we're going to be heading right into that as well, which means that we're back on track, Loco. Hopefully no more downtime. Hopefully a lot more StarCraft.
Yeah, looks like everything's ready. The earphones are in, the headphones are on, the jackets have been put back on, very important.
Yeah.
The shoes are likely off, the backpacks have disappeared, the mouse is in the right position, the chair is at the correct height. We may even have a keyboard, although we can't really tell for certain.
Admin's just like, perfect, couple of backpacks from a collection, take them away. Alrighty, so we should be good to go in the next few moments. This game should be starting up as Creator and Shin get ready to go to action. Very important series between these two. And yeah, just a chance to stay in the winning bracket. Feels good. Less matches to play in the lower bracket. If there's another... The worst thing is if you lose this and then someone gets upset elsewhere, your lower bracket match can become very deadly as well. So yeah, big game right now between these two to just keep themselves in that great position in that upper bracket. Of course, you win this and then you're just a couple series away from qualifying through to the playoffs. So it's a big one, and we've got StarCraft on the screen as we are going to have in the bottom right. Our red Protoss player here is Creator.
And his opponent all the way in the top left with the blue Zerg pieces, he is Shin. These players are both incredibly good. Do you think they have the opportunity to make it to the top 4? Do you, looking at the signups list for this particular tournament, do you think it's likely that they're going to make it to the top 4?
They'd have to have like a great run. Like, can they beat the majority of players here? Yes. But to string those results together, that's what makes champions, right? And I don't know if Shin and Creator are that kind of level to string that set of results together, I think is my problem kind of seeing this. So is it possible? Yes. It's definitely unlikely though. Like, they're definitely not the favorites to make it through there by any stretch. I mean, it's just such a tough landscape right now. But if they make it through the group and they make playoffs, then you're just a best of 5 away. Like, you know, anything really is possible in that scenario. So yeah, I think it's one of those ones where it's like, I don't think they're going to make top 4, but you can never say never, because at the end of the day, like we just talked about, the bracket format's deadly, right? You know, an upset here, an upset there can turn everything around.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I think it's going to be difficult for the both of them, but they're both technically capable of taking games off of everybody. I don't think there's really an opponent here that they couldn't take down. It's going to be a really tough match, though, to begin this real tournament series for them. They probably would have liked to face somebody else, but you are going to have to take on one of the top contenders at some point in the future. Now, the early game of ZVP is very well figured out in the current day and age of StarCraft II. The first, I want to say 4 or 5 minutes or so are pretty much set in stone. There is a little bit of variety here and there, but 9 out of 10 times, Protoss will open up with a quick Stargate. We do see some varieties as far as like the units go that come out of the very first gateways, but there is indeed going to be that Stargate. We are going to start off as well with an Adept, no surprise there. And I'm expecting a third hatchery here in just a moment as well from Shin.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't think there's any reason to do anything crazy here. Get that hatchery down. Magnatha's a pretty big map as well, so this definitely feels like one where if you want to play that longer game, this is going to be a good kind of candidate for it. The bases do get pretty spread out, which makes it interesting for later. Obviously, spreading your army, dealing with pushes, pushing yourself, counter-attacking. There's a lot of possibilities for that on this map while the game gets large and big. So I think that'll be interesting to see how the players develop their kind of, you know, games and their setups. I say we'll see what Shin does too, because I think if anyone does mix it up and brings the aggression, I really think it's Shin. Of course, Creator can apply pressure with Blink Stalkers and so on, but if someone really tries to end the game early, I guess, yeah, I really see it being the Zerg in this matchup.
Yeah, I 100% agree. We have been seeing quite a bit of aggression once more from Zerg players with Queen drops and all the rest of it, but it really depends on a clean early game. You have to be able to defend against these Oracles and these Adepts very, very nicely. Now, this has been the gold standard for a long time now, and Zerg players have gotten very good at defending against Oracles without really making a whole lot of defenses. So usually they'll... Ooh, we have a Void Ray on the back of this. Interesting. We'll talk about that in just a second, but the Oracle is now going across the map, and Queens and maybe a Spore Crawler or two will be available here for Shin. It's not, however, going to be double Oracle or even triple Oracle for now. We have a Void Ray on the back of this. I love this group of Zerglings, though. Denying the third Nexus. Normal timing of this was about 10 seconds ago, and Creator is forced to defend right now.
Yep, just very annoying, and the Adept is going to shade back, surviving low HP. I love the wall off that allows for you to have like a secondary place to put the Adept and then a pylon to come down just to save the day. That's actually very cute. There's juicy 2 Adepts across the map, though. The Ling's been on the other side. Open the door for these Adepts to get more damage done than usual. We get 2 drones. Can we make it 3? We can. 3 workers, 2 Adepts both dead. I like it though. Honestly, 3 workers is pretty reasonable for the couple of Adepts. We get the Nexus back on track, and both these players able to strike a blow early.
Yeah, it was a lot of Zerglings made though by Shin, so despite the fact that he has been quite successful with them, he did take a bit of damage at home, and then also, well, he lowered his own worker count by making so many Zerglings, right? Now making 7 Overlords too. Shin not quite really finding a real groove just yet in this particular game. It's a bit funky to go Oracle into Void Ray and then into additional Oracle production. We do see it from time to time. We'll have to see if Shin is also really expecting it, right? So this Overlord sniper here is very, very nice, because Overlords are, well, basically the only way in which Shin can reliably get information about the main base of the opponent, and he is going to be playing in the dark for a while now. So how do you prepare against whatever Protoss is going to go for? Do you just blindly prepare against everything, or do you assume this will just be a pretty standard follow-up, maybe into like Blink Stalker? Like, what do you expect here as the Zerg player moving forward?
Yeah, I think you've always got to have like just Stalkers on the mind. It's a very standard way to play. I mean, anything's really possible, right? In the sense of like the Protoss have a lot of ways they can mix the game up from a very similar setup. So yeah, you set up here and get going. The Oracle's actually going to do some good damage. This is really nice. The more damage you get done here as Creator, the easier it's going to be continuing through. The Adept's going to commit. There are lings nearby, but still the Adept's going to get in and should have been able to get maybe a couple more workers. We do see Adepts on the third base as well, so the worker kill count is going up. And yeah, as Creator just starts up an Immortal as well, he's prepping himself to maybe get very aggressive on a follow-up. Twilight Council only just now starting, so yes, we're a long way off, and yeah, with it just being Robo and Forge, I guess it's going to be difficult for Creator to really do much outside of just kind of Immortal kind of pressure, but he cancels the 4th with the Oracles as well. That's amazing for him. You can see the supply is ahead for Creator. That's not how it's meant to be at 6 minutes in the game.
Yeah, this has been a flying start here for Creator, but I wonder if he actually forgot about the Twilight Council, because you want to be making Immortals at this point in time. You probably want to go into like a charge push or something along those lines. The Twilight Council being this late, I mean, every attack that Protoss goes for after this sort of, well, Oracle opener, it relies on the Twilight Council. Can you really go for a push without it?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Like, I was kind of thinking the same when I was looking at the Robo and the Forge. I was like, there is something missing. And I didn't want to say it because I was like, maybe he's got a plan, but like, it was absolutely abnormal. Like, I'm saying like all these things, like there's so many choices, but like they usually all come off the Twilight. I mean, it comes in now, charge starts, Templar Archives on the way. Void Ray will put some pressure onto this 4th base. The Queens are not there just yet, but they should be able to get there. I'm not sure 2 Sentries, 2 Adepts, and an Immortal are meant to fight Lings, but we're going to give it a go. And yeah, the Oracle's there. Yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like. It's dangerous, but with the Oracles there, you feel much safer. And is he actually going to try and push onto this location? That is wild, knowing how many Lings are already out.
I think I wouldn't mind if he just recalls and just delays this, because if he loses this army, he is going to, well, not be able to go for an attack. He's going to commit though, and he gets the job done. 4th Nexus goes out, kills it, and or 4th Hatchery rather goes down, and we do see the recall. I think 1 sentry may have died, but that's about it.
That's so stupidly good for Creator. Like, this is not even making sense. What's going on for Shin? Disaster. He is going to come across the map. Maybe the 4th of Creator has to get cancelled, but you don't need that so soon when your opponent's 4th is so delayed. Shin's strength in this game is going to be getting to the Lurkers, and maybe with the Lurkers something can happen, but we're getting very well set up here right now as Creator, who goes Robo Base, 2nd facility, charge finishing. It's still kind of wild. I guess we're going to start getting some answers up to those Lurkers soon, though.
I think Creator should go for a big attack. I don't really think he should just sit back here and wait until the opponent gets Lurkers out. It's really difficult for Zerg to go Lurkers without 4 bases. You just don't have that much gas here as Shin. He's killed the 4th base twice. I feel like you... Okay, he's losing Oracles now too in the middle of the map. I really think Creator could line up a really nice attack here, but it might already be a window that's closing. He's retaking the 4th. Yeah, he does some warpins at home. He's gonna just continuously get some more army going. It is one of those weird things where you know that like your late game is really good as Protoss here, so maybe just lean into that. But also, I think you could just try and win the match right here, right now. Lurkers, though, are coming. 8 of them are on the production tab. This attack here from Creator has been delayed so many times that Shin might actually get the right answer out before the push hits, although it's going to be really close.
You're going to see the Lurkers are morphing with the Observer. That Observer is super important because it lets him make the decision. We cancel all the Lurkers. That was the one thing I was super scared of, the Lurkers finishing, and maybe the Obs goes down, then there's no detection. But now it's not going to be a factor. So Creator is on your side, Logo. He's just going to try and end it. He knows it's been a great early game for himself. He got his fourth base cancelled again, but he ain't gonna care if he can win the game right here and now. However, the Zelda not breaking through, and we are gonna have to take a step back. The Colossus showing up. It's only Ling Hydra. The Lurkers have been delayed by that cancel. Now 6 more gonna morph in again. Just Creator push once more. He's gonna deny this forward base of the Zerg player. The issue for Creator is, again, no fourth for him back at home, so pulling back home may not be as much of an option as it would have been previously. In we go. We do have an Archon. We do have Colossus. 4 splash damage right now. The Prism getting targeted, but he pulls it away. The Hydra's chasing it, but we are going to get the Lurkers there. However, the Observer is available. Do we have the damage to get through the Lurkers? The Prism goes down. Colossus jumps out. I mean, Creator's going to lose momentum because he just can't keep attacking into Lurkers with nothing reinforcing. Wow, that was a ridiculous fight as Creator comes out ahead on supply, but the lack of a fourth, he is on a timer here.
Imagine if he would not have randomly flown those 2 oracles over a bunch of Hydras on the watchtower where he's currently parking his army. We saw them going down as they took a lot of damage from the Hydras. He clearly did not expect the Hydras here, but I think if he had those 2 oracles, I mean, he wouldn't have felt that urgency to jump that deep either, right? Because he would have the revelations and all that available to try and deal with those lurkers a little bit more easily. But just the amount of damage that the pulsar beams would deal would be absolutely amazing. And that's going to make this game a little bit more difficult for Creator. He now restarts the 4th Nexus. I think this is the 3rd or the 4th time. Shin has not had a comfortable game at all, but he is hanging on. And he is going into Lurkers, and Lurkers are, of course, phenomenally good against, well, anything that walks on the ground. Creator is trying to see if he could potentially fight fire with fire as he goes now into Immortals. He's definitely blundering this game, though, because he's got 3 Colossi out before he started up the Extended Thermal Lens upgrade, which... all of this is a bit shaky, but I'm still liking this position for Shin, or for Creator rather, quite a bit.
Yeah, I still like it for Creator, but it's definitely dangerous with those Lurkers up, and they're upgraded as well. So he's got to be super careful about fighting. Again, the loss of the Oracles is so sad, because now you're super reliant on Observers, so you've got to be careful about keeping those your vision. You don't have guaranteed detection once you drop a Revelation down, right, like you had before. Creator has the supply, but does he have the supply to attack into Lurkers? That's the question. I love the Immortals coming up. I think with Thermal Lance finishing, he might be able to make a bit of an attack happen. Main thing is the 4th base is finally online. That was the one thing that's kept Shin in this game. If he never denied the 4th, he would have just died, I think, to a wave of reinforcements much sooner. But that 4th actually going down a couple times kept Shin in it. He's going to try and counterattack again with those Lings. The Zelds are going to see them coming, and so Creator should be fairly prepped back over there.
Yeah, it's difficult though to break a Zerg at this point in time, right? He's still getting some free pickoffs here, it seems, although a Colossus pays the price, so maybe it wasn't that free in the end. Creator's going into Storm. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a transition towards like a Fleet Beacon and a Mothership here in a moment too. He's still marching around the map though, making it difficult for Zerg. Oh no, is he bleeding out 2 more units? 1 Immortal dies, 2nd Immortal also dies. Creator is not really playing the cleanest match of his life, but I feel like he's still hanging on, and he still actually had a slight advantage.
Good jump from Shin, just seeing the opportunity to get forward there and to get something done. We're going to see a bunch more Zealots warping in. I was just going to be seeing the hits coming through, a couple of those Lings going down. Drones are going to be dropping as well.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can just deal damage wherever possible. Those Zealot run-bys, though, are really nice. Targeting the Prism would have been fantastic. Does not quite do it, as he's busy trying to see if he could shove the Lurkers towards the other side of the map. Lurkers have now arrived over at the 3rd Nexus. Creator has made a new base. Prism, all army hotkeys straight through the middle of that base. Somehow stays alive, and misreadied Colossus as well, though. Trying to just hit whatever it can. We have the Lurkers just running by everything. This is an absolute bloodbath, Wardy. Ultimately, though, the Protoss units get back together again, and it seems that the Nexus survived.
Wow, I mean, this is just ridiculous, as the surround of the surround doesn't actually come through. Oh my goodness, what the heck's going on? This is actually just a ridiculous game. I mean, straight up just silly things happening, quite frankly. As, I mean, that was just messy. Mistakes were made.
Yeah, the flanker was trying to flank the flanker. There was just flanks upon flanks upon flanks, and then at some point everything is just incredibly disjointed. So what do? You hit all army, and you hope for the best. Well, we have so many lurkers still, though. Protoss army coming in from multiple angles. He does not commit here. No oracles, so it's difficult to actually get the detection in place. Although there's no overseer up in the air either. There should really be an overseer here for Shin to try and snipe. Really, the only source of detection. Okay, yeah, that's Storm not really achieving a whole lot.
Frey is respecting this army a lot. He's been very cautious about kind of picking his fight into it, but it means he's going to let the Nexus go down. He's got the right side, so maybe it's not super terrible for him to let the base fall. I mean, surely Shin just can't sit there forever, right? Because now he's not achieving anything by sitting there. So Creator's like, you know what, take that position, take the base. I'll fight you when you move elsewhere. I think that's his goal right now. There's that rock tower to think about as well.
Forward.
Oh yeah, Shin's just going to commit in. That gives Creator an opportunity to jump on some of this, but if the Lurkers get sieged up in time, like Creator's army top right is a bit slow to show up, and now he's got Lurkers further forward, and now you maybe do need to fight this, otherwise your natural is in trouble. Oh dear, this game is an absolute mess from honestly both players. It's been an absolute, he said a bloodbath, that's a great way to describe it, because it's hard to really keep track of who's really winning. Like Creator's numbers are so good, but the positions that Shin is finding keeps him in the game repeatedly.
It's so difficult to break lurkers in this position. How do you get it done? You need to get the detection down on those lurkers.
I actually think you can
really know exactly how many there are.
Just surround an A-click. I actually think is good enough. No, like
I think if your tech moves right now and storms a little bit, he should be fine, right? Yeah. He's waiting an extremely long time, though.
What is he waiting for? +3 attacks a long way off. He's going to let the natural go down. He gets supply blocked out of this as well, so his own production slowed down. He's got nothing on the way to fix the supply block. Honestly, now attacking in might be fine. Just trade out some supply and you can rope in again.
4 observers, right?
Yeah,
doesn't he have like a whole lot?
He's got a ton of detection. Yeah, he's got tons of detection. What's crazy is this fight right now isn't any better for him than it was like a while ago. It's probably worse, if anything, no? Because reinforcements are coming. I honestly don't know. This is such a weird game.
Oh, I think Shin has been on like an all-in for like the last 3 minutes or so. Like he believed that was his final attack, and that attack killed 2 bases now, and he's sending some of the reinforcements towards the right side of the map too to see if he could get another expansion. Bunch of High Templar just kind of awkwardly walking around. Observer gets targeted down. Nicely done right there by Shin, as it looks to me that he is killing another Nexus. This is one of those positions where Zerk was so committed. Oh my god, we are going to double down. We are going to try and surround this army. He could have done this quite literally 2 minutes ago and saved, I think, 2 bases.
Yeah.
Nothing really changed there. Am I crazy? Like, nothing really changed that would have prompted it to be happening now.
Yeah, absolutely nothing is improved for Gerald. I mean, I guess he got a few more warpins and stuff, but honestly, like, he could have fought this so long ago. He was so afraid of these lurkers, and it was okay to give them a bit of respect, but he never should have let them kill the natural. Like, that was just silly. Now we're pushing across the map, and Creator is basically all in because he has to win the game because he's got no bases left over.
Is there only one observer? Is there one observer? Is that the only observer?
There's 2.
2. There's 2 of them. I mean, there's a lot of lurkers. If he can target fire down the observers, this will be extremely
Lurkers have no protection. There's nothing protecting the lurkers, so they're just going to start dying. Now we're going to go to the upper right, maybe go after those lurkers. Chris, I don't know which lurkers to kill, but if he's just fighting half of them, that's probably okay. That's generally a good thing. His army supply is in the lead. His army just looks amazing, right? Like, it's so tech heavy. He's going to kill all these lurkers, and Creator, I think, is going to win this game, which should have been just so much simpler for him. GG, says Shin, who... Yeah, I mean, Creator, celebrate, but buddy, this was not a pretty game. I mean, what the heck did we just watch? That was... I want to revoke my statement that anything could happen. I actually don't think these... No, I mean, I think this was a game where, like, things just got a little hectic and a little away from me, and obviously in that scenario, everyone looks a bit silly at times, but man, like, the fact that this was a game for, like, so long when it shouldn't have been, bonkers stuff. GG. Fun one.
Yeah, extremely messy game, and I think both players may be respecting the opponent's army a little bit too much.
Yes.
Again, I think this would have been over if Creator would have kept those oracles alive. He was flying them around, flew them over a bunch of hydras for no apparent reason at all. These 2 oracles that you see right here, they could have won this game, I want to say about a good 8 minutes sooner for Creator when he first went across the map with his big attack. But after that super scrappy fight, he had to like delay his 4th base, right? Because he lost it twice before that. After this super scrappy fight, this one right here on your screen, he didn't really know exactly where to navigate the game, I guess. And ultimately, he got the job done, but in one of the, well, clumsiest ways that I've seen Protoss win over the last couple of months.
I thought he was going to win that fight just with the Zealots, to be honest. And then, like... Yeah, then this fight happens again, and it's just gonna lose. Prism gets chased. He saves the Prism, but then in this case, don't bring the Prism back. Like, just sit back and warp warp in with the Prism like a bit further away, no? And then he also wins the game. Yeah. Oh, absolute mayhem. Shin held on by a thread.
Random losses with the all army hotkey. I think both players trying to get their armies back together. This is a flank upon a flank upon a flank. And Nexus at the bottom lives though.
What's crazy is that Creator just died. I can't believe he let this Nexus like right now he could fight and win this. I'm absolutely convinced he could.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. He was respecting those lurkers way too much. I guess he wanted to get a few more rounds of Immortals out or something along those lines, but he didn't really know exactly what Zerg had in the meantime at home, right? I mean, killed some economy, sure, but it could have gone horribly wrong if Shin just decided to drone up for like 3 minutes. He had so much time.
Yeah, I think
he respected that army too.
That's the problem, right? Like, if you let that army sit there and kill your base, do something to take advantage of the fact that that base is, you know, being killed. Like, go across the map, counter or something. Crazy game number 1. In the bottom right side, up a game is going to be Creator, winning out that opening map after one heck of an opening. Yeah, I just can't even describe it. It was wild.
Incorporeal is the second map, and in the top left-hand corner, oh, that is Creator right over there. In the top left-hand corner, though, we have none other than Shin. Certainly not playing his best game of his life. I don't think he was too happy with how any of that went. But he ultimately, well, lost the game, but only just barely. Like, that game was still winnable, actually, at the very end, I think, if things were just ever so slightly different. He felt like he was all in for way longer than he was actually all in for, if that makes any sense. Like, he was pretending he was all in for the last 5 minutes, but well, when you're all in a game of StarCraft II for that long, you probably could have just made another expansion instead.
That was one of those games where just Creator did so well too. Like, his early harassment was good, his setup was good. I mean, I do think he forgot the Twilight Council as well.
yeah, I think he must have forgotten the Twilight Council. There's no way, because that attack was so late, and then he decided, well, I guess I go Archons and Storm or something, and we kind of make a 4th Nexus, and then the 4th Nexus died, so I guess we try to restart. It died again, and then we just awkwardly go for a push now, and we just lost our Oracles.
You know what it is?
Not the best game.
Tournament nerves are a real thing today. I actually think whoever makes it through this tournament and this qualifier is absolutely going to be the guy who can just hold their nerves together, because right now, we've seen multiple players be all over the place where they shouldn't have been. Yep. It's been crazy.
And later on, we get to watch Cyril play like an absolute robot, and we're like, oh, well.
So I was like, oh, it's been a year since I played offline. Oh, well.
Possibly. Maybe he'll be human too, I don't know. But we've seen a lot of human players so far, Wardy.
Mm-hmm. We have. Yeah, it's actually wild to talk about, because obviously this is probably one of the longest periods in which a lot of these players haven't played offline for as well, right? So it's definitely a bit of a story, and I can only again say that that last game was a perfect example of when we talk about nerves. Like, we've seen these guys play a lot of games over the last few months in online tournaments and all the rest, and they've looked much cleaner. They've looked much smoother. And yeah, crazy games happen and people mess up and stuff, but that was, you know, such a confoundment of mistakes. Yeah, really crazy to come out the other side. As the hatch goes down on the 3rd base, Link Speed, Hatchery, Queen all coming up, Twilight Council building, and a Robo as well.
That's a little uncommon, I guess, these days. I mean, we mostly see Stargate openers. Creator, though, is somebody who likes to go for example, Glaive to Depths. He's forgetting one of the probes in the gas, but it may actually be intentional, because he's mining with 4 in total right now. Adding a 5th into the mix, we'll have to see what he exactly decides to go for. I'm assuming it will be Glaives. There it is. A couple seconds late on it, but he's still going to be able to get it down nice and early. Shin currently does not know what he's playing against, right? But there's a few tells. So first off, you expect the nexus of the Protoss to go down at about 350 or so at latest. So that not going down is already a pretty big tell that something weird is happening. And then secondly, he would expect an Oracle to be flying across the map right about right now. He's looking for that. He's got vision. He's trying to figure out whether or not there is a unit flying. So all of these little tells of nothing, right? Like the tells that there is nothing going right now for Protoss may just give him the information that he's looking for, because he needs to be prepared against the Glaive to Depth push.
4-gate Glaives just straight up is something you don't see that much anymore. Creator used to have a really mean 4-gate Glaive Adept. I do want to say that Shin's been pretty susceptible to it as well. Obviously, that Overlord is spotting like lack of gas on the natural too, so there's just so much info you can piece together. Rotron starts, and I would say that's still within a good timing to be able to deal with this. You see these Adepts out the front. Prism going to be out in a moment, and we are going to go. Obviously, Prism will move across the map. We'll get another warping of Adepts. We start to attack. We'll see what we can do as Creator will take the Watchtower, but nothing there to kill. And a Spore Crawler starting up just in case there's a DTs as well. Just that preparation, and also you can maybe use it to zone out the Prism a little.
Yeah, he just wants to be safe against everything. We have seen a lot of weird builds from Protoss lately. That series that SOS played in the GSL comes to mind, where right now 2 Tempests pop up and you're like, wait a second, that's not what I expected at all. This is just going to be good old Glaive Adepts though, so these units get a straight up attack speed boost from that research, and they are very, very good against, well, for example, Zerglings and drones, which is the majority of the things that Shin currently has. He gets a good wraparound though, the Queens are dealing a lot of damage too. Follow-up warp in when there's two groups of these units going around. The Zergs really start struggling against it, but so far so good here for Shin.
Yeah, he's going to lose some drones though, and obviously he's starting to control this. The Immortal coming up back at home, that's important because you want to make sure those Immortals are available in case Shin counterattacks you. I like that recall. Keep a few Adepts alive because it just gives you a bit of buffer as well in case Shin completely commits to a counter. Dark Shrine also lovely because right now Shin is not on a lair, and if he fully sends it, this is actually going to get kind of wild, right? Because if he full sends and then there's a DT Shrine, that would be absolutely huge. Now, the Overlord is not currently spotting that Dark Shrine either, so he's going to miss that information. And Shin is just making Overlords and units, and really feels like he's going to get ready to go. 5 Overlords on the way as he's supply blocked. Creator was making 3 pounds earlier, supply block 2. Like, these guys are playing messy StarCraft.
Extremely messy StarCraft. Shin needs to be going into a lair here in a moment if he wants to be safe. Obviously, he will have detection in the form of spore crawlers, but it looks to me like he is ready to be the aggressor. Now, Dark Templar are obviously great offensively, but you can still use them to, well, push away a bunch of roaches, right, that are right at your front door. Creator obviously very late, though, with the 3rd Nexus. Oh, no. If he goes across the map right now, he's got no mobile detection at all.
No.
Creator is just going to warp in DTs.
Yeah, DTs defend this, and I mean, he's moments away from getting the first warp in by a bit of time. Sentry pulled back, force field, yeah. Just give yourself a few moments here, and like you say, DT warp-ins will pretty much put a pretty heavy closer on this. I mean, you can still try and race as the Adept's going to get out on the other side. Creator playing great in that regard. These few units are a little bit in the middle of nowhere. There's a DT warp-in. Put that on towards the Roach Ravage, and you're going to see some success. Like I say, those units on the 3rd base go down. Creator running away like that was not ideal, but he can't die here because of the DT. Like, the DT will eventually start playing cleanup, and Creator's going to recognize, hey, this is pretty nice for me. Like, the DT's just going to do work. You warp in more of those, you'll have a good time as Shin. Can he get the 3rd Nexus?
Still going better, though. I think this is still going better for Shin than it ever was supposed to. Creator warped in. I think it was a Stalker and a Sentry right when he finished the Dark Shrine. So he must have had a few of those structures on cooldown.
Yeah.
He tried to warp in new Dark Templar. And that means that Shin is still going to be able to deal a lot of damage despite not being able to detect the Dark Templar. Now, in the meantime, there were... Okay, now you have to back up, dude. There's no way you wanted to go to the natural. No way. There have been, in the meantime, though, been a bunch of Adepts on the other side of the map just shutting down workers, and that may honestly save Creator here, who... Ooh, trying to hope the lucky Biles will hit, but... Yeah, the fact that he's done that much damage to the economy of the Zerg on the other side, I think ultimately makes this pretty good. We have some Dark Templar juggling working.
Yeah, it's actually very nice, just getting a few more kills than he would have done just running, because he's basically skipping footsteps with the DTs. As we get there, we even get ourselves a creep teamer to tell us there's an observer there. And Blink starts up from Creator. Obviously lost the 3rd base. I think you're right. Like, if he just walked in more DTs straight away, he doesn't take anywhere near as much damage. Because Shin gets rid of the 3rd base, that's huge for him. But he is an all-in Zerg, right? Like, he only just now started the lair. He started up drones during this, so for all the damage you take as Creator, you're actually kind of okay because it was such a commitment on the side of Shin.
I still like this position for Shin quite a bit, though. Even though this has been a bit funky for him, and navigating this game is really... Did he go Spire? You kidding me, Shin? Okay. Shin's like, you know what? Perfect. I went for like a 7.5 minute lair. Let me build up a Spire as well, just to try and see if I can... Well, really put the nail in the coffin. It's a dangerous decision, though, because it's a quite expensive one. But he decides to go into a link push and then also roach speed at the same time. Creator can't really be going for an attack, though, right? Like, he's going into the Robo Bay here. He's just trying to play survival himself. So I think he's going to be able to get away with the Spire.
Yep, and that's amazing. If you get to go into, like, meters or something right now, then... It's going to be very nice for you now. At least Blink's coming up as a Creator. We'll have some Stalkers to play with. This Hallucination could really do with scouting. The triple Queen defense of the Hallucination. If I'm Creator, I'm like, man, he is making sure I do not scout through his base. I'm already kind of wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, what are you worried for at this point? Could it be, I don't know, swarm hosts? Could it be a Nidus worm? What do you... There's, again, 3 queens showing up to try and deny your hallucination, and it doesn't work. I believe the Spire has been entirely unscouted. How many mutas will we have? 7. Okay.
It's not a crazy number. It's the sort of number which is like, if you don't expect them, they can do a lot. Gets into the natural, but not in the correct part of the natural. Another hallucination. I mean, Creator knows that he's got to be trying to spot something here. Like I say, the mutas will never overwhelm, because you can see Shin teching for the future. Infestation Pit and Hydrogen both being brought up. A lot of the Lings going to start heading down to the bottom side of the map. And we are going to see units there moving about nicely so far. Creator still has the Archons on the map as well. That's something you got to be careful of, right? Because if your Prism goes down to those mutas, that's a couple of units going down very quickly with them.
Very scrappy game so far, and Shin is trying to see if he could maybe make this game also a little bit more scrappy than it has already been. Mutas are going to force a lot of multitasking. Creator is currently sending a Prism to the Watchtower, so I don't think he's aware of this push. And when the Mutas suddenly, I mean, it can be a problem. There is a Photon Cannon though, and that's going to make life way easier in the mineral line that is. Roaches in the meantime moving out. That's a lot of sentries, by the way, in that army. It's like 9 sentries or something.
That's a lot of sentries, a lot of force fields coming down. The mutas, because he didn't make tons of mutas, it's kind of weird though, right? Because they can't really just bring the mutas back to kind of deal with that, because there's not enough of them. So it gets
9 probes is good though, right?
It is good, but do you not just feel like this was like a thousand investment to what, kill a few probes, and now force some cannons that are going to be useful anyway? The Archons are helping to continue to kill these off. It was fine, but it would have been fine if he got in, killed 9 probes and got out with all the mutas. Now it feels like they're pretty heavily counted. That said, Hydras are out, lurking down on the way. Shin has bought himself time to set up there. As we are going to see, mutas going down again as they come back down the right side. Sees that the army's there. The Stalkers see that this army's here, so both players identifying where their opponent's at. I honestly think Creator is feeling good about attacking right now, though.
Yeah, if he attacks right now, he's going to attack before lurkers are out. Shin is looking, though, at those lurker upgrades in about a minute from now. So Creator does have a timing window that's closing, but he doesn't really know about it. So this is always tricky. Most of the time, mutas are not going to be the only unit Zerg makes. Keep in mind, though, this is still like a maxed out Zerg. This is an awful lot of Zerg units, even though it's all relatively low tech. I mean, there's a ton of force fields. If you can get, like maybe slice this army in half, try to take half of it down at a time, might be doable.
It's super awkward as well, because this 4th base is tucked away. Like, that 4th base just sort of sits there. It's a really weird position for it to be in. So you can kind of see that you get pushed right back into a corner. Mutas try to get the Prism. Creator protects it. He's going to start diving forward, and he is going to have that army kind of positioned in the top right, just hidden away. And I actually think Creator's doing this brilliantly. He's going to jump on the top right side, get rid of the 2 morphing lurkers who are right there as well. Great force fields from him. All those sentries being put to work right now. Creator is taking a great trade so far, and we have still not got a lurker on the map, if I'm not mistaken. A couple of Colossus going to have to be maybe juggled or so here, but we're actually going to lose the Prism. So just going to walk those Colossus back. Sorry, Prism's right in the back. I'm just missing things.
It was hiding right off the camera. That's not your fault, but no, I agree. Creator is microing this very, very nicely. He's hitting right as Zerg is ready to make that transition, and just the sheer amount of units. Wow. Honestly, very well done right there by Creator. A much cleaner game than the first match of this best of 3, but he obtains the victory 2-0 right there over Shin. And Shin is, not going to be happy with that result. I mean, not playing a poor series at all, by the way. It's very pretty good.
Much cleaner, but still, like, you mentioned, like, Sentry Stalker warps in when the Dark Shrine's finishing, right? And that did nothing. These are all things that could have made this game even cleaner again, right? When talking about this being a tip-top tier competition with the best of the best, those are the little decisions which are going to lose Creator games against other players, right? So, improvement, but needs to get those nerves under control and really just keep on pushing forward. It was great for this series, but man, like, it's going to be tough to keep on moving through. So, yeah, just challenge for him is all. Just wanted to see him keep on doing well. As this was wild, because I really thought this army was just never going to do anything, but just one DT for so long. Finally, the extra DT show up, but not in time to save the 3rd. And even then, I think Creator, from this point, still felt like Creator was always kind of okay, because the Mutas just never did anything. He got a good amount of tech up. I feel like he was always in a pretty comfortable position from there.
Yeah, I think this attack, though, was critical, right? Because the Mutas didn't do that much, but they did buy a lot of time. So if he would have attacked, like, I want to say even like 30 seconds later, there would have suddenly been a whole lot of lurkers on the ground, and then they're going to get their ranged upgrade when Protoss backs up the first time around, and it just becomes way more complex to navigate. So I think Creator actually read this game really nicely. The fact that he managed to get across right when those lurkers were just about to hit the battlefield, right when Zerg was still stuck on just Roach Hydra Ravager, I think that was, well, really cleanly executed. Well done right there by Creator.
100% with you.
But
because if lurkers are out, it becomes the last game where it's like you're scared of the lurkers, you don't push in, and Shin gets a chance to play a game which he was maybe not really meant to be playing again, right? So definitely makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Credit gets it done 2-0. Like you say, a little messy. We had a little bit of a laugh about it, but that is just StarCraft II when nerves come into play. They're playing an offline tournament. I really expect a lot of these guys to start looking sharper and sharper the more series that they play, and that's going to be kind of fun to follow as well. So yeah, giving us a fun series here in that PvZ, and that will be Creator advanced on through to the winner bracket semi-finals. He's only a couple matches away from making those playoffs, man, so big result for him. Creator's definitely a very emotional player to your right, so a big win against someone like Shin already can definitely make him feel really good about the matches coming up as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, momentum is a very real thing. I believe that means our next game is likely going to be the one that we were supposedly going to be doing earlier. I think Showtime and Skillous have been waiting for a little while. Audio research or audio problems finally dealt with. But
yeah.
Oh, it's fixed is what we just heard from production.
It is fixed, so we're going to be ready to go into that as soon as we come back from this quick little break. Welcome back, everybody, as we are going to go into some PvP now. We tried to do this series earlier. There was some audio issues and whatever else. It's all fixed up. The players are waiting for us, so we don't have to go talking on forever. And we are going to get ourselves ready to go into Showtime versus Skillous Loco. A very important match for these two. Should be fun.
No, absolutely. This is something they've been waiting for a little while. Both of them clearly get along very well. They've been playing against each other a ton lately, too, so... yeah, they should be well familiar with each other's playstyle. It's important to keep your head in the game, though, at this point in time, right? When you've been sitting there, looking at the games and ready to maybe, play your own matches. You gotta try and keep the focus and make sure you can actually really tunnel vision on the game that you are just about to start.
Absolutely, no, super important. Get focused, put a little bit of a delay behind you, and get ready for this next matchup now, which is going to be this PvP. So we get this ready to rumble. Showtime versus Skillous. And yeah, like we talked about this earlier, but this really feels like it could be a coin flip, right? Like, this is going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. PvP is like that anyway. These two seem very similarly skilled right now. It's really hard to put a difference between the two of them.
Absolutely. The winner of this series will go on to face off against the winner of Future versus Cure. So not an easy opponent on the horizon either. Not an easy road ahead of them. There's a very good chance that if you end up winning that series, you might be facing Maru in the match after that, or maybe Creator. There's no easy way through this tournament for either of these two players, and really for anybody out there, but it's starting off with this particular Protoss versus Protoss, a very volatile matchup. We've seen a lot of variety, of course, in PvP over the years too. What do you expect from this one? Are we going to see just hyper-aggression, or will we see more laid-back macro?
It's tough to say. I mean, Showtime is very fond of the Stargate-based expands, so if Skillous wants to meet him on that, then it's Phoenix versus Phoenix, right? Skillous is not afraid to play the aggressive builds. Honestly, neither is Showtime. It could get very interesting. And even Phoenix versus Phoenix has had some fun developments lately where you can kind of go for like a Phoenix versus Phoenix, but then you actually go 4-gate shove and you don't really focus on building Phoenix after. It gets very interesting. So a lot of opportunities, a lot of potential. We start up on Persephone for map number 1, and we're going to start in the top left corner with the red Protoss player. It is Showtime.
And his opponent, all the way in the bottom left, it is Skillous. Playing in blue. Showtime in red. Sometimes this matchup can be a little bit difficult to follow along, right? When you're watching a mirror matchup.
Their in-game colors match their team jerseys, man. Showtime representing Sentinels, of course, his new team.
Oh, yeah.
Just got picked up recently, and then obviously Skillous representing that liquid blue. Beautiful stuff. As obviously teams want to see their players make it to EWC for that team championship and the points on the line there. So that's going to be a big thing that we'll talk about much more closer to EWC, of course. As double gas comes up. This is Persephone, which means no ramp on the natural, which gives you a little bit less of a chance to maybe expand super early. You go 2 gates each. We go 2 gates on the side of Skillous. Showtime is going to go single gate, so looking more like an expand from Showtime, while Skillous would more likely apply pressure if that happened.
Yes, indeed. So Showtime, of course, historically has always been known for that much more macro-focused style. At least that's what people always say. I mean, in general, he likes to play that more macro-focused style, but he's certainly not afraid to be the aggressor. It does look it does look like, though, that he is going to be making that expansion in just for a moment. The Skillous decides to plant his second pylon outside of his main base. This is something that Protoss players in this matchup like to do, because Showtime is looking around right now, and he knows that there is, well, somewhere out on the map, there is a second pylon somewhere, right? How do you determine if this is going to be a proxy? How do you determine if this is going to be an all-in? Or if it's just a random pylon planted down by the scouting worker?
Yep, definitely something to watch for as Showtime gets that Stargate, but that Robo coming through, so we are going to get ourselves into that aggression, and yeah, we'll see how it works out. If Showtime can pick up on it soon enough, he can obviously adjust, get that Void Ray going ASAP. That would be a big part of the defense here. And there's obviously the Robo on the way from Skillous, and Showtime's probe. He is going to head on over this direction, so he's going to see it early. Yeah, really nice.
At the very least, that allows him to connect the dots and figure out exactly what is going on in this game. Showtime decides to now return back home with that probe. Worker over here still proudly standing next to the Robo facility and the pylon that it warped in. Might be time to send him back home again in just a moment as well. Well, maybe. Okay, gonna add a gateway to it.
Yep, 3-gate Robo, it's not uncommon. Showtime sees this and still throws down the Nexus, so he's confident he can find a defense while expanding. He's going to be obviously working on the Void Ray soon, I would imagine, because that's going to be your main defensive unit here. And this for Skillous is basically about getting enough Stalkers up that we can realistically just come through and one-shot a Void Ray through a battery. That's what the end goal is here. Obviously, up until that point, you're just going to try and build the Stalkers up while applying pressure, draining battery energy and all the rest. So we'll see how that process goes as we obviously have the first couple of pokes coming about, that Prism popping soon, and that's going to be where Skillous really begins to, have the chance to apply some pressure.
Yep. First Void Ray just about to pop out. We'll have to see if Showtime is indeed, of course, going to double down in that department, if he's going to be able to achieve anything with that offensively. Probably wants to keep it at home, right, for the base defense. For now, it's really difficult to actually, well, move out onto the map when you know you are forced to be defending against whatever attack Skillous is going to go for. Prism has now arrived, and he's constantly shading forward just to get a bit of vision. And he just confirmed that indeed all the troops here for Showtime are sitting in the natural.
3 extra Stalkers warping in, second Void Ray going to be ready soon. Of course, batteries are very important here. You want to keep those as healthy as you can, as you do have the Sentry available to Force Field as well. The Force Fields are interesting because you got to be careful, because you got to remember that Prism can kind of micro too. The Sentry nearly goes down, but both those Void Rays still healthy, and we just pulled back another battery on the way in. Skillous with the Observer going to come scout about a little bit and see exactly what he's pushing into at any point in time.
Constantly blocking that Adept, preventing it from going into the main. He's still trying, though, to one-shot as many of these units as possible. Nice couple of Force Fields do go down. Prismatic Alignment activated on those Void Rays that allows them to deal bonus damage against armored units. So the Stalkers do have to back up. So far, Showtime is holding on. But of course, Prismatic Alignment does have a rather long cooldown.
Yeah, and the thing as well, he's about to hit a third Void Ray. He hasn't picked any Stalkers off yet, which means that Skillous is getting closer and closer to that one-shot potential, and the moment he can shoot Void Rays down through the batteries is when this gets very, very nasty for Showtime. However, he keeps the Void Ray alive right there for a few more moments. Third Void Ray now arriving, and that's good to have kept it alive this far. We take another big volley. You can see the danger of this. This is why you want to try and chip through those Stalkers as best as you can. Going to get rid of one Void Ray. We do get a Stalker or two. Going to drop the Force Field now as well, and it's going to be good. It keeps some of the Stalkers away, keeps that Void alive a little bit longer. We're down to just one Void Ray though here for Showtime, and Skillous still warping in Stalkers. It's just going to have so many. This natural is 100% going down at this rate. I just don't think that this defense has been made by Showtime. GG gets called, and Skillous decisively takes the opening game.
Yeah, decisive and very confident in that Stalker micro, right? I feel like we've seen a lot of players so far today fumble with their control a little bit, but that looked very, very sharp there for Skillous. I think he lost like 1 or 2 Stalkers in total in that entire game. At least that's what it looked like. Yeah. Really keeping the vast majority of it alive until, well, at the very least, the very end. But nice aggression there by Skillous. He gets the 1-0 lead. Very
well done. It was just, like I say, those initial pokes, you want to start poking through the Void Rays and the battery energy and so on. But then you've got to make sure you don't lose Stalkers. But because he never lost Stalkers, he got to that critical mass so quickly. And that was obviously a big deal. So that was a major plus. As we watched the highlights, but it really was just, once he had enough Stalkers, you dive on those Void Rays, you get them low, and you start killing them off. And then Showtime just can't make enough Void Rays in time. It was so fast as well that we never really had a chance to even think about maybe placing a Robo of our own defensively. Sometimes Immortals can eventually become the better defense, but you need to go Void Rays first to get there. Just none of that really played out with 2 Void Rays down and that many Stalkers still alive. It was just a lost cause.
Yeah. Great micro in there, coming out of Skillous, keeping the vast majority of those units alive, especially early on, right? As soon as he had the overwhelming numbers against those Void Rays, that's when he decided to, well, play it a little bit more aggressively and lose a few of those units. But that was all very calculated, right? Like, that was done like that on purpose. And, well, he set out with a goal and achieved exactly what he wanted to. So that means we're going to go to game number 2, which will take place on Incorporeal. And spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, currently, well, losing or being 1-0 behind in this particular series, we have Showtime.
Up against the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner, we have got ourselves Skillous.
Quite a frustrating game for Showtime, I can imagine, because he saw it, right? He saw it coming in from a mile away and then confidently put down his natural expansion regardless. He's like, no, I got this. I'm not too concerned about it. And then, well, Skillous just microed incredibly well and you still lose. Frustrating one.
Yep. Super frustrating, but that is the way of it. I mean, he chose to do it, right? Like, he obviously truly believed he had a defense available to him going for that strategy, otherwise he just wouldn't go for it. Like, you saw it coming. He still threw down the Nexus, so he really believed in it, and obviously the execution just was not there. Skillous did such a great job, like you say, microing those Stalkers. And, yeah, we're just going to be seeing a couple of gateways coming up on both sides this time, so Showtime going to change his approach here for this game too.
Yep, he's going to have a lot more production in the early game because of this. It will, of course, cost him a little bit of the expansion timing if he wants to go for one eventually here, because you do want to continuously produce. I feel like this alleyway over here, like this cul-de-sac, it's been made for proxy, right? I mean, there's nothing else going on there.
Yeah, that's...
all it's missing is a traffic sign over here, that it's a dead end.
It really is. I actually didn't even really... I don't even know if I've really seen this part of Incorporeal before.
It's weird. We had a proxy on this map earlier, and we didn't use this section. It was funky.
It's almost too obvious.
There you go. It is the perfect spot. Showtime decides to plant it in the most obvious location ever.
Yeah, he does.
Sometimes, though, the more obvious locations are actually better, right? Because we have players scouting for the less obvious locations first.
Yeah, that is true, right? You kind of just, well, who would throw that down there? So yeah, we just have ourselves the Sentry coming up, the probe getting chased, and obviously just Showtime coming to make this look like a little bit of a scout through, obviously timed out in a nice way. We do have the Sentry out, which means we hallucinate already, right? So they get that across the map. But yeah, the Stargate's going to arrive quickly, and if you don't figure out that something's off on Showtime's side ASAP and get a battery down, you're going to be in trouble, because that Oracle is going to arrive so freaking quickly.
Yep, absolutely. Skillous is looking around, though, and he realizes that there is a whole lot of nothing here. That's always a bit sketchy when you realize that the opponent has been spending resources, but you don't really know what. They'll see the Nexus now coming up. He sees that the gateways are no longer producing. Is he going to be able to put one on one together? He needs to keep that mineral life. Ooh, that mineral line safe, as the adepts also do go in.
And they go. A couple of probes are going to be going down, and you know, you got sentries and stalkers going to be targeting one thing. Now you can't target everything, right? So pick your evil. He's going to go after the Oracle. It hits the probe at the front. 7 workers going down. Great damage early here. We're going to get to 8, 9 workers killed in a moment or two, and that's going to be the end of this initial attack. But not a bad start at all for Showtime. He was only what, half a Nexus behind, and he's going to be leading by about 8 workers right now. So looking great.
Absolutely. Nice aggression here for Showtime. Maybe not necessarily known as a cheesy player, but getting a good bit of damage done here. And not afraid to put it on a line either, right? Like, it's always risky to go for a cheesy, well, opener like the one he just went for. Despite, well, not being ahead in the series, he is still not afraid to put it all on the line. Gets the job done. Now, Skillous, in the meantime, though, is building a proxy of his own all the way in the top right-hand corner. So I have to keep an eye out on exactly what the plan is, as both players decide to go into Blink.
Okay, well, that Blink coming up. And we have ourselves just a Stalker currently moving out through the top side. Showtime just checking for something like this, perhaps, as we are going to be seeing the forward gateway coming down. So Skillous clearly just wanting to get aggressive, still trailing by 7 workers. And the benefit for Showtime is you still have that Oracle up, right? So not only are you ahead on the Blink timing, ahead on workers because of this aggression, you still have the Oracle to keep an eye on things right now.
Absolutely. Showtime is going to check, and he will find this as well. It is still early enough that he might be able to actually get something done over here without it actually being a problem. Backup pylon as well, so yeah, Skillous is doubling down here. He loses the probe, but the probe did end up adding on another structure, as the entirety of the units in red are coming back home right now to try and see if they can possibly shut this down. Before it goes in, he decides to put up a stasis ward just to make sure that he can delay this as long as possible. I don't know if it's in the right spot, though.
No, it's not, but he might still be able to just get the pylon. He will easily get the pylon, because he's ahead on Blink as well, right? So he's going to get that very comfortably. Now he loses the Stalker, but not quite, and this is a disastrous game for Skillous. Everything has gone wrong very quickly, and just as quickly as he won game 1, I think Showtime is going to be winning this game number 2, because Skillous is very committed right now. He stopped building workers at 24. Stasis catches a bunch of those Stalkers. Blink done, by the way. That's a GG.
Yeah, that was pretty much as good as a game can be done, right, for Showtime. Like, everything went his way. He found the proxy, he, well, did a proxy of his own, got the adepts to just get past that wall off as well at the perfect moment. Sometimes the stars align in a game of StarCraft. It does mean we're going to get a game number 3 for today. That's nice.
Yep, and it does indeed mean we are going to get ourselves a game 3. So we've not seen many of them. That's the
Nope.
Replays come on, up here, highlights. I mean, this was just the damage that decided the game. Oracle plus the Adepts. Skillous was just not aware it was going to happen. He took way too much damage and had nothing to show for it. And like you say, I mean, Twilight cancels at the same time. Showtime continues to have the Oracle to utilize. And this really just sealed the deal, right? Just getting rid of any potential of this kind of counter all-in making kind of anything happen. Yeah, just figuring that out, denying that pylon was absolutely huge because Skillous was super committed to this. And with warp bins, maybe you could kind of make it close and scary. Without them, it was kind of a lost cause.
Yeah. I think even if he would have finished all of that, it would have still been an uphill battle, right? Because the longer that those fights take, the harder it's going to be for the Protoss here to really get the job done. And already, of course, Showtime did have a massive economical advantage. So he was already feeling comfy. That stasis ward really sealing the deal, sniping those sentries. It was just going to delay whatever attack Skillous wanted to go for even more. And that means we find ourselves on Tokamak, which will be the final game of this best of 3, spawning in the top right. It's Showtime.
In the bottom left-hand side, a blue Protoss player from Liquid is Skillous.
Skillous playing a near-perfect game number 1. Showtime playing a near-perfect game number 2. So who wins? Tough call. The fans. That's the answer, I guess. The fans always win.
Beautiful stuff. Well, we got our first gateway down on both sides. Second gateways. We'll see if they come down shortly or not, because that will be our first question mark as to whether this game goes one way or the other. After that first game, it feels so difficult for Showtime to justify single gate expanding at all again, so I'd be very shocked if he did not throw down a second gateway here. As he checks down to the low ground and is going to throw the second gateway into play. So will Skillous on the other side as well. So both players going to make that choice. No surprises in the first few moments. And the probe scout here from Skillous just going to double confirm. All of that is looking normal at the moment on this base of Showtime.
Yep. No gases will be stolen. No real variety here in the early game from the both of them. We'll have to see if we're going to see any random pylons going up in the middle of the map. Cybercores, of course, on the back of this as well, so we can begin the unit production. Be it Adepts, be it Stalkers. We'll find out here in just a moment. It all depends on how aggressive you want to be, but Showtime has decided to plant his second pylon in the bottom right-hand corner of the map.
Yep. So it's going to be one of those things where, even if you don't use that, if your opponent notices a lack of pylon in your main base, he has to respect the possibility of a proxy, or call your bluff. So it's just nice to do that, especially when this probe is here so early from Skillous, and Showtime can maybe make this probe show up at a similar time to last game as well into Skillous' base and just get him worried straight away.
Yeah, exactly, especially since he did do a proxy in the previous game. That'll be fresh in Skillous' mind. He knows that there might be a Stargate once more on his side of the map. Doesn't want to have to deal with that once again. This time around, though, very normal opener here for Showtime, as both players are just building up their armies for now. 2 Stalkers pop out of the gateways here first for Skillous. He'll be looking around his side of the map to see if he can maybe find something.
Yep, I'm just trying to make sure that nothing is going on, trying to remove his worries about a similar game taking place. Obviously the sentry on the way from Showtime, and he's already got one out as well, so hallucinations to give him consistent scouting information here. He wants to now know everything that Skillous is up to. This is a little bit of a different gas investment from the early units basically, but otherwise we just settle down, and yeah, Skillous going to add a sentry as well. Both players will expand, and you're going to see a little bit of a more normal PvP at this point.
Absolutely. Expansions on both sides of the map, as we do now have a little bit of aggression over here, and then also a Twilight Council follow-up for Showtime. We'll probably see one here for Skillous as well in just a moment. I would not be surprised to see his planted down here soon.
Could go Robo as well.
He decides to warp in some additional units now. Okay, yeah, Robo it is.
Yeah, Robo as well. Skillous quite fond of actually playing a lot of the Robo kind of defensive games, so these are 2 players that are going to go different directions in this game now. You're going to have, you know, Showtime on the blink and the activity and the map control. Skillous will play the, as you can see, Robo facility, which is much more defensive. You've got the Immortals, and it's a much more sturdy army, but with much less mobility in it. So each will have different goals into the next stage of the game. Obviously, the one thing you can do as Skillous to have map control at least is a Prism, so that is one option that remains open to him. As yeah, we'll see who plays this situation out a little bit smoother. Skillous trying to see if he can catch anything flying out of the main base or so, and he is going to move down, and looks as though he might catch that pylon on the right side of the map, so that's going to be a loss for Showtime.
Yep, Skillous finally finding out what exactly happened here in the early game. He probably had already figured out that there was indeed a pylon out there somewhere, because it's the only thing that makes sense. A couple of sentries. Of course, nowadays they deal bonus damage against shields, so not as obvious a shade in right there as it once upon a time used to be. Showtime, though, keeping tabs on exactly what's going on, using those hallucinated phoenixes as well. Soon, he will have Blink. It's still maybe a minute or so away, though, but he's already feeling like he can be a bit more aggressive. And that is a nice and early third Nexus here for Skillous.
Yes, it is. I'm just going to be seeing Showtime showing up, poking at it, but not going to do too much about it just yet. He's got his own third base coming up as well, obviously a little bit later down the line. He doesn't really want to commit too much right now without that Blink. He doesn't want to get caught by force field. He doesn't want to end up in a weird position and lose too many units. He tries to threaten with the Adepts. That will not go anywhere just yet because the units are in position. But it does mean that that's a possibility for later, right? You don't have to use them right away. Adepts are always going to be able to threaten that kind of move, and this time going to threaten it again. As the units of Showtime are still setting up to poke onto the third a little bit. Still got to be respecting those force fields, though.
There is an Immortal somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, for Skillous now, right? So he must have... There we go. It just joined up with the main army. He must indeed have a bit of a backbone here to his army, because those Stalkers are not to be underestimated. Now Blink is just about to kick in, though, for Showtime. He'll go back home. Just lean into the third Nexus instead. Build up his own robo facility.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I mean, Showtime does not need to kind of apply tons of pressure here or anything. Like, having the Blink is nice, and if you keep map control, that's great. I don't think he has to deal damage or anything right now. He can go into a faster charge. Obviously, he still has Blink on his side. He just doesn't want, like, 4 Immortals showing up and, like, hitting him in the face. As long as he can avoid that, I think Showtime's pretty okay.
Absolutely. Twilight Council right now as well here for Skillous. He decides to go into the good old Glyphed Adepts here. Not uncommon in this matchup as an actual core fighting unit. In the other matchups, it tends to be a little bit more cheesy. In this matchup, though, we see it all the time to quickly take down the opponent's army. Nice little macro game here. I feel like we haven't really had any games where both players are just sitting back today, Wardy. We've just seen non-stop aggression across the board.
Yep, kind of, it has kind of like been, even when we've had a long game, it's been on the back of like craziness or like wildness, like the Gerald game, which went long, he basically died. I mean, Creator Shin that went a bit long was an absolute fiesta of a game, so yeah, it really has not been a day of just sitting back and not a lot happening, but that's exactly what we get here. What is interesting is that fast Robobay. It's not common to go fast Robobay anymore in PvP. Like, this is really an abnormality. People used to like try and get into Disruptors very quickly a lot of the time in the past, but it just really ain't that popular anymore. So what's going to be scary is you're going to be teching up into someone that's been pretty aggressive. Glaives +1, obviously Immortal's already out. That is an army that's looking to kill someone who's overbuilding Zealots and really being reliant on them. But with a Disruptor available, I'm actually curious as to how this goes, because Adepts are not going to be able to split away from Disruptors super easily, so it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, Adepts by no means the fastest unit that Protoss has access to, and at the same time they're also, well, quite clumpy, right? They tend to all stick together in one big ball. Might be able to get the disruptor hit of your dreams here if you're Showtime. He will have a very nice army, though. He, of course, also does have charge. Not a lot of Zealots in the mix at the moment, but it is something that he can mix in here in just a moment if he wants to. There's the first disruptor. It's already started up the second one. This used to be very common in this matchup. We used to see it all the time. Okay, are we going to commit to this?
Yeah, we are going to send it. So the sentries, the Adepts just move up. We can obviously throw the Disruptor shot in, but it's a bit weird because all those Adepts were super close to your units. Now we're going to go down the ramp. We turn around, obviously trying to figure out what to hit. The Prism figuring out what to lift up to protect. But Showtime's dominating this fight so far. Immortals start to go down too far away from the Prism to lift up. Showtime has an Immortal of his own, still has that Disruptor up and warping in more units. I honestly think this is looking great for him so far. Those Adepts just fought without everything else initially. Didn't do him any favors. The Prism snipe. Showtime immediately over to that right-hand side, getting that grab. That's beautiful. Could really do with his Disruptors maybe joining in a little bit right now. Chases the Adepts back a little. He's going to blink onto the Immortals. That's the main tech units of Skillous going down. And with a bit of static defense here, this is going to be a full-on cleanup from Showtime as Skillous gets battered away. And this PvP is not going to turn in his favor at all.
No, he didn't even need the static defense there for the first half of that engagement. Showtime was feeling so confident that he felt like he could just take that fight and then slowly back up. Now suddenly, though, he's finding himself in a much more comfortable position, right? It's, yeah, mostly just going to be more of the same right now for Skillous, and Showtime is going to be even more prepared against the next wave of it. Now, you can always try to see if maybe you can get some eco damage done on the back of this or try to shade by, but it's not so easily done. Skillous is effectively committing to more of the same, And Showtime is going to have a better counter the next time they face off against each other, and he sees it too. He sees a giant horde of those adepts moving down towards the left side of the map, so he knows where to prepare. Plants a fourth Nexus on the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? This is purely adepts, and the disruptor shot here has so much potential. That is an explosion, and that's going to summarize this game, and there's another one just to double down on the power of those disruptors. Adepts do not scale well against Splash. They do not scale well deeper into a PvP, and Showtime, with the very odd choice to rush into disruptors, is going to be working perfectly for him right now.
Yep. That was a perfect transition actually from Showtime, right? I mean, maybe one more Immortal or so before making the call would have been really nice as well, maybe against that first big engagement, but honestly, he didn't really need it then either. There is still a group of adepts on the left side of the map. Skillous is going to try and see if maybe he can shade those forward. There is still a large amount of adepts over here too. A preemptive shade. Oh, dude. That is painful. GG.
I'm so glad we got one more disruptor shot in there just to really send the point home before it got rounded out. Great job by Showtime as he is able to take this one down and put himself into that next round of the bracket. It's going to be great for him as he continues in this road to the Esports World Cup. Wow, that's great for him because it moves him into the upper bracket semi-final. That means we're just a couple matches away from potentially qualifying into the playoffs, of course, and that is huge.
Yep, the winner of this series, so that will be Showtime, is gonna go up against the winner of Cure versus Future. It'll be quite a difficult matchup for him, I'm sure, but this is one step closer to that very important top 4. We are on the road, of course, to the EWC. Everybody in this tournament wants desperately to make it to the top 4, other than maybe Clem and Hero, although they just want to win the tournament.
Hey, there's still money up for grabs as well. I think they want to make top 4 too. Unless they just really fancy the Holiday in Dallas now. It was just these disruptor shots. The first ones weren't super crazy, but like the adepts just fought without the Immortals, right? Like the first fight was just not it at all from Skillous. And then Showtime.
Force fields were already down before he committed, right? Like it was a bit funky.
He just shouldn't have shaded the adepts, right? Like that's what it came down to. Probably just was a miscommitment. He probably saw Showtime so far forward. He's like, oh my god, this is a great opportunity. That was a beautiful blink too on the Prism.
Yep, excellent work right there by Showtime. He actually preempted the Stalker blink, it felt like, right? Like, he saw the Prism moving in. He's like, okay, I know where this is going to end up. Decided to immediately blink in that direction, shut it down. Yeah, perfect fight right there for Showtime. It's what he hoped to do in the first game of this series. And then those, well, massive disruptor hits, obviously, also really driving home the victory. We had one more big disruptor Nova after this to really bring it home. There it is. I mean, where are you going to go with the adepts? Do you have to split them? I guess you do, right? But it's quite uncommon for adepts to be out and then at the same time also already for disruptors to be available. Not really a situation you find yourself in all too often.
No, it really is not. Like you say, disruptors are really not that common in PvP right now because usually going into disruptors, you die on the way there because PvP's become so much more aggressive with Solid Stalker and so on. So getting to disruptors can be really, really difficult.
Okay, so here is where we are currently when it comes to the upper bracket of Group A. Maru taking down HonMono apparently in a series we did not quite get to see on stream. We did see Creator also, of course, just now see Showtime taking down Skillous. Cure versus Future still needs to be played, but this is looking like a pretty spicy bracket so far. It is, of course, double elim, so there is still all of the players that have lost, at least they get a second attempt.
Yep, just going to be very fun stuff so far, as that is going to be some very fun games coming up. I mean, Maru Creator, if Creator sharpens up a little bit, I think could be interesting. I'm not sure how, what sort of form Maru is going to show up in as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to be heading to a break. When we return, it's not going to be me and Loco. It's going to be Zombie Grub and Pigs. We hope you guys enjoy the next half of the day. Me and Loco will be back tomorrow. So until then, have some fun, and we'll be back after the break.
2, 1, go.
Welcome back, everyone. It's two fresh faces right here. It's me, Zombie Grub, and also Pig, but he matters less, obviously. We're going to be casting 6 more best of 3s for the road to EWC at DreamHack Dallas. And we got our match just about set up here. We're going to be casting Mixu versus Percival, actually. So it's going to be a little ZVT. How you doing today, Pig?
I'm doing fantastic. You know, we got to watch some PvP there, got to watch some scrappy PvZ the series before that. I didn't get to see much else because I was sleeping, so I'm really excited to catch up on the rest of the games, up bright and early. And I actually kind of like this matchup we got coming up, Zombie Grub, because it feels like you've got 2 of the players who've been out there just experimenting with all sorts of different RTSs and different titles and just trying different games. And they're both very creative as a result of that. And it's also a clash of regions, obviously, Korea against Finland. You can see the bracket starting to fill itself out there. Clem and Bunny getting some nice little skipping the first rounds with those high seeds, but a few other names in there that I think have a few people excited, especially Estrella for the NA crowd, recently coming back after a break from practice. He's been in really good form recently.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, he's been missing out on a lot of the Open Cups where we get to see a few names very often. But then we actually have a few names that just, don't participate in the Open Cup. So we actually get a little bit of a treat whenever we get to cast them for the bigger events. Looking at the Group D now, obviously a lot of eyes are going to be on Cyril and how he's performing. He's one of those guys that does not participate in a lot of online tournaments. So it's not a question as, whether he's good. I guess it's more of a question of, is he so unbeatable that it's a clear path to victory? But I think other names include TLO to be excited about, as well as Trigger, another NA representative. Of course, him and Rainer did fly back from Korea rather recently, not participating in GSL this season because they're going to Dallas and they're going to go to Bulgaria, and there's all types of traveling happening. But we, as you can see, are getting set up for this TVZ. Yeah, I don't know personally what to expect as far as the styles go, but I think that we have kind of settled on a meta for TVZ, and it's just a question of whether these guys are going to be outside of the meta a little bit, and that meta is pretty macro-oriented.
I'm kind of sad we didn't mention TLO there, Zombie Grub, but that's the real guy we're looking forward to. Oh, you did? Sorry, I missed it. I feel like they need to be more hype. We've got old man TLO. I mean, next thing we got to get White Raw out over here and a bunch of the other old dogs. But yeah, no, Percival, I mean, he's full aggro Terran, right? Loves getting in his opponent's face. Mixu is like the most stereotypical, defensive, rock solid. This man, he definitely mixes in his timing attacks and stuff, but I feel like he has basically seen what Cyril did back in 2018 and just blocks everyone, offense with good solid macro. He's been working on that. He's gotten really solid at it, and he's recently been on the grind as well. So I'd say Percival, just coming from that Korean scene where you're kind of born in the fires of the most competitive RTS environment, comes in as the favorite, but I wouldn't count Mixu out.
Yeah, no, as much as the scary term Korean Terran is, Percival's never quite reached those heights that demands, I suppose, the utmost care when facing him, right? Like, if you're facing Maru, I mean, you're just desperate at that point, aren't you? But Percival, I actually think Mixu has a very strong chance. But we are in game, and we're landing on top of this guy in the bottom left of ley lines. He is the Red Zerg, Mixu.
Going for that new 15 Overlord strategy, optimizing the start by a couple of minerals, and his opponent in the top right side of the map, playing Terran in the blue, representing Super Team. That's Percival.
Obviously, a lot of pickups for EWC Club Championships happening. We saw Showtime, who's on Sentinels, which is pretty big in Valorant, certainly, but pretty awesome pickups going every which way. And players, I suppose, are also hoping to make a bit of a splash in Dallas, maybe get some more eyes on them if they have not yet for that potential EWC run. Top 4 gets there thanks to Dallas, but then we're also going to have qualifiers later, so there are a couple of more chances beyond this. But this is the real time to make your name known if you aren't as well known as some of the other guys that we talked about in a little bit of the, I guess you can call it a tiny pre-show for our segment. Right now we got a very typical opener. We have seen maybe some 2-racks and 3-racks return, such as in GSL, but Percival not going to start off that aggressively.
No, super chill actually. Even sends an SCV across. I mean, I guess I say super chill, but it is ley lines. And Terrans love to not just scout, but potentially block the triangle third. Force the Zerg into a bit more of an awkward expansion pattern sometimes. That being said, Percival has queued that bad boy to go straight home. But I'd be a little surprised. But yeah, I don't know. This could just be the sign of the classic real-time strategy thing. I think I'm the favorite. I'm going to play safe. I'm going to make sure I don't die to 6 Zerglings running across this map at the start.
Which is pretty good, but that is oftentimes what the situation is for top tier StarCraft II play. So the reason you would see an SCV scout in this matchup is, one, you are pretty sure they're going to cheese you. Like, there's a high likelihood because they're a known cheeser, or because you showed a weakness to it, or something along those lines. Or, yeah, because you think that you are the stronger player overall. That little economic loss doesn't matter as much as making sure you don't die to anything cheesy. So, whereas Percival head at probably towards the latter, we do have the Reaper coming in. The SCV, as you pointed out, did not stay to try and block that hatchery, which, I mean, I always personally like to see if they do bother SCV scouting, but Percival wants that SCV back, making money as fast as possible. Triple CC, by the way, behind this. This is without a starport so far. We only are on 1 gas, so this is actually, as I was saying, very, very meta at this point. There are some variations you can do off of 3CC. That doesn't just mean for instance, going to Banshee, right? The 1-1-1. That's not what we're seeing here. Or maybe we go into a 2-1-1 from it. There's even some other variations that could be a little bit clever, including Hellbats early on or something. Time used to like doing that in the past, but it is up to Percival is what he's doing. It seems very macro-oriented, though. Going into the 2-1-1, getting some Hellions, but probably not more than 4, maybe, actually, just to protect him from early Zergling swells.
Yep, the 2 Barracks has been really solid historically. The Hellions get delayed with this build, which does give a tiny window for these Zerglings to cause a disruption. But the Hellions are out, and those Zerglings will get cornered. Barbecue time for them. Now, I find it interesting, 3CC's become so standard, but I would say recently, oh my, even more Lings coming in. This is a really big commitment. I'm not too sure about this. I feel like Percival's reaction's been good.
Yeah, this is basically trying to get the jump on someone who would not expect Lings at this particular moment. You either need a lot of Lings to try and kill 2 Hellions, or you need to surprise them. And 2 Hellions can still be vulnerable, so that is something to keep in mind. If you do mess up, you're half a second late pulling them back. 2 Hellions can die to even like a modest amount of Lings. 4 is that perfect amount. 4 is what you really got to respect, especially if they're microing. And we do have Percival stopping at that 4. So Mixu, yeah, not sure about actually using those Lings like that. Obviously having to remake them to make sure the Hellions do not try and dive in on him, which usually wouldn't be the plan, I think, with 4 Hellions, but after they lost the Lings, might be something that Percival experiments with more.
Only 5 Queens out now. Going for those Zerglings does have a big cost, and even rallying the drone across looked like a little bit of tournament nerves, and we've already seen a lot of that today. In the earlier matchups, right, where you have a big break from LAN events, you've got suddenly 4 spots on the line for the Esports World Cup here. The Road DWC getting people nervous already. We've seen it in the past when a massive tournament comes along and everyone gets excited, and it's all online. A lot of the time it's just who's the better player sometimes, but when you get to these big live tournaments, it's just as much a psychological battle of who can stay focused under the pressure.
Mm-hmm. This has been pretty set up well for Percival, who is on 3CC. 2-1-1 actually should be hitting around now. Mixu should know this as well. I mean, the scout didn't get all the way into the main base, but it actually did see that it was 2 barracks. So that does tell you the intentions. And then around 5:30 is what you want to be careful of. It's even a little bit later, actually. And Lings are really getting some nibbling done. 3 SCVs go down. Percival doesn't want to have those Marines stay any longer back at home. He sends them across the map. It's just 4 or 5 Lings, making this a little more awkward than usual. But what does Mixu have back at home? Does he have enough when the Hellbats are included?
Yeah, these Hellbats coming in a big commitment. The Bane's only just started morphing. Queens are in the open. They're a bit exposed. Mixu's going to try to run to the left, buying time as best he can. Very well done so far. The Ling's doing a good disruption in the natural there. The Queens have pulled back, but the Banelings coming in from behind. Will they land? Queens are there. Banelings get bounced by a Reaper grenade. Insane move for Percival to do under pressure, but the Banelings still largely hit on the Hellbats and Marines. That's going to be a very close fight. The Marines still there. Oh my gosh, if they get these last Queens, that is big. A medevac goes down. The second one does escape. A scrappy fight there. That Reaper doing a grenade in the midst of that. That is the style of just attention to detail you expect when a player's feeling it. So Percival, I mean, feeling confident right now.
Yeah, I guess so. You don't see that happen too often, and I do wonder if they maybe focus firing them could have been possible as well. That might have been more effective, but we all like seeing the Reaper grenade action if it can be done. It still feels like this is a slightly off game for both players. Mixu, though, is still reeling from just the damage that he took, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to recover from that. Losing the 4th hatchery right after really cements the damage there. Mixu hoping there's a weakness with the run-by, but that's simply not enough Lings. Back at home, the tank is now here to drag those Banelings in, so no Reaper grenade needed, no micro on the Marines necessarily, as the numbers just simply are not there for our Zerg player.
Yeah, Percival, I mean, he's played so aggressive, zero fear, so in your face. It's the best way to play tournaments. It's the best way to play Terran full stop. And I think Mixu was just a bit too greedy, doing this many counterattacks, doing so much damage to Percival's economy. Percival's economic growth behind this is really slow, but Mixu had committed so much to those counters, yet still droned up to 75 workers. So losing that 4th base is just crucial. And now you've got Bane speed ready. You've got great production up. Unfortunately, you've got no army to defend it, and you just can't get your units together on the front. Percival shoves in there and I think finishes that game off in style.
Yeah, GG's, well done. Percival did do that kind of neat little trick that I was talking about, including the armory much faster than you typically would. Armory comes down about halfway on your 1-1. His armory came down actually before 1-1, long before 1-1 had finished, actually I think before 1-1. So that little bit of extra oomph really did mess Mixu up, as that was the really important question when it came down to that fight, was can he hold when Hellbats are included? Because if the Hellbats weren't included, I think he actually has plenty, especially because Percival was missing a couple of Marines from what is usually a standard 16, right? Then Ling Queen can handle that. But the Banelings, especially, in such a low number, but then getting a little microed against, now that we have those really great connections, it was just a little bit too much. And Mixu and Percival, I feel like, didn't have their ultimate game right there. Both, I think there was nerves on either side, as you were pointing to. Maybe some macro mistakes that usually wouldn't happen. But obviously Percival's aggression, tenacity, really winning out there, not letting Mixu get back into the game and losing the lead that he had created.
It's kind of interesting to see the first thing run by really fell flat, and then the one on the third and the natural did great, but, not having Banelings ready or a Hellbat timing always hurts, as just need to have either a massive wall of Queens or those Banelings ready. And we will be going into the next match momentarily. These series are quick, they are action-packed, best of 3, not a lot of room for error. As we take a look at the bottom left side of the map, it is Mixu.
In the top right, as the blue Terran, we have Percival.
I like the activity rate of Mixu in that last game. Like, strategically, I do like the idea of just always having something there, keeping your opponent busy. Don't be purely reactive. Don't just sit at home. Make the Terran react to you. I feel like Zerg versus Terran, it's a real battle for who can get momentum, who can take the tempo of the matchup, because it is so fast-paced, and when you're nervous at a tournament and you're having to react constantly, your opponent gets to pick and choose where and when they want to focus on things. It just makes StarCraft so much more difficult, so much less room for error. So I think Mixu, playing the naturally defensive Zerg, tried to mix in enough problems there for Percival and things that would pull his attention away. Just didn't quite stitch together the details well enough. But I don't think he should necessarily move away from throwing counterattacks at Percival. Just maybe not quite as cavalier with the very first ones.
Right, yeah. You know the idea when those Lings come across the map. They're trying to get the jump on a Terran. Doesn't necessarily expect to have to deal with Lings around that time. But then there is that potential of overcommitment. It's also dangerous for the Lings to escape with the Hellions giving them chase. But while that one wasn't maybe the best, I do think it still kind of offset Percival's macro a little bit. And then there was just a handful of Lings that were able to chip by on the third CC. which really, didn't have a lot of SCVs. That could be a weakness of Percival in the future, but I think it is hard to say. It just felt like a game where both of them were getting their nerves out, and now perhaps they're a little more locked in. We'll see a bit closer, a little bit tighter play, actually, and then that might include Percival defending the Ling run-bys easier, and Mixu, of course, not dedicating as much, maybe, to the Ling run-bys when they're not finding a lot of effectiveness. And once again, Percival doing a scout this time around, gonna stop by the third hatch, make sure that Mixu doesn't get that one. As fast as possible, anyway.
Yeah, I do think that forward third that he's forcing him towards, I think Mixu might have wanted to do that anyway. That being said, Zugling's getting caught by the Reaper. They're going to take some damage. Tokamak here as a map, one of the newer ones, as most of the map pool is, but we'll talk about that in a moment. The drone fighting the SCV. Reaper's already got a couple of Zerglings, which is fantastic for Percival. Very frustrating for Mixu. He's going to have to extract it. Does save the drone, which is nice, and he will have to take the triangle. Now, there's a brutal tank spot, on the edges, basically, of either base. Whichever third you take, there are ledges below it where siege tanks can get sieged up, shoot across the gap, and it's a nightmare to deal with a Zerg. So you either need to double down on expanding on one side of the map and really push in front and control it, or you need to expand to both sides simultaneously and basically just give up wherever the Terran pushes. Once again, another Ling run by comes in, is going to be able to get in. Yes, it is.
Yeah, this was even earlier. Obviously, those first two Hellions are not out. It's only 4 Lings, but such a little defense on the side of Percival. He did have to pull the SCVs. Nice focus fire on the one building SCV just to be as annoying as possible. And Percival does not actually send the Reaper back home, which would typically be a reaction, even though they know the Hellions are on the way. Does lose it on the front lines. Never got that drone. Mixu, unfortunately, is supply blocked. So as much as that seemed like a couple of good things happening to him, the supply block is pretty severe. My goodness, that Overlord only just on the way out. Third hatch, yeah, that does finish eventually, but even that's pretty far away. I did notice Mixu with a supply block last game too, so maybe still some nerves hitting his macro.
Well, Zombie Grub, this is the first big premier event that Dark's not going to be at for a while, as he has joined the military, and I think all the Zergs have agreed. Every supply block this tournament is in honor of our boy Dark, who we love him, we miss him, we hope he comes back after his military service, and famous for winning games with absolutely brutal supply blocks, just does not care about it. I think that one is from Mixu. I can read inside the Zerg mind, Zombie Grub. He's sending that out for our boy Dark.
I see. Well, that makes a lot of sense then. Let's see if he can still bring the hammer down, I suppose, like Dark does. All these mistakes, maybe some bad early game, and then you think Dark's in trouble, and he just comes in with a left hook that sends the Terran reeling. Maybe Mixu can bring a little bit of that spirit in as well. Of course, the Overlord supply block, probably because I heard that third hatch was also a little delayed, and the timing was kind of off, but just, not able to recognize it because he was also microing against both the Reaper and the attack on the front. Now, the Lings, they got a bit of damage. They got a bit of upheaval in Percival's main base. They got a scout. And you can kind of piece together what the build is, even without getting literally into the Terran base. But obviously, it's better if you can. Once again, around 5:30 is what Mixu's going to be most aware of. And what he's got to be careful about, of course, armory. That is what tripped him up in that last game. Does Percival try and do it again? We can see that is not going to be the case, as we still don't have an armory put down, but it's something that Mixu has got to be wary of. So we might even make some banelings preemptively, like a just in caseies, when ideally, again, against just the 2 drops, you don't necessarily have to, but we'll see what his decision is. He's trying to get some Lings on the other side of the map. The Hellions, I think they saw it. Yes, they did. They're going to go chasing, perhaps. Still going to set up for a bit of a run-by maybe instead, as Percival looks to hit on both the left and the right.
Yeah, coming from both sides. Fourth base is wide open. Queens aren't down there. And I mean, it's not a massive Marine count, though. There's only about 12 or 13 Marines. So it feels like it's not too decisive. And the Lings are going to find an SCV on the third. Lings also getting a good angle on their Hellions on the front. Percival, can he at least get the 4th hatchery? Because it looks like this is starting bad for him. There were those preemptive Banes you predicted, Zombie Grub. Is that paranoia? Is it the correct response? Well, in this case, it looks like a bit more paranoia. They didn't really get what they needed to help. As long as you keep the 4th alive, it's fine as Mixu. And it looks like he will be able to do just that. So I think he's happy with that series of trades. The fact that Percival's still stuck on 2 base is very nice for the Zerg. And now you kind of set yourself up in for a macro game. Percival is building tanks, though. We've got to worry about those later tank pushes. I feel like the first tank push, if it gets a good position, is so scary as the Zerg. And I think this is partially why Mixu's so set up to be so aggressive. He doesn't want to let Percival go first. It's exactly the right approach.
That was a kill, not a cancel on that hatchery. Mixu just unfortunate timing there. They're on top of it as it creates. Not much you can do. Trying once again to go for a bit of a run by. That was scouted. And I think eventually Percival will try and send another supply depot down there again. So on the topic of aggression, I think we also have to be worried. We have to think about the 8 racks potential, which has been rather common in the past couple of months. Definitely throw that in at least once in a best of, and maybe if you're already up one as well. Mixu looking for the natural, going to be denied. Nice eyes there from Percival, who is focusing on his attack down to the south. And Mixu, a little bit of a misclick on his queens. They're out in the middle of nowhere, not able to retreat in time, losing all but one. She's probably a goner as well. What is on the defense? Scan ahead reveals nothing in proximity anyways. More banelings are being created on the high ground as Percival deals with a humongous Ling baneling run by back at home. Is able to get the tank siege supply depot lifted, and it is just the third that's going to take the damage. But back at home, Mixu, he already lost one hatchery accidentally. He's going to lose another, just being underprepared for the push.
As long as he transfers to the left, it's not the end of the world. Wow, he jumps on the tanks. He's going to get one. Can he get both? Wow, that's huge. Percival's got to be upset about that. And the Lings get inside as well. Percival caught with his pants down. We saw Mixu doggedly committing to counterattack after counterattack, looking for these mistakes, and he gets a bunch of tanks, but the Marines do deal with it. Percival says, fight fire with fire. And he does. Get right in there, loses a few Marines, but I gotta say, saving most of them. Percival's in a very playable position. He's down 12 workers, but he's kept Mixu on 3 base mining. Mixu transfers to that top left base in the midst of all that, which is very important. If Mixu can keep respreading creep and kind of re-expanding to the right side, as well as, you know, +2 carapace starts up, his +2 melee does need to begin. He's forgotten that for now in the heat of the action, didn't have the money to start it up before. I really think these queen losses are just too expensive. That's the biggest thing, because now you can't inject, you can't respread creep, you got 2 queens out, third one just pops. That's what's costing him so much, and it's 2-1 in the units lost, zombie grub.
Oh my god, yeah, and a slaughter happening as Mixu, I just don't think is paying attention. Maybe it stopped hotkeying them accidentally. Lots of Lings just went down right there alongside the Queens. You're a little bit more expensive in this patch, by the way, guys, so it really is a big expense here that is being missed out on. Mixu, yeah, I was with you up until he just lost so many Lings. Now it just feels like, well, okay, well, here's the thing, and we're seeing it right now. Percival has been rather aggressive onto creep, and once again, the jump is there. The tank does get a couple of shots for going down, but Mixu needed to jump on that army. If it had had time to properly position, properly fan out, and get rid of that creep spread, it would have been terrified for Mixu. As it is, maybe he has a shot. Nice focus fire there from Percival. He has been on point on some of these Baneling snipes very consistently, even again, if he's on creep, he's getting a couple more Banelings than he should. Percival holding on to this army supply lead, nearing 2-2, and Drilling Claws finishing as well. He does have a 4th command center, but he is also going into those extra 3 barracks. He's gonna have a lot of production, and Mixu still has a lot of catching up to do.
Indeed. Trying to continue with the run-bys, but it's going to need to be a bit of droning as well. Oh, that bottom right Marine attack is looking good as well. These Lings distract, but they don't really kill that much. Feels like Percival's having time to respond, and if he can snipe the base in the bottom right at the same time, we'll be able to get another wave comes in. So much Ling Bane. Lings are taking out the tanks, keeping them low, but I don't think there's anything at home. And Percival's going to stim in with the counterattack. Find this base did get taken again, but those drones are in the open, and a handful of Lings are not going to cut it.
No, absolutely not. Especially with 2-2 done, and Carapace still not quite. Banelings will save the hatchery for now as Mixu holds on to 5 with 65 drones. That's still not very impressive. Percival's getting up to his 4th base. Percival has more SCVs. He's still got the army supply, now doubling that of his opponent, and will have the upgrade lead for maybe another 20 seconds. Mixu trying to just keep pace with what would happen in this typical TVZ, but he's so far behind in the supply that this hive probably won't give him any rewards for the investment. He might actually be dead before the hive even finishes.
Oh, big stim on the left side. Of course, Mixu's trying to hang in here. Does go for yet another counterattack. I think it was a good, idea, but there was a few moments where Mixu just left those counterattacks too close to Terran territory and had them stumble into fights while he was distracted elsewhere. Happened, a few times in both games, and now Percival's just got supreme control. No pressure on him. Mixu does have to tap out. And, up on the stage the first time, on the camera, playing there, it's a stressful moment, but Percival stays calm and shows what he's made of.
Yeah, Percival, I think a little bit cleaner than the first game, but the first game, like the bones were there. We could see the potential, and it was scrappy in both games actually. But Percival, I feel like, really started to come alive on all of the micro fronts. A little overzealous some of the pushes, of course, but then it really carried with the momentum that he had built, so it was totally fine. And overall handles that game just a little better on the both offense and defense side. Mixu was often caught doing one or another too much and losing opportunities. So that's going to be our first best of 3. Of course, it's the 7th one for you guys. As Percival takes the 2-0, starting off strong. Mixu still has another chance in this bracket format, but nice little TVZ to get us warmed up.
Yeah, these brackets are pretty fun. Only 2 players going through from each one as well to that top 8 is very competitive, but double elimination, of course, allows players to have that second chance. Action. I love that this was just 2 players trying to put the pressure on each other. I feel like you see these 2 play an online tournament, it's such a different match a lot of the time, but I think in a tournament, both players realizing like, look, you're going to get a bit nervous. You're not going to play perfect StarCraft. Let's put as much pressure on the opponent as possible. And there's a few moments where I was just like, oh gosh, this could go either way so rapidly. But I like the handling of things by Percival. There was just so many moments I was like, oh gosh, a few misclicks, you screw this up. But he stayed confident, kept focusing things down, kept picking up at the right moment. It was really clean.
Yeah. These 2 didn't have much of a history in the last 3 years, by the way, so it has been, it was difficult to call, but last time they met, Mixu did win. Just, I think the offline setting, getting the jitters out, kind of adapting, remembering how the other player played as well, can kind of swing this quickly one way or another, which eventually happened in Percival's favor. So that's going to be it for our first match, and then I'm quite excited for the next one, actually. I know we'll have some time to talk about it, but it's just a teaser, guys. The PVZ coming up, SOS versus Zuglang. I just feel like it's going to be messy, but also really fun. So let's see if my prediction comes through. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have that PVZ.
1, go.
Welcome back, everyone. I made a mistake before we went off to break. We're actually going to be doing TLO versus Epic first. So, different order, but same, I suppose, overall. We will get SOS versus Zuglang later on, but to change my excitement over into some just old-fashioned versus, I don't really want to call him a new player, but I guess compared to TLO, new player, Epic. TLO is coming in Dallas and actually playing. That is the TLO. Many of you will remember him. He's been off doing fancy business things with Shot by Rebellion and all that, but taking some time to reignite his passion of StarCraft II competition. And I'm excited to see him. Is he going to be playing Zerg or is he going to be playing random, is the question. Do we have an answer on that?
I would imagine it would be Zerg. So recently we have had Dario back for a few little show matches and things. I think he also hopped on for did he hop on for big brain bouts as well, I think?
I think he did, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure he's been, I think as old man, you come back, you know, StarCraft is hard. I could say this as a fellow old man with my good friend Dario. Playing random is just too difficult. You get in it. Can you burrow Zerglings and Banelings when you're playing Protoss? No. Can you do the fantastic, just tricky little hatchery blocks and all sorts of fancy tricks? No. He knows Zerg, I think the best, and it's the one that he has the deepest experience with. So I think he'll be playing that, and I think it's actually a really good match because Epic is one of these players where I think if you don't watch, a few of the online tournaments or the American scene or play NA ladder, you don't realize there's usually an 800 MMR gap between Epic and number 2 on the NA ladder. He is so far above everybody else on there. He's just ridiculously good. And he'll often just randomly have a weekly cup where he beats a couple of top GSL players, top players from the international tournament. So I feel like he comes in as the favorite here, but I think Dario's always got some tricks up his sleeves.
That's definitely what he is known for. Dr. Dario is going to be coming in with Zerg, and then maybe some shenanigans that we don't see too much more of nowadays. We do still see the occasional Zerg cheese. Obviously, you want to throw those in every now and again, but there was a time where it could dominate a best of, and the time that TLO was familiar with. But yeah, I definitely got to give this one to Epic. As the NA representative on the casting team, I suppose, I have to also be really, really biased. Although at this point, TLO is kind of an adopted North American. He has lived in Canada for, I don't know, 5 years at this point or something along those lines.
Probably even longer than that at this point. Maybe 8 years. So yeah, he's...
Yeah.
I like following him on social media. The woes of a German living in the North American continent, can't find good bread anywhere, has to try to bake it himself. Things aren't as efficient as they should be. The trains aren't as good. Lots of... It's very interesting watching him there. But I do think, honestly, when it comes to StarCraft style, no region suits Dario better than NA. I mean, this guy is a massive meme lord when it comes to strategies. It is always creativity style points over efficiency. And if you're worried about, a Zerg sitting there going to 90 drones and trying to camp it out and play very slow, it's never going to happen. In fact, his biggest weakness is the fact that he doesn't drone nearly as hard as other Zergs. He's always, if there's an option to build some more units, run some double prong counter, attack harassment in, or do 2 Mutalisk squads bouncing around the map at once, he'll always pick that option over shoring up his late game.
Mm-hmm. And it can be a kind of difficult thing to accommodate too, I guess is the best way to put it, for Epic. On the side of Epic, you can face a lot of Zerg players and have a kind of standard TVZ in mind. They'll obviously get confirmations on it, but when it comes down to, this is a guy who can build order chiefs, right? He can do all these different builds that you maybe are kind of forgotten that that's a thing, like a proxy hatch, for instance. Last time you saw it in this matchup, not very often, but TLO might bring that out. But then it's beyond that. It's not just the build orders that could be a little bit different. It is some of those mid-game decisions that could be different. Getting much faster burrow than anyone else. So you have those burrowed banelings as your first tank push comes on out, which is just bizarre and you don't expect it. Or even the decision making to instead say, low on that drone count and then continue run buying and harassing. Just something that you don't always find yourself familiar with. And then you kind of have to readjust to, but you have a very short amount of time to do that because it is a best of 3. So that's, I think, what I'm most scared of for Epic, is just kind of getting surprised, put on his back foot, and then not being able to recover fast enough. But if we do have something that he can scout it, I think he will respond appropriately, and I think he'll eventually kind of settle down into the versus TLO matchup, I suppose, that he's really facing, not necessarily versus Zerg.
100%. There are transitions that are things you're not meant to do because they're too awkward, like opening Mutalisks and then swapping into Lurkers. That's the sort of stuff TLO will not shy away from. He will just pivot this way and that, and always have some good surprises for you. It's kind of funny because before he did retire, of course, to become the manager of the Rebellion team over there, he was kind of revolutionizing Zerg versus Zerg, with mutas especially. He was like the first guy who was doom dropping lings into people's bases to open up new fronts, and he was using all sorts of burrow shenanigans, hiding units everywhere. And that became standard a few years after that. So I think it was always kind of nice to see. I remember even like Serral dropping a map to Dongray Gu where his hive got sniped by 50 Zerglings dropped in his main, and everyone was like, oh, he did the TLO move. Oh, wow, it works on Serral. It works on the world champ. It must be pretty damn good. So in ZVT, I think the struggle you end up with as TLO is this matchup is a bit more mechanically focused, right? And there is the option to go for, like you said, a proxy hatch, something where it's like it's all on Epic to deal with this weird situation, but it's a big investment, and I feel like guys like Epic play so much NA ladder, he will just smile to himself if you open with a proxy hatch. He's like, I've played Cats 4,000 times over the last decade, I've got so much experience against you drone harassing me at the start or hatchery blocking or anything. So for Dario, it might be more on the side of like do some little ling run buys like Mixu tried in that previous series, try to be a bit greedier, and then start to get real creative in the mid game.
I don't know if our predictions are going to come true here. Epic might play a lot on the NA ladder, but like many NA players, he does want to be playing against the best, and that can often be found actually in Europe at this point in time. A lot of the NA guys practice on Europe, and then Europe gets a little less clown fiesta, and then maybe you're kind of stuck in that mentality for a while, and you got to go back to NA and remind yourself of the shenaniganry that can happen there. But it just, as I said, I feel like it's going to be really telling in the first 5 minutes of the first game what both of their plans are. Like, what is TLO's plan, and then how is Epic going to react to it? Because as far as Epic goes, I feel like I can predict what he is going to do. We're not going to deviate too much from the typical TVZ. He has thrown in a couple of like 2 bases, but I don't know in this map pool, actually. I'm not even sure about the last map pool, to be honest. I'm thinking a while back, maybe some of the Underdog series versus, let's say, Scarlet, way back in the day. At this point in time, anyways, like 3-4 years ago. So yeah, but I think otherwise we're expecting some standard stuff. He was in my tournament last year in Las Vegas, and he did really well. We had some really fun games with him, and I've just remained impressed with his ability to stay so solid. Basically, like when I think of NA Terrans in the past, I really think of maybe they try and macro. That's not the issue. It's just more like they're way too overeager. They like suddenly go like Super Saiyan 1000 APM and they're missing every single one, right? And you see them kind of fall apart like that. But Epic just always seems so level-headed and cool. I've always appreciated that about his play style, and I think it does end up benefiting you in a TVZ if you are the overdog, as Cats would say. Like, I think over time it's going to benefit you. It's just all about that first, maybe even 5 minutes of the first game.
He's 100%. It's like the opposite of like a Beyond, right? Where Beyond's like, I need to micro every Marine, and like he looks almost like he's so stressed while he's playing. And Epic is one of these guys where it's like, and you feel this when you play against him, where you're like, oh my gosh, like he's so confident in his build, and he will adjust tactically, but he's never going to panic, ever. Like, he just is like, I'm just going to keep macroing, and even if you get like a pretty good engagement, some turns will panic and freak out and start F2ing and like just pull the boys or do some crazy rally to the front. He's always got another army behind it. He's always got the macro is hitting right at the exact right point, and you're like, oh, he's doing a lot of damage, he's committed a lot. Maybe he's mismacroed behind it. Epic's the guy who does not usually miss depots behind it. He does not forget upgrades behind it. They're always coming down on time. He's a machine. So yeah, it's weird. He is, like you said, kind of the opposite to the standard, North American Terran player who's trying to 3-racks Reaper and just shove their Marines in and win right there and then. Epic will look to just slowly choke his opponent out of the game. And I think it's going to be interesting, Can he overwhelm with solid Terran? Is Dario going to be able to get in there? It looks like the players, of course, just kind of getting their settings sorted, making sure everything's correct on the stage. Back in my day, I used to be notorious for nitpicking if the desk was a little bit shaky, or they used to always put these tablecloths on on the desk Zombie Grub where you'd have like your mouse pad like sliding across this thing, and you're like, what? Because the organizers would always want to like cover up the kind of, you know, dodgy looking desk or whatever, and you're like, okay, but we can't play on like a tablecloth that's sliding across the table. I was a real pain in the butt, but it's good to see the players just making sure their settings are correct, the vetoes are done just right, and everything feels good, because there's nothing worse than having some sort of weird in-game setting just not right. And some players might be a bit too meek to talk about it or make sure the settings are just right, or they're not experienced enough at LAN. Like, you know, the monitor just, you can't see Widow Mines or something like that. You can't see invisible units. That would be a nightmare. But I don't think that's going to be the case with these two.
Yeah, the experience is there for the offline tournaments for these two. Even though for TLO it's maybe been a couple of years. I mean, for Epic it's actually, I guess, since the last DreamHack we had on site. So, but I don't have much experience in that department. I think the one time I played in an actual offline LAN was when Archon mode is a thing. At the combined, the hybrid WCS Red Bull event that we had in Toronto, which, by the way, we were destined to win, but there was the last second patch that happened like the day before where they made Overlord drops available on Hatchery Tech, which was so cool and so fair. I have been experiencing a lot of the Beyond effects, I suppose, now when I play in like the big brain cups, the Basilisk stuff. My hands get so tense, even though I don't feel like I'm nervous. I actually deal with some pretty bad numbing problems.
Oh no!
Even just like one game into it, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I've had like problems with my hands and my arms in the past, but you know, I considered them basically fixed. But apparently, you put me in any competitive environment, and I do the tensing so much. Like that's what Bjorn says. It's like a mental thing more than a physical thing, and why it happens when it's offline. Is that little bit of like uncomfortableness and even more pressure on him, and then maybe some of those other things that you were mentioning, and that's why his hands start to go numb. I have it at home apparently, so I'm a lost cause.
No, for you, just you know, it's the standard. You know, you've been playing Salty Terran for too long, and your body is now broken, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I played the respectable race, which means that I have to actually try.
But you know what they always say, right? Terran, it's all about clicking good. Protoss is all about the strategy, and Zerg is about getting free map packs. So it's good
obviously.
Fun. Yeah.
Although, you know, I did just change over to Protoss, and for some reason, my numbness just went away during that best of 5. No, I'm just kidding. It was. But we are obviously purposefully delaying the game because we just love bantering with each other so much.
We vetoed the production. They've been in our ear saying start the game, but we refused to throw. We just wanted to have a bit of a catch up with you guys in the audience.
Yeah.
And, as you can see, the players there, they've agreed. They said, okay, we'll give you guys 20 minutes to have a bit of a catch-up, Zombie Grub and Pig. No worries.
And thanks, guys. Of course, we wish you were there, and we could just be catching up with them, I suppose, as they fix all their stuff. But no, guys, I'm not sure exactly which technical issue it is going to be, but we might also be getting vetoes done at this point. I think we do have vetoes done. So as a talking point here, you know, any interesting things that you see, Pig, it's going to be... picked Ultra Love, Ley Lines, and then Pylon for the
okay, cool. Yeah, I think Ultra Love's really interesting because it's got those really beautiful bridges and choke points, but it's got more space for the Zerg to pivot around and that sort of thing. Ley Lines, of course, is the overgrowth of 2025. We have seen every series for the last 9 months, year, has been on Ley Lines, and for good reason. It's a well-balanced map. It's kind of medium distance. There's good amount of room for everything, and it seems like the game is ready. So we're going to be going into that in just a moment, which is exciting because it is the sort of match which I'm honestly most excited for in this tournament. I don't care about that, you know, top 8 later. Day 1 of DreamHacks, day 1 of the road to EWC. This is where we get to see the action. Epic against TLO. It's going to be some fun, Zombie Grub.
It's going to be fun. We're going to have to wait for, actually. They are still not quite ready to go. So we are actually going to head to a break, although I'm sure we could think of just so many things to talk about for you guys. We are going to head to a break instead and hopefully get whoever needs fixing and all their stuff fixed. And we'll be back very soon, hopefully. So thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, we are waiting on TLO versus Epic. And they are still getting a couple of their settings fixed, but I see them actually getting into the lobby as I am speaking. So game should be up very, very quickly. Still here with Pig, who is the best human being on Earth, just to make up for the introduction earlier. And we're going to be casting some of the other best people on Earth. TLO, known him for so long, and he's always been such a sweet guy. Haven't got to hang out as much with Epic, but I think, Fear Dragon would testify that he is also an amazing person. But he says it about all North American players, so you gotta,
Yeah, Fear Dragon's too nice to the point where you can't trust any of his compliments, right? That's the danger, You've got to be a bit more like Zombie Grub. Advice for anyone out there: just go super hot and cold. She's using basically the pickup artistry, sort of killing my self-esteem, then raising it back up. I'm over here. I don't know what to think right now, leaving me reeling.
That's how you do it. That's the flirting that Zombie Grub does. Just put you down and then bring you back up. All right.
That's how you play StarCraft as well.
Oh my gosh, it is. You're right. That's actually correct. All right, Ultra Love guys, we are finally into the game of this TVZ. In the top right, it is the one and only Dr. Dario TLO.
One of the most famous players in StarCraft's history, going up against a North American player that has climbed through the ranks, representing Psystorm Gaming with the resolve of a Terran who is unshakable in the bottom left side of the map. It's Epic.
And that is some summary of our bants earlier on. Epic, often unshakable. Doesn't mean that he wins every time. It means when he wins, it's very cool, calm, and collected. And when he loses, it's also very cool, calm, and collected. TLO can be a little more frantic just with his style of play that he brings, but that franticness can sometimes benefit. So as far as the build order, the decision making, but then just also, I guess, kind of even more micro decision making, not the necessarily pre-planned. I'm going to send 20 lings over there, but hey, there's an opportunity. I'm just going to jump on it. I'm just going to go for it. A little more reaction there for the Zerg player. And nothing serious to start things off right now. I mean, we're just constantly talking about TLO is going to be the one that's going to change things up, and I do think that is true. But it might take us a little while to actually see that change up. Or until it's a third hatch. It looks like Epic is wary of some of the opening weirdness that can happen.
Yeah, it's funny though, because TLO's done what looks like a normal build order, but that gas is mighty early for him.
That is true.
And pulled 3 workers off, minerals onto gas. So this just gives you ling speed usually, quicker than normal. You could go instant roach roar after the spawning pool as well, skip a queen, and do like the surprise 6 roaches slide out. There's a few of these sneaky strategies you can do. I would imagine it's just earlier ling speed looking to run in, immediate pull-off ling speed starts. So Epic's going to have to deal with early speedlings. And if your first 2 Hellions move out and then those lings run in, or you get your first 2 Hellions surrounded, it can turn south very quickly. But this does come at an economic cost for TLO. It's going to delay certain things. And, he was a bit too slow to go out to a third base. That drone's going to get spotted there. TLO trying to sneak past in his opponent's face.
Yep, not going to happen. Now this Reaper gets a little bit of fun in the drone line. Lings are going to pop out. Will the Reaper head into the main? Probably not. Just wants to... Oh, no, it gets surrounded, too. I was going to say, it wants to head over to that third and then further delay the hatchery, but despite the initial delay, TLO still got it. Exactly. And gets the surround on the Reaper, which I was going to say the Reaper is unlikely to kind of scout this little deviation that you're talking about, but there was a chance maybe it could have been the first sign, even, somewhat accidentally, maybe it does see that speed is finished, but now it's now it's not gonna. This one Marine can, with an SCV pool, handle these 4 lings, but it will need some SCV support.
I mean, I love the immediate nod of the head, the confidence there for TLO. Epic started laughing, so good to see he didn't get tilted or anything, took it in stride. And I think it's a very friendly banter between these two as the Roach Horn comes down behind. Ling speed is finished, but it looks like TLO does not want to give any time for Epic to get going. Tech Lab is down, but it's slightly delayed by this, and usually it's Banshees that slap down the Ravager Zergling attacks that used to be so common and have fallen out of favor. This one off single gas. Wow. So this is looking like, I think if this gets spotted on the way across the map, it could get really shut down by an early Banshee.
Yes, absolutely can. And this is one of the safest things that Epic can do as well, which I think safety is going to be a real priority for the first 5 to 6 minutes. So that even it's best if you can see the roaches come across the map. Even if he doesn't, that Banshee will hopefully ensure that his 3CC still has the ability to kick in and recover any damage that he does take. A couple of Lings actually already causing some damage. 3 SCVs have gone down. Epic forced to consider that before going across the map, so maybe the scout would have been a little bit later. This actually still ends up scouting this almost perfectly. That's not the first 2 roaches, but it's the second 2. And it's such a non-committal. It's something that Epic doesn't need to over-defend against, and he will initially over-defend because he's so unsure as to how many roaches are following this up, so a bunker is on the way, so be very appropriate. This is all worth it, I would say, for now, but once he discovers, hey, this really isn't a lot, we're going to send these units across the map, we're actually going to do it already. It looks like he is willing to send these units out, scout for anything more on the way. The roaches managed to just barely avoid being scouted, but it is only the 2 roaches, and the bunker is going to end up helping even just a little bit, but this pulls the army back, and that's something that TLO is going to use to continue droning, which he has been doing for the past 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's trying to get back on that drone hammer after investing so much in the early link speed. Roach Warren and a handful of roaches. Lair is on the way, and with no cloak for the Banshees, he should be able to defend quite well. Only 4 queens, 3 roaches, 10 zerglings, but the Ling's going to go for a counter now. Hellions once again trying to come across the map, but Epic is realizing, okay, I know what I'm playing against. I'm playing against the Zerg who wants to go first, and he goes for the full wall off. Didn't need that wall off necessarily that fast, but it was a very good idea to add that safety.
Yeah, absolutely. I am totally with you. I think he's just identified, okay, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to constantly, basically, like, trick me on a very small level, but just show some aggression and then really be droning a lot behind it. Show a little bit of aggression. You still have to take it seriously as Epic. I think every single time you see the Zerg on the other side of the map, just in case you really don't know what the plan is, because he has had 0 scouting beyond those front lines. But eventually, what is going to happen is that Epic picks up on it, which he already has, stops any of the run-bys that would be annoying, and then he will get his time to shine. He will get the ability to both defend and aggress to some extent, as we see here. Hellions and Banshee first, then maybe a couple of drops later on, with tanks protecting him back at home. So the Hellions get in. They are unfortunately very unsuccessful. The Lings were there to help out the Roaches, so they're going to go down without too much of a fight. The Banshees, as you pointed out, do not have cloak. Could be very much just safety Banshees. I think we've also seen more double Banshee cloakless in recent play too. The Ling's actually causing a bit more of a problem than you would like. This one Marauder gonna be saved just barely. Even a couple of Marines falling. The Ling's last breath. More time that TLO gets to have where the Terran is entirely back at home, and he gets to fit in whatever he needs to. He's already at 79 drones. Needs a 4th base, though, to actually use this saturation, and he's on his way to Ling, Baneling, Hydra. That Baneling is, though, a little bit late. Not going to have Baneling speed anytime soon.
And making Roach speed and a Ravager is fascinating. So I think Dario just wants to get the 3 Ravagers out, maybe to snipe tanks, potentially add more Roaches later. But it's a bit of a hodgepodge for him composition-wise. But with a 4th on the way, a 5th on the way, decent little bit of creep spread off his low queen count. And like you said, that big worker count, it feels like he's got himself ahead just by making this early game messy and keeping the Terran at home. He's traded better. But double drop on the right side looks like it could deny the 4th. And I think getting a 4th base up is so essential. Dario has about 15 workers idled in his 3rd base right now, which he hasn't noticed. So hopefully he catches on to that.
Oh, wow, you're right. I think he pulled them, but then realized there was no reason to. Right, because I just looked at it and it was, 23 or something out of 16. That's why I brought up the oversaturation. So yeah, not exactly sure how this happened, but it is happening. You're right. A lot of drones not mining. And even if oversaturation isn't ideal, it is still giving you that extra money. So it is better to actually mine with them. A little bit unfortunate here for TLO. Did also lose that 5th, but he has a 4th at least on the way. So that's going to be safe and actually get up and running. 5th once again canceled. This is the moment that I was talking about where Epic, he can actually defend appropriate at home against almost anything, while also getting this aggression, which will find hatcheries. It'll also scout, and it'll give him a little more confidence, I think, to actually do the push that he is setting up to. He does have an 8 racks.
8 racks indeed. Very committed. No 4th command center for Epic. Wants to build a giant army. I think TLO, he has the numbers to deal with this, but he doesn't have good creep spread, and he doesn't have much map control right now. So this is going to allow Epic to come forward, and on this map, there are brutal choke points. If those tanks get a really good position, TLO kind of needs to hit it from 2 or 3 sides. You can't just be fighting front on into a choke point. TLO's army is reasonably well split up. He's breaking rocks on the left, but I feel like he doesn't know about this push until now, and he sees it. It's on creep. It's in the middle. Epic going right up the guts. Crazy push for Epic, but once he gets ramp control, it is so bad for TLO.
Yeah, just needs a scan. Still on creep, actually. And TLO says this might be my best opportunity. Jumps on top of the Terran army. The tanks left a little underdefended as the army pulls back, but the Hydra is taking their sweet time actually killing these things. One tank ends up surviving. So many Marines are left over, and this is not what you want. The Marines up against the Hydra, though the Hydra number is still kind of considerable. The Marines do need to take a step back, but more medevacs are on the way. More reinforcements are on the way. This is an 8 racks. This is not going to stop anytime soon, and TLO definitely needs something besides just Hydras to get him back into this game.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward because low numbers of Banelings will get taken out by tanks. Needs a lot of Lings as well, but you've got to sync everything together. Just going in a bit at a time will not work out. The first fight looked like it started okay. Got rid of a bunch of tanks, but look at that tank. It's getting close to the ramp.
TLO needs one heck of a fight here. Is down in army supply. That +2 Carap is not going to quite finish up here. Epic's 2-2, though, still not done either. So, actually, no matter how you slice it, TLO in an upgrade deficit. Finds a couple of reinforcements. That's kind of nice. 2 medevacs do go down, but so little left back at home. Epic picks up on this. He actually charges forward. No fear. No Banelings, no fear. These Marines will tackle anything else. Goodbye, Infestation Pit. No Infestors. Well, I think the idea was to get to Hive. That is not happening anytime soon either. And now TLO is supply blocked.
Oh, and the Banelings getting shut down by the Marines in the top right. There weren't many of them. There's more Banes cocooning right now, trying to get ready. Hydraling coming in from behind. Banes from the front. The Marines starting to get taken down.
Yeah, actually, Epic, it's a little too overzealous. Didn't realize how much army was going to be coming in from behind. And the Banelings forming at just the right second to utilize what little creep there is and an overly aggressive Epic. But Epic has a second army. That was the remnants of his first one. That's why TLO was able to tackle it. It was just the remnants. And now Epic is going to redirect to a very important base. TLO, such little creep spread. This is so little to work with. This is so little advanced notice. Now he also has not taken down the debris, so he doesn't have a lot of avenues to try and tackle this. Yeah, this is has to be given up, and TLO is going to go for maybe a run by, hoping to make this game as messy as possible.
Yeah, don't fight the Terran Fronton is a great rule, but there is now a 4th base getting up on the right side with the Planetary, and even the rally seems to be giving this push a little bit of trouble. Hydra Ravager, you don't want this to get surrounded. It's not as fast as Zerglings. It could get taken out. Same time in the top left, we've got like Marines there. We're picking off Overlords. The rest of the army's coming back. Epic's got a 3-3 on the way. +1 melee and +1 range. Not done. Only having +2 carapace this whole time really hurts for Zerg.
Yeah, it does. 6 queens are available, but the creep spread is slow going. Only finally getting it back down the middle. Obviously lost the 5th to harassment earlier on. Never got that back. And then the 4th just died. So trying to replace the 4th at this moment. Drones off the long distance mine or get slaughtered, which seems more likely at this point. Epic able to freely run across a creepless map and get into another fantastic position. A little pre-spread too, and TLO is running out of options.
Bit of a slaughter on the drones there. There's just not enough Hydraling Bane. Ultra Love has some lovely tank positions. And without the map control, because TLO was committing so much to aggression, I think he needed to keep being aggressive rather than fall into that defensive stance early. He goes for one last surround, and it's beautifully angled, but he doesn't have the numbers to make it work. Great early game for TLO. Got himself to a good position, but without the creep spread to back it up, and Epic able to just waltz across the map with that first push and siege up. Did feel like he did really well with the double drop, sniped the attempted 4th base on the right side. TLO felt like he had to defend the top left corner, but he got kind of stuck being reactive. It felt like when TLO was going first, when he was attacking and harassing, fantastic. Not only keeping pace, but I would say getting some nice leads for himself. And then the moment he's kind of stuck defending the top left corner, Epic's like, okay, now I just get to take position and set up those beautiful Terran engagements. And, you know, TLO only at that point started to reposition his army. I think if half of his army was waiting on the map for Epic to move out, this is a much harder game for Terran.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, it still feels like there is some pretty critical things missing on the macro for TLO that just set him in such a subpar position to even begin to handle it. And while, yeah, having a fight happen long before the tanks are literally sieged up in your reinforcement point, shall we say, like it still would have been so difficult without that creep spread, without the, I think, still appropriate amount of macro on the economy side. He got up to a good drone count, but then didn't get those extra hatcheries to really fully utilize it until later on. Then the technology wasn't necessarily there, but if you're not going to have technology, ideally you're closer to a maxed out army, and that didn't happen either. It definitely could have been better with the tools that TLO had at the moment the push happened, but I feel like the tools were still a little scuffed even at that point. So it's going to be tough.
Do you think Hydras as well? I think Hydras I love as a unit, but I think they're really creep dependent, right? You need kind of the good creep spread to allow the Hydras to cover the areas and move around fast enough. Otherwise, it's almost like you'd almost rather rush up to Hive and go like Ultra Infesta, something that does really well off creep.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the attempt a lot more from some other top tier Zergs, actually. Whether it's successful or not is down to the particular matchup, because I know in GSL we've had quite a few of that, but then they still die to just the onslaught that is the 8 racks. Because at the end of the day, too, as much as we can talk about how TLO could improve, the 8 racks is really difficult, especially when you are facing a Terran who just refuses to be tilted. I mean, Epic could have easily been tilted with some of the ways that TLO was opening that game, but he wasn't, and he knew the 8 racks was going to be the most powerful blow. Well, we'll talk more about that in a second. We're in the game number 2 on ley lines. In the top rights, we have the red Zerg, TLO.
Looking focused as ever, back here in the tournament scene, and in the bottom left side of the map. Facing off with him, the stalwart Terran for Psystorm Gaming. It is Epic.
Yeah, an incredible amount of Hydras can sometimes, when it happened in that game, you're like, oh, it's only Hydras. Like, this is where I win because I have Marines and medevacs. Well, actually, that was too many Hydras. That did happen. But otherwise, Hydras feel a little more limited in their ability. Just all the creep that they need, and then the sacrifice that could be made on the front lines. If you do end up not taking good fight off of creep, your retreat is really in question. They will come in gunning after your Hydras trying to retreat. So it just didn't feel like the flexible type of army. And TLO was, again, missing some of those baseline creep spread and proper saturation and all that. But I think his opening really did what we expected it to do, which was set Epic a little, well, at least more defensive. Again, he didn't get tilted off of it, but I think it did make him kind of question a couple of things. And TLO was able to have at least a couple of moments where he got some big benefits off of that. He did get up to a good drone count. Epic was unable to really use his early game to go for aggression. And if we could do the same thing, but with that better creep spread, maybe a little more on the map when possible, predict and kind of set the attack up, or the defense of the attack up first and foremost, like then maybe we actually have quite a good response to the 8 racks. Which I wonder if Epic is just going to do again, just because it is so effective and is his ultimate goal if everything else is going a little awry.
Epic plays a lot like Cure, I feel, another unshakable player who just continues to do what he wants to in the game, and he's been spamming 8 racks as well. It feels like all the guys that weren't traditional 8 raxers, Beyond as well, wasn't that big of an 8 raxer. He's been 8 raxing a lot. So I feel like, it's definitely just become a very popular build, and I think Epic's going to be quite good at doing 8 raxers, and if he sees like a heavy Roach army where an early 8 rax doesn't work, he'll just add the Tech Labs and go Marauders with it, and I don't think he feels that bad about adding his 4th command center afterwards. Some players, when they 8 racks, it really is like the old Oliveira, hyper-optimized, I'm going to hit you so fast, dive in, and you're either, you can either stop it or you're dead, and that's it. But I think Epic has much more of a possibility to transition off of this. So it's not just a one-punch knockout. Quick link speed again for TLO. Very big, quick commitment to that. I think he enjoys this flexibility, and because Epic's being greedy and going second starport, second gas, he delays his Hellions, and that's not something you should be doing, I think, against TLO. TLO's playing these really aggressive starts. I think against guys like TLO, you've got to be making those Hellions as quickly as possible. Does lose an SCV, a bunch of mining time, and a fantastic start here for TLO, picking off a whole bunch of things. Reaper as well, SCV putting the 3rd command center. TLO's got to feel good about this.
And Epic's main concern is what is following this up at this point, which, if there is nothing terribly aggressive, and there is nothing, we know that, then Epic, I think, will be okay with those losses. It's very possible that Epic is even more, reconfirmed in his faith, if you will, that like as long as he doesn't take game-ending damage in the early and mid-game, he will still have the advantage in this game. He is still the expected winner in this game. So little bits, it seems nice for TLO, but it's really about how much TLO can capitalize on these little bits. Because Epic isn't going to get tilted apparently, but TLO could be maximizing things behind the aggression a little more than last game. Epic actually, this time around, does manage to slip 2 Hellions across the map, if for nothing else, scouting, which is something he was missing last game to a certain extent. Did take a while to get fully across the map, and now he's even improved on that too. Not great importance perhaps, but potentially. Again, if TLO was following us up with something aggressive. We have +1 Carapace on the way for the Zerg, and their evolution chamber is here too though, so we're going to get double upgrades. And a lair has also started up.
Bit of a delay on the mineral income for TLO. Very conscious, right? He's not saturating the third because he's got to get sports for the Banshees, and he's rushing the fastest double evo of all time. He's like, his carapace is so early. There we go. Melee starts at 5 minutes. I mean, this is going to be miles ahead of the Terran upgrades, and I think he wants to go really quickly to +2 carapace, but a little bit lower on the unit count. So if Epic finds a good fight, just roasts a bunch of Zerglings or gets some Marines in a corner, TLO is not going to have the abundance of numbers that you get when you play the fast drone delayed Evo chamber style. But there's also going to be a few moments in the game where we might see like Dario cut, and of course Dario being TLO, cut the production on the drones, just build a big massive Link Bane and try to fight when he has the upgrade advantage, whether that's 1-1 against 0-0 or 2-2 against 1-1. He should really have his eye on keeping those windows in mind.
A lot of gas coming up now. TLO still not quite heading over to the 4th base. Hydralisk N coming down alongside some pretty quick burrow. Could actually see burrowed banelings this time around. Double Banshee with cloak, but unfortunately even less effective than the last game. One of them already falling down as TLO had the Spore Crawlers prepared. And Epic just thought he could slide on by. That was not to be the case. Overlook going to be lost back on the other side of the map, but TLO, I think, up until now, was handling the Banshees pretty well. 4-5 drones. The Banshee does want to escape to help out on the defensive side.
Link Run-By is going down south at the same time. So you can see TLO is trying to keep aggressive, trying not to accept being defensive, but those 5 drones from the Banshee were really good. 2 fresh mules, 3 fresh mules, and oh, if those mules go down, that's really big. Already wasting a bit of mining time. Does get a Hellion or 2, but Hellions have survived very well this game, and without actually killing the Hellions, TLO has to back away. That 4th base is so very late this game, he cannot afford to lose it. That is a non-negotiable. TLO on 59 workers only, already going into Hydras, but Epic has 3 more barracks building. He's going to 8 barracks. He's got an armory on the way. He's building Marines, Medevacs, and of course, those siege tanks that will anchor the position. Banshee does fall, which is nice for TLO, but with limited creep spread and a lower worker count, he's going to have to find a really good first engagement. Otherwise, Epic's just going to overwhelm him with the power of the modern Terran macro. These modern top Terrans are just so good at massing up armies. And, I mean, we don't want to kind of count Dario out here, but he's going to be outnumbered, especially with that 4th hatchery going down.
This is, I think, a bit uglier than last game, no? I mean, he ultimately lost the last game, but there was at least that potential in the amount of drones that he had, even though, again, the saturation didn't happen fast enough. This time around, a lot of mistakes going down. He does not get the drones that would saturate 3 bases. He's oversaturated a couple of gases for a lot longer. He's just affording a kind of expensive army on not a whole lot. Still not getting any additional drones, even as his 4th gets successfully completed. This is going to tire him out. I mean, 8 racks already pushes even an 80 drone Zerg to the max when it comes to that exhaustion game. I can't imagine what it does to a 57 drone Zerg. I think you're right. It might just be like first push and win. We got the drops that are really telling Epic there's a lot of opportunity here. He sees 0 drones on this base. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill it. We do have some more army on the way. Very few Banelings, but that's enough Ling Hydra. But Epic has such control over the creep spread once again. He has the ultimate push in mind. He's just about ready to go, I would say, with all the tanks being set up back at home. Even the Baneling snipes happening. TLO only just now adding on those 8 drones.
No Hydra
a
movement speed
poor
either as
economy.
well, so it's gonna be hard without the
Yeah.
Hydra movement speed for these Hydras to ever shut down these drops or anything like that. He's in a good position though, so if Epic's not watching, oh, but the push comes out this top side. Dario put all of his burrowed banelings on the middle path. Oh, that's tragic. He thought the push was gonna come up the guts, and those banelings not in the right spot. He's got two here. They are spread out a little awkwardly, and there we go. Oh, big burrowed baneling does land. Not quite with the same centrality to it as it could have been, but still takes out a ton of Marines, damages the rest of them, and the army goes across the map. TLO says, I'm not going to fight this front on. I wasn't born yesterday. I know what happens when you fight a Terran army that's sieged up in position front on, but he realizes Hydras are too slow zombie grub in the midst. He's like, why aren't my Hydras here yet? And he does click the upgrade, but it is so very late.
He's still going to be able to jump on top of this army with slow Hydras and everything. Epic was not expecting this and lets the army get fully surrounded by the Speedlings. TLO is sat back down to 3 bases. His 4th could easily be canceled by the drop that still exists. He left some banelings at home knowing that Epic might try and jump on top of it, but there simply isn't enough, I don't believe, with all of these forming, but going to be canceled. Epic also sieges, gets a little bit of a spread. It's going to be a bit of a base trade. The 3rd CC was lifted for Epic, but he is reinforcing in his natural, making the stand there at the very least. And I'm afraid even if TLO to return with this offensive army, he would not have enough to defend his home.
That macro of Epic, like we said, he's a proper powerhouse. In the midst of, weird Ling run bys, constantly getting in, microing his own Banshee harassment, he does not miss a beat. And this is what we were saying at the start. Unshakable, stalwart Terran. Epic just doesn't slow down no matter what is happening in the game, and he has faith in his build orders where other players go, oh no, my timing's late, or this isn't going to work because of this. He doesn't have those doubts. He never has. He's one of the nastiest players to play against because of it. Some players you can tell when they're doubting themselves. Epic never is. He feels confident no matter what, and he's got a great tank Marine spready. The Baneling Hydra comes in. This is TLO's massive investment. He burrows in the middle of the fight, but he spots it. Epic scans, takes the burrowed Banes down, maintains position, and remember, Terran has another army. Oh my gosh, Dario! Oh!
No.
Oh, he slips by.
Oh, that was unintentionally perfect. I don't know if TLO would have been paying attention, as desperate as he is, but that could have at least been a highlight moment. Now it is nothing. Epic with 2 armies still intact, and now going for a little bit of a sandwich by the looks of things. TLO down to his last remnants of his army, even dealing with a main drop that is still bothersome. He's going to go for one last hurrah. An Epic might win on either side. There's not even really any banelings left over, so these Marines can really stand in place.
Oh my gosh, Epic's coming in from 3 sides. He's just like, he's got Marines in the back, Marines in the left, Marines in the south. They're coming in from every angle and just trying to pick the fights that they can find. Only 46 SCVs left. So, there's that kind of like, oh my gosh, is there a way here? But it's so tough to actually do. 1 Marine still in the main. Massive coalition of Terran units on the left side with 4 siege tanks still up. Oh my gosh, he's going to stim on creep in a ball. My golly, just 0 fear. I think he realizes that TLO is once again going to try and counter him.
Did find the burrowed banelings once again, just saw it, and now knows that the true idea here from TLO is to go for a base race. But we could be, TLO might be hoping for a legitimate last building death, but we know what happens when you're facing a Terran. They just lift and leave. It looks like he won't even get that possibility, as the Hydras are going to get surrounded kind of by SCVs, and that's a weird statement, but that's just enough to let the Marines rip and tear through the Hydras. And Epic is going to be 2-0ing TLO at this moment. There you have it. NA represents moving on in the bracket.
I love that. A slightly almost apprehensive look from Epic. I think realizing that even for him, a guy who looks unshakable in his gameplay, it is annoying to play against a guy like TLO's. Counterattacks, Ling run bys, units running in from all sides. It's not easy to do that, especially on camera, especially on the stage, kind of scraping off maybe some of those LAN tournament cobwebs and things. But both players, I think, performed really well. And as we kind of predicted, TLO is so good in the early stages and so good at just throwing curveballs and harassments and run-bys at his opponent. But at the end of the day, Epic's macro does reign supreme. And you got to say, a guy who's commonly sitting at 6,400 on the NA ladder, by far the most consistent North American Terran player on that ladder and competing on the European ladder as well, and just kind of having these big runs in tournaments. It's going to be interesting to see how far Epic can go today, as I'm hoping for him to cause a bunch of upsets.
Yeah, I was trying to take a look actually at his potential bracket, and while it's not quite fulfilled yet, we do have a good number of Zergs. I mean, his TVZ is feeling strong, but a couple of those Zergs do include Sterile and Solar, so that might be a little bit tough. But nonetheless, strong start for Epic. It's a little bit that warm up. It's a confirmation that his 8 racks is still going to be very powerful. I liked TLO's first game quite a bit, actually. It does feel like we could have had a similar game for game 2, with just a little bit of those improvements. But what we ended up getting was actually, I think, a far more a haphazard game. Like, TLO actually looked like he was a little more disjointed instead of a little more warmed up. So just change of plans, or Epic getting a little more on the opposite side of the map a little bit sooner, a little more consistently, whatever it was. TLO not able to get to that same state. There is the bracket that I was talking about. Oh my gosh, he actually faces Cyril most likely right after that. So I don't know if that was that good of a warm-up, but yes, good luck to Epic. And I know we're all looking forward to seeing what Cyril actually looks like, since we haven't seen him in a little bit. It's just a couple of show matches here and there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think there's just so fun to see these brackets evolve and see how the players go. At the moment, I think a lot of people are asking, can anyone challenge the Cyril and Clem ascendancy, because they've been just head and shoulders above everyone else? But I think there's a lot of other players who are grinding right now. I mean, 4 spots on the line for Esports World Cup. You do not get any other chances like this to qualify. So it's a big opportunity for all the players out there. And we're going to be back with more series after this short break.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of.
Hello, everyone. We are actually back. We got ourselves a PVZ on the way as well. It's going to be SOS versus Zuglang. Of course, most of you are going to recognize the name SOS and be very excited about this, as you should be. He has been playing in the GSLs and qualifiers at the very least, and been off and on, I suppose, in the GSL. But we know that he creates very fun games. And then he's facing Zuglang, which maybe some of you don't recognize, but he has been in the scene just about as long, to be honest. Really great Finnish player, right? If I remember my Nation Wars days. And a player that I think could make this a very explosive ZVP. Like, SOS, probably not going to do super, super crazy stuff, but I feel like the two battling each other are going to create sparks, and it is going to be fun. Most people are going to give SOS a bit of the lead here, obviously, with his tenure, I suppose, in StarCraft II, but I don't know. It's not like he is the SOS of winning $100,000, winner takes all of the past. And Zuglang can be a bit tricky with those speedlings.
I mean,
so,
he created a
I'm
meme.
very curious about this one.
Zuglang, he created the meme, beat Sue in Nation Wars, and one of the funniest clips ever of Stats and Innovation laughing at Sue and roasting him for getting wrecked by Zuglang in that map is one of those funny ancient clips of StarCraft history. So he's definitely got some good timings up his sleeve. He's good friends with Serral and the other guys over there like Mixu. So those Finnish Zergs are built different, but when you are facing the original two-time world champion, it never comes easy. This man, 2013 and 2015 world champion, in the bottom left side of the map in the red, it is SOS.
The hot take goats, if you're so inclined to be given hot takes.
Oh, we got the wrong camera.
In the bottom. Do what? In the top left, as the blue, that is blue Zerg, we do have a Zuglang. Gonna get the the opposite, swap those, but yeah, we get the idea.
Yeah. SOS, of course, is in the purple shirt and Zuglang in the orange hoodie there, guys. Hopefully we can get those colors swapped on the borders as well as we go on. SOS came back and I thought he was going to get rolled, but just because, literally was like, hey guys, I'm playing again, bam, into GSL. But making it to GSL, he made Raynor sweat. Like, Raynor was in big trouble in all of his games against SOS and had to make comebacks. So SOS showed really good tricky builds. He would kind of get scouted doing what would look like a Tempest build, and then he'd pivot into Charge Lot or vice versa. It was really like your classic kind of curveball PVZ. Zuglang, though, how good is he at just not trying to get the read and hard counter? If he can play that kind of really traditional, just solid European Zerg style where you're just trying to cover every different option and just scout constantly and be really safe and not kind of bank on knowing exactly what your opponent's going to do, then I think he could do well. But it's all about getting past that 6 or 7 minute mark without falling way behind, and that's very difficult against the trickster SOS.
That is a very good point. His matches versus Raynor were, some of the most annoying that I could see from the Zerg perspective. Right now, the Zerg are having a bit of trouble here. The late game, those Tempest appearing, give Zerg some trouble. There's always been back and forth of late game PvZ, but right now it can be a little bit tricky. And SOS in his GSL match, what he kind of did there was he didn't only do it to trick Raynor potentially, it also kind of cut the legs out of any potential early game or mid game all-in that the Zerg might want to do to ensure they can't go to the late game. Because the Protoss is going to play on 2 bases for much longer than anticipated, you're going to be way more hesitant to do anything aggressive. And if they're going to go right to air, you're also going to have some of those mid-game options that Zerg would typically have kind of cut as well. Having to go into Hydras are a little more expensive, and they're all-ins off of it, but do you really want to be throwing Hydras into static defense, Tempest, It really made it a very frustrating game for Raynor. And he was very, very close to actually losing. He brought back vivid memories. But, is he going to do it again? Does Zuglang kind of expect this, seeing those games most likely, know what that's about, and have a better answer than Raynor does? I'm not really sure. But SOS, he could do something tricky on 2 bases. I could see him also playing just a very strong 3 base, maybe more aggressive 3 base, like the delayed at Forge, do something aggressive with Blink Stalkers. Right now, we are not getting anything as far as signs of that real difference to base opener as the probe even heads over to that 3rd.
I mean, only single Oracle. Second one starts up now as well. This is good. I really think, as SOS, you've been studied. Zuglang would have been expecting a Void Ray, would have been expecting you to do something with quick 4 gas, but Zuglang committing to a ton of Zerglings, looking for a cancel on the 3rd attempt. Oracle number 1 comes in, gets 2 drones, does take heavy damage. There's the Gigachan Spore. You got to respect the modern Spore Crawler, up to 20 damage from 15 for the first 14 years of StarCraft II, and that definitely does get the damage done much quicker. Double Adept in a really nice position. If the second Oracle comes over here, then I think SOS is fine to defend this, and a great shuffle on the Adept, 2 more warping in, and with the Oracle as well, Zuglang can't get anything done. Great start for SOS.
Yeah, that was a decent amount of lings there too. Very, very good response from SOS. Not even to lose the Adepts. That is fantastic. Twilight Council's coming down very, very quickly. Forge is now coming down. No, actually, he did for literally a hot second. I didn't just say it. Actually had it queued up. Decided to go into Gateway instead. Either way, it would have been a later Forge. So I'm going to see these 2 buildings slapped down side by side, but we'll see if it is going to be that blink, and then maybe attacking over to the 3rd base of Zuglang. Persephone is the map, and you do have, a kind of direct path from your natural, in this case as SOS, to the Zerg's 3rd. It's going to be Resident Glaives, actually. So, okay.
It's like a real delayed one, a very sneaky one, the sneakiest. These are the ones that always look amazing or terrible, I feel like, where you can blindside and do really well. I mean, there's no Roachmore and there's a Baneling Nest, which is usually a bit weaker, I would say, against the Glaive Adepts, and he's even going to do just a handful of Adepts to make it even more surprising when the delayed Adept attack comes in about a minute and a half.
This guy looks so odd. Yeah. Ling Baneling, a potentially high risk, high reward style to face Adepts, actually, assuming that your Ling's get a surround on Adepts and the Banelings connect. Beautiful, fantastic. But anything else, and it gets a little weirder. Sometimes the Adepts, they find the Lings first, and the Banelings don't look as good. This is a very aggressive shade maneuver. The Lings are not going to find the Adepts, though, before they get into a nice little cranny here. So this is going to cause some problems. Zuglang going to lose out on a lot of lost mining as he's forced to just stop mining in his main base. Recall is going to be used. The Resident Glaives finishes up with a chrono. How many Adepts are going to be sent across the map? We're at 14 right now.
Bit of a supply block here for SOS, but he's going to go with those 14 Glaive Adepts, and you can see mass drone on the way for Zuglang. He thinks it's over. He does have 40 Zerglings out. If he could see this coming, he'd be good, but he doesn't have any scouting on the map. Zuglang's thinking about economy. He's thinking about the future. He's not thinking about the right here, right now, because it is such a surprise when you get hit by a few non-Glaive Adepts. You think, okay, pressure's over, no worries. Guess what? Here comes the real kicker, and there is not enough to defend. Only 4 Queens and 46 Zerglings with +1 Stasis Trap tries to go down as well. Oh, and these Queens taking big damage. Adepts shading onto the ramp where they've got natural protection on those sides of the ramp. Beautiful damage for SOS to start things off. He's got more Adepts in the 3rd base at the same time, butchering the worker line over there. Zuglang doesn't notice it nor pull away, shades into the main, and these Banelings are going to finish far too late. Roaches can scramble together a defense. Banelings, you've got to see it coming. You've got to have the Banes pre-morphed, and like you said, you've got to get that big surround, but SOS goes for a 3rd base, and I love this change up because I really felt he was way too 2 base predictable in that Reina series in GSL where everyone watched, studied it. But SOS, he understands the mind games in StarCraft. He knows you have been watching those games. Let's make it look more like a normal macro game and then flow in with those delayed pressures that catch you off guard and wrong-footed. Beautiful game 1 for SOS.
Very well executed. Just kind of able to do the build order to fruition and to catch the Zerg player playing a Ling only style just adds so much benefit to it as well. He got a lot of scouting throughout the game with the oracles, with the initial adepts, knew that roaches weren't going to be a problem. They just thought this could actually end the game, and indeed it did. Hard to say Zuglang could have played that better from that position. Obviously, if he was able to tell, there could have been some possible response, and that includes, just literally seeing 14 adepts. If he sees those on SOS's side of the map, then he does have those banelings prepared. Then the adepts might have to be a little more careful with how they shade super aggressively. There might still be benefits to the adept opener. We might still have a situation where the Zerg is kept so suppressed on drones that it still works for SOS, but you really just didn't give Zuglang any chance in a game like that.
No chance to get going. And it was interesting to see the Lingbane choice, because I think when things go right, it feels so fluid. It feels so nice. You're like, I don't have to invest any roaches. I'm so much more mobile. I can counterattack and do run-bys without having to invest so much in it. You can't really do that with roaches. You're way more committed if you get caught out of position. And it's a more fluid style, but when it doesn't go right, it falls apart so rapidly, right? Roaches always give you that kind of defensive anchor that can get you back in the game. Didn't have the kind of ability to do that and just kind of got knocked down. SOS macro looked good though. I love 2 adepts in the pylon at the 3rd. Good adjustment with the micro there. His opening was very standard and clean, and we saw him play so non-meta previously in the previous week. So I always love when a player is aware, okay, I've shown a really good expertise in this weird part of the game, and now after doing that in game 1, I wouldn't mind him doing the 4-gas, doing just the old Tempest rush. Hell, he could even go 3rd Nexus and then go for Tempest, right? There's so many cool things that you can do to mix up your play here and change it up as we go into game 2. And being a 2-time world champion, even if that last world championship was a literal decade ago, it's such big experience. He won so many big tournaments when the stakes were high, and he's still showing he's got good chumps today.
Game number 2 is here. We're going to be on ley lines. In the top right, up 1, he is SOS.
And the opponent in the bottom left doing an early extractor trick, the Finnish Zerg. It's Zuglang. See if he can recover from a rough start. But definitely the early probe coming in, looking for the block on the hatchery. That's something SOS loves to do. Zuglang accepting, having to take his 3rd base. I'm surprised. I thought he might try for the... Oh, no, he gets it. Ooh, he does get the 15 hatchery down. Very nice. I did not think he'd be able to get that in time, so... That's a good advantage for Zuglang. SOS going for a probe scout and not getting the block always hurts.
Forced to just try his best to deny these stacked drones on the mineral. But to further your point about how now SOS really can change it up, he could do something like 3 base, but still into the heavy air style. There's a chance that Zuglang is now forced to play very respectfully. Get the Roach Warren, take some economic losses because you really just don't know what SOS is going to bring out. Even when you think you do, you see 3 bases, you could have possibly even seen the Twilight Council, but you would not have quite known that it would have been Resonating Glaives until you saw that many adepts. Just a reminder that you're going to have to play careful, but if you are the underdog, playing careful doesn't sound very fun. You actually have to take risks, but it's what risk is really going to work when SOS has all of these builds in his big old book of builds. Zuglang, he could try and be more aggressive, but he did try and get a little bit of a hiccup on SOS's beginning. He tried with those Lings. He wanted to catch him off guard, and SOS reaction was just perfect.
The probe here did accidentally mine minerals early, so SOS has done everything he can to be as annoying as possible, spreading damage across the drones, but of course their regeneration means they can kind of ignore it. Water off a duck's back. Little bits of probe damage here. It's not like against an SCV, damage a bunch of SCVs in a mineral line, come in and finish them off later with an Oracle or Adept. And SOS has the Adept coming out. Warp Gate delayed to get the Stargate. Zergling's going to try and pursue the probe, and we'll see. Is Zuglang super defensive once he pushes the probe away? Does he just sit at home? Yeah, it looks like he's not going to try and sneak any lings across the map. So very much just saying, let's get my spread of overlords, my creep connecting my bases, have my defensive ring up. And I think he just wants to play a very proper game 2.
So Zuglang has an overlord over the 7X core. He would have seen that delayed warp gate, which there's always a chance it's a fake, but I feel like in these days it's 99% correct is what it points to. Just that Stargate. What really is the question is what pops out of that Stargate. As you mentioned last game, Void Ray could, and then you just really don't know what that means. Oracle is a little more standard, and engines tends to lead to that standardness. Nah, it is going to be that Void Ray. But the Void Ray can still actually, you almost be a fake. You see a Void Ray, you might immediately think that for gas. You might think, something, even on Twilight Council still, even though it's a very expensive building that Void Ray. But it also could just be all of that to just instill fear.
Good damage.
And then the Void Ray really just chills.
Yeah, absolutely. Zombie Grubbin already getting a drone and a few Zerglings. It was nice, but does lose both adepts. So it's not cheap for SOS. I think Zuglang's okay with that trade. And to just nail your point home, I think I actually would say one of the best plays is Void Ray into macro game, but SOS is not going to do that. It is 4 gas. It is Fleet Beacon. We're seeing the old 2-star Tempest Rush. And I think Zuglang, to be prepared for this, you need to be back on gas, which he is mining gas right now, with I think 1 or 2 workers. I'm not quite sure, but he basically needs to make a lair as quickly as possible. Yeah, he's back on 3 workers. At this point, you see no third, and you're like, it's past 4 minutes. Why is there not even an attempt to take a third? And I think you've got to realize, well, that gateway could get focused, actually. That would be a really good target. So much surface area, you can just take that down real quick, but not willing to trade the Zerglings.
Apparently not. Yeah, the third Nexus not even being attempted is really a tell there. Technically, the first Overlord that died to the Void Ray, you kind of went to check the gas, and that would have been a real confirmation. But I think we're piecing things together as far as the 2 base intent. What you still can't piece together, though, is whether he really is going to dedicate to, for instance, 2 Stargates. We did have that Raynor game where he did go multiple, and he did invest a lot, and then another one where he really didn't. Still found success in the early game, though, if I remember correctly, but it's not quite as easy as saying, oh, this guy's playing, very 2-base heavy. Okay, let me go ahead and, you can't just go up to a Corruptor, for instance, against this. They're so expensive, and this is so early on that Corruptors might even put the Zerg kind of behind, but then you don't have a mobile option against a growing number of Tempests. You kind of do eventually want to do that. It's a very complicated start. And Zuglang, he knows about it, but can he really kind of execute the appropriate, proceeding like macro game as this goes on? Not to mention, does he take a lot of damage from the Tempests as they are making their way across the path?
Yeah, Spire's going to start. I mean, it's a really crisp Lair and Spire timing, but that Tempest's already coming across the map, and it's going to siege the natural. I actually really like a quick 4th against this build. A lot of people go, oh no, I can't afford a 4th, I'm rushing mutas, but it's like, I think leaving your drones here in range of the Tempest can get you in a lot of trouble. You can buy a bit of time with Queens and a Spore, but yeah, you're going to have to pull your Queens over, move the Spore forward, move it back a little bit. Once that building damage upgrade finishes, especially, the Spore will go down very quickly. So no quick 4th choice for Zuglang here. He does move his Queens forward, get some nice damage. And you can see the Tempest, it's like 10 range, I think, against grounds. Queens have 7 anti-air range. Spore, nowhere near that. It just gets obliterated. Got to buy himself about another minute. Zuglang has got no transfuse on these Queens. So he's got to move back, move forward. And you're just trying to delay time between the Tempest attacks. Meanwhile, 2 adepts coming in from that right side. SOS third base is up, but he hasn't been probing. SOS really committed to the air right now. His probe's very intermittent. And where are those lings? They moved out at the wrong time. Adepts getting 3 drones. And great positioning with these adepts. Can initiate into the natural as well. So much pressure on Zuglang. Spire's about to finish, but it's not there just yet. And these adepts, a nightmare to deal with. Queens finally do deal with the adepts. Overlord starting to fall. As long as you keep the hatchery alive, only lose a handful of drones, I think you're good as the Zerg. And those first 4 Corruptors are on the way.
Yeah, there's only 4, however. It's, okay, 6 looking a little bit better. The Tempest will have to respect this eventually, but they found the damage for sure. So much chaos for Zuglang to handle. Loses the hatchery. He's going to lose that Overlord to be supply blocked as well. And then the question, maybe he can do a counterattack. Ling Corruptor, shall we say? Well, SOS has already built a couple of Void Rays. Static defense will be available.
Oh my
too.
gosh.
And Zuglang is in so much trouble.
Oh no.
The Corruptors are still so late. He goes after the 3rd hatch. He could always recall these Tempests out. He's going to get it. No worries there. There's the recall. And Zuglang's just going to tap out.
Oh, the old school Tempest drone emitted. but you need such a quick layer to deal with it, and it really is so powerful. SOS, bringing it back. I mean, a year ago, 2 years ago, I feel like this was all the rage, this strategy, but no one's been doing it for a while. They've been doing 3 base into Tempest occasionally, and I think all the Zergs in the world are out of practice against this, and I am already worried for my ladder experience over the next few weeks, because I'm sure people are going to be doing it again, and I'm going to have to try and remind myself of how to respond, because I thought that Spire was on time, Zombie Grub. I thought this is a pretty crisp response, but apparently gets over that map pretty quickly, and just so much damage. The queens started to drop like flies. Maybe the queens needed to pull away. Like I said, maybe you pull further back and just give up the hatchery and mine from that fast 4. Because once the Tempests are in the open, queens can kind of do a bit more of a threat to them. But with this ledge, it feels like there's just no danger.
It's brutal. It is absolutely brutal. Obviously, you know, they even have high ground occasionally. So, you know, the Overlords try and get it back, and then boom, the Overlord's dead. It's not always this easy for the Protoss side, I guess, just to give some Protoss perspective, right? Like we did see, again, if you want to check this out, in GSL versus Raynor. Raynor was even able to win the overall series, but even he had a lot of frustrations against the opening Tempest, just not as much as this. Zuglang forced to tap out quite early on in the game and in the series. SOS, he's proven his class, right? It's forever, it's permanent, and he's definitely a force to be reckoned with as far as the dark horses for potential EWC qualifier. SOS is up there because, yeah, he's not the unbeatable person that he used to be, but he still has all these builds. He still has all the experience in high pressure situations. And I would be very scared for anyone who faces SOS, maybe even including some of our favorites going into games, such as a Serral, but we won't see that for quite some time, if we even do see it, as they are different brackets. So SOS maybe facing Byun next. We'll wait on that. Maybe eventual Zerg player in Lambo, depending on how the bracket shapes out. But yeah, SOS, always a scary threat.
It's cool that he's found success in this matchup as well. I thought this matchup would be the biggest struggle for SOS coming back, just because it can be very fast-paced, quite mechanical. The fact that he's kind of crushing his openings. I actually think PVT is now the scarier matchup for him against these guys like Byun, that even if you're scouting with hallucinations and stuff, they're so good at moving around the map and kind of staying in that zone of, am I about to attack or am I not? And it's really going to be a mechanical test, I think, for SOS to keep up with the likes of Byun and those guys as he progresses. We'll see what's evolved in his PVT since his last matches, very certainly throughout the tournament, right? You got to play all 3 matchups if you're going to go deep.
Yeah, and I do think even though there can be some nice Protoss advantages, maybe come the mid game or the late game, obviously we've seen a lot of 2-base all-ins. And not everyone is hero who can eventually pull out the victories against repetitive all-ins. Some of them are going to fall, actually, very quickly, because it can be tricky. Let's go ahead and take that break, by the way, guys. We have more StarCraft II on the way as we find out who is on the road to qualifying for EWC. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back
It's another PVZ coming up. It's going to be between Europe and North America. A Laser versus Riser will be our next best of 3. 2 names that we actually don't see a lot of on maybe more of the main stage. A Laser, obviously familiar with the main stage, and he's had quite a few good tournaments in his career, but then really stopped playing in as many tournaments, really, coming in for the DreamHacks, Home Story Cups, and all that. But the place of a Laser can be in question between the big tournaments. And then Riser, not as familiar with the main stage, a strong North American Protoss. The question is this going to be one of those easy to call, hey, Europe's a bit better, let's go ahead and get this over with? Or is a Laser actually maybe a little worse than we remember? We just don't know. We don't see him that often.
Yeah, I know that he, amongst other things, has been, during the off-season, he was grinding Age of Empires 4 and trying to get as good as he could at that game and just trying different things. And it's going to be a big question mark, because I've been like, hey, Laser, sign up to my, my own little online tournaments and things. Come play. I miss watching a Laser games. And he's been like, oh, a bit busy, can't sign up. Oh, a bit busy, can't sign up. So there's big question marks. Now, obviously, we've had EWC announced. We've got this whole road to qualify to it. A lot of players have been galvanized into suddenly just hitting the gas, trying to get back in form if they took longer breaks during the off-season. Obviously, there were players like Hero and Clem, who I don't think have taken 2 days off playing tournaments in their entire life, and as a result have clearly stayed ahead of the pack in many regards. But it's going to be an interesting matchup, and I do think Riser is a player where a lot of people might not realize just how good he's been at his peak. Riser has made it, 6K and beyond, has been to Korea to practice for months on end in the past. So I think Riser definitely comes in as an underdog, but we'll see if he's in practice and Laser's a little out of practice. It could be a really tough match for the Team Liquid player.
That's the exciting question right now. And we're going to be starting off on Persephone. In the bottom left on top of the North American representative, he is the Red Protoss Riser.
Like that shirt. And his opponent up in the top left side, it is Team Liquid's Laser.
7 years ago, I think we'd all just be wondering if Riser can, have a chance. Can he get a couple of surprises, maybe a surprise build, maybe a surprisingly on-point timing that catches a Laser off guard? But we're not 7 years ago when a Laser took down the foreign demolisher that was Dark at BlizzCon. We're at a totally new age, in a bit of a different time period of StarCraft II, where there was that just gap of time where we didn't see those players who might be especially motivated by a big tournament coming up. And a Laser ended up being one of those guys, but I feel like the nice thing about a Laser is that his play style, a little more aggressive, not always the cleanest game either, even at his peak level, maybe means that if he does come back into StarCraft and hasn't been putting in, 14-hour days for months and months and months on end, still has a lot of scariness to him. Like, I think you really have to respect a Laser's ability to still kill you in a moment's notice. And Riser is going to have to showcase maybe some good defense. But really don't know what Riser's plan would be. To be honest, haven't cast too much of his games, unlike some of the North American Terrans. Haven't caught Riser as much. And I wonder what he's thinking for this match. We're going to have a very typical opener in the Stargate and the Oracles and the Recharge. Or has he taken some inspiration, perhaps, from SOS, as many Protoss players do?
It's going to be interesting to see what cooks. A Laser, as you said, sometimes a little scrappier. A player who's known to lose 35 drones and then still win the game, because turns out damage is relative. And if someone's the greediest Zerg you've ever seen in your entire life, 35 drones might not actually be enough to put you ahead, because he will push the envelope. He will really just push the limit of what can be done in terms of greed. Known for doing a lot of little gambits with his defense, skipping spore crawlers and just relying on queens and saying, I'm okay to lose 4 or 5 more drones because I saved more than that by skipping 3 spore crawlers. He'll push those, but he's also very timing attack focused against Protoss. If he can read you and figure out what you're going to do, he will look for the kill move, as you said. He will explode with a timing attack. Historically, a Laser's weakness was Protoss players who practice with him a lot and understand how he thinks. He's very logical in terms of if you show him something, you can bait certain responses. We'll see if Riser is able to do that at all in this series.
only maybe slightly different thing here is a Stalker. Second, I suppose maybe some double Adept pressure that will be able to kill the Overlord if the Oracle wants to stay back here. And the third Nexus, clearly intended. The Overlord would have seen that. A laser, not going to build any Lings, try and get ahead of that. Well, I shouldn't say that quite yet, but another round of drones should just come out. Perhaps Lings will still try and come in over to the third base. I would be especially on guard of that if I was a Protoss player in this position, of a laser having those Ling swells that can try and catch you being a little too aggressive even with the Oracle, not staying at home. But yeah, there's a couple of... Okay, there's more than a couple of Lings. And
Wow.
this Overlord did see, of course, that it wasn't going to be double Adepts. There's no need for like an excess amount of Lings, because it's very unlikely anything on the ground will be coming your way. So I'm going to try and get maybe a cancel on this third, but the Oracle is staying at home. Let's stay at home is the question.
Yeah, this is so interesting, Zombie Grub, because this is the like, I know Mana's been using this a lot. Christian a year and a half ago was giving Raynor lots of trouble. It's the single Oracle into Archon drop, right? Just straight, I want to play Immortal Archon charge, but a laser, he's got the Roach Warren already finished. He's not using it. He is droning up behind these Zerglings, but with an Oracle and an Adept at home, unlikely to find much damage. Hey, a shield battery and a probe, though. Good start. No cancel on that. So 150 minerals down. Doesn't really lose anything. And I think a laser, seeing how defensive the stance is of the Protoss, he's kind of going, all right, let's make a lair. Let's tech on up. And I wonder if he tries to not use the Roach Warren and just skip straight to Hydras. We've seen a lot of players lose faith in the Roach in this current patch and say, nah, if I can get away with it, I will skip the Roach entirely and just go straight mass Hydra.
Lings so far unsuccessful, aside from, yes, a killed shield battery. Not too much going on here. The Archon drop, really did have a lot of success, I feel like. Maybe, as you said, like a year and a half ago, where it felt like it was different. It was so different, and it kind of caught Zerg players off guard. And now you get a scout on it. You actually get knowledge of where the Warp Prism is, and maybe just a couple of safety roaches, and hopefully you're denying any amount of damage. The Warp Prism Archon drop still kind of nice because it does give you scouting. It gives you harassment opportunities, and it can be used in a pinch for very, defending against any potential all-ins. Hopefully that it first scouts as well. But, finding absolutely zero damage with it so far, not even able to morph in those Archons offensively. It's not exactly the start that you want, even if you will eventually get it out on the map. And a laser, respected the possibility, did grab 9 roaches, grabbing a couple more, making sure to keep a decent drone count at the very least. He's adding on a lot of gases back at home as the Lings find a couple of pylons. That's not too bad, 200 minerals.
It's keeping Riser
Double
pinned,
Forge.
and Riser goes double Forge Storm. Extra gas going down now. It feels so turtly and stuck at home right now for Riser. Finally, he's got a bit of vision on the forwards of the map there with the Archon drop flying deep into Zerg territory. Only 3 queens. Oh my lord, I talked about a laser cutting corners earlier. Only 3 queens in this game. He just wants as many units as possible, because queens it's very hard to attack with. And he wants to go for a giant roach attack, and he wants to do it soon. He's following that right now. The Lings have already done so much to slow down Riser. Storm is on the way. I do think double upgrades is incredibly, awkward as the Protoss. It's going to slow down his Immortals. He doesn't have a second Robo. Doesn't have any Stalkers with Blink. I mean, what's he got to defend with? He's got a Prism, 2 Archons, 1 Immortal, couple of High Templar and Zealots. The Cannons and Batteries trying to come up, but a laser is kept in pin so well. We're going to see, is Riser able to defend?
It's going to be very close. It's going to be very tough. No stasis traps to even try and help out. 1 High Templar going to be killed. That was the one that had the Storm as well. A very bad start. And now the second High Templar also going to be taken down. Warp Prism finally comes back. Riser did know about this. He was preparing his static defense, but he did not get the time to get everything set up. Those shield batteries coming in just seconds too late did not help the High Templars. Aren't going to help the rest of the army as they are taken down first and foremost. And Riser is in a heck of a lot of trouble. The natural has been breached. The third base not even touched. And that's where most of his static defense was. A laser pumps out the roaches, goes for the all-in, even though Riser, he got the intel on it. He clearly knew that it was on the way. He had been setting up, I think, for such greed that the timing just, it looks pretty perfect. At 30 extra seconds, a laser may be second-guessing himself or waiting for whatever else, maybe more Ravagers. And we have 2 Storms at the very least, if not 3. We have those shield batteries done. We have double pumped Immortals. We don't have the breach into the natural, and then a laser has to awkwardly wonder if he has to push in or go to the third, which had all the sag defense. It would have been so big if he had 30 extra seconds. But yeah, knowledge is only a part of StarCraft II, and he just did not have the tools.
I don't think he realized, like, you see the attack coming, you go, okay, cool, there's some stuff, but there's like the limits of what you think is possible in your head based on experience. And if you're not playing against Zergs who are able to pick off as much as a laser did with the Zerglings, the activity was great. It really did pick off a lot of, pylon here, shield battery there. The Archon drop didn't get to force any response because he had. The thing is, normally the Oracle goes with the Prism, so you can, you defend the High Templar. But the Oracle had to defend the third because the laser had 2 packs of Lings out, one tracking the Prism, one attacking his third. And then you've got him only building 3 Queens behind it, so it's just an obscene amount of roaches for that early. A laser, pinpoint accuracy and detail, and maybe if Riser does pull that High Templar back, either pulls a few probes or gets a few more warp-ins, has the 2 storms, because he did have Storm finished, he had the energy. If he had 1 or 2 storms, maybe those cannons finish, those 2 Archons, the Immortal, are out, the second Immortal pops, there is a chance, but it was already a very greedy, kind of accurate start there for a laser, and then you add to that sniping the high energy High Templar. It was just a tragic and sudden defeat there for Riser in game 1.
I'm not exactly sure what the pause is for, but I know that, okay, so there's something wrong with the actual computer. They were also, a laser was pointing out that there's a famous person to the side. The overlay bug.
The overlay bug, yeah. Riser's like, yes, we just got the win. Yeah, there is like a few weird bugs. I think this one, probably the one where your overlay turns bright pink. I don't know if you know about that one, Zombie Grub. I don't know what triggers it, but I think it came around with like the remastered, like the consoles and stuff. Yeah.
That's when it started. You're right. It's been so long. It doesn't happen that frequently, but I have heard about it, and I think you're right. I think it started with the remastered consoles. Yeah. Maybe the Warcraft consoles.
Oh yeah, maybe those.
Might have been the Warcraft.
Yeah, it might have been the Warcraft ones, but essentially just once in a blue moon, you will load in, and your whole interface, your UI is just like bright pink highlighted, and you're like, "What is this? Like, is this like I don't know?" My fan fiction in my brain is that they were creating a diva UI that's just like bright pink and.
Oh sure, yeah. Before they just totally retconned it and totally got rid of the fact that she was a StarCraft champion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's dumb. I don't listen to the guys that change that. She's still the first random world champion in my lore.
Yeah, it wasn't the last thing I heard was that basically someone else was like, yeah, he didn't have the authority to say that. And yet I've seen, or change it, like retcon it entirely, I guess. But then they didn't change it back. So
disappointing.
I'm just gonna sit here being salty about that. I mean, I think I hate her and I hate anyone who uses.
You hate Estrella and Shin.
Oh, absolutely. Both of them.
Whenever I'm observing, you swap to their camera, you just hear, oh my god, we're under attack. And you're just like, oh my lord, really? You play with this in your ears while you're playing $1 million tournaments?
That is
insanity.
That is the exact thing that happens anytime I swap to someone's POV, and then I hear that, I'm like, you're crazy. This is insane. She's like marginally better if she's in the Korean language. Like, no, it's bad. And now it just feels like a betrayal because we got betrayed. And well, let's move on.
My dad always
game
upgrades
actually
that
started. Bad, so bad, man. I can't believe it. I mean, there's anyway. Bottom right, we do have Riser, who is now down 1.
And in the top left side, a really good game on Team Liquid's a laser. ZVP sniper of the foreign scene, a laser. When he's on point in this matchup, he comes out with some of just the best details, planning, and opening build orders. I feel like a laser, shares some similarities with Solar. They have different ways they go about it, but they both go in, and if they can kind of figure out what you're doing, get in your face, run the Zerglings around to get the control, it feels like it's not even close when things go their way, right? Like SOS and the laser are the 2 Zergs who you don't really see them play a lot of late game in this matchup because they almost always just crush their opponents in the mid game.
Solar and a laser, respect.
Yep.
Not SOS and a laser. Yeah. I'm on it. I got you. But yeah, I agree with the assessment. Perhaps you're thinking of SOS messing every Zerg.
Sorry, did I say SOS instead of Solar? My bad.
You did, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but probably thinking along those lines, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're not someone who I think instills that fear from minute 1, then there can be some of that comfortableness that comes along with some of those laser Solar games where they can get the control from the beginning. The Zerglings do usually appear first, to be fair. If you're going to make around 20 lings, try and get that third base into a little bit of trouble. Then obviously the Protoss player is still waiting on something a little better to come along if they're going with the 3 bases. But I just mean if you really, SOS is going to be able to throw out all these wacky 2-base builds, and maybe some other Protoss players, just won't be as likely.
Yeah.
And then you feel even more confident about your ability to start the control of the lings. Like, they will defend it perfectly. And that's, that's still good for the Protoss. But you have that confidence to kind of get the ball rolling. And that certainly did. You're spot on, just bringing up how much Riser really had to respect a laser. And a laser almost got to disrespect Riser, by getting away with so much and then eventually getting into that attack timing. Those 3 queens pointed out, it's kind of almost silly when said. We just expect numbers of 5 or 6 queens. But we'll see if Riser can change things up. One thing that never happened for him, he never got on the field. He just was instantly denied field access when those lings tracked the warp prism. So maybe a different build, or maybe a little more intent on that. The Oracle had to stay at home, but maybe there's some other way to guarantee the Warp Prism can at least get some action going.
Yeah. I think the one thing I'd also be critical of Zombie Grub, I don't know if you agree or not, but I'm a big hater of Double Forge in this matchup. I think Double Forge is the most overrated build order. I think it has some play if you're really mechanical and you're like Max Packs and you're playing like the old Gateway Man style and you've got, just 10 Gate Zealot Stalker constantly trading and out expanding your opponent. I think it kind of makes sense. But even then, I don't know, for me, it's just like the idea of putting gas into something that isn't just more Storm and Immortal, seems crazy to me. I'm like, I feel like there's these power units and getting more of them, Immortals, Archon, Storm, that build so much as your numbers grow. But the big scary point is the early mid game not having enough units. And the number of times the +1 armor doesn't even kick in before you have the game deciding fight is massive. Even when +1 armor kicks in, I'd almost always rather have an extra Immortal in those engagements. The longer the game goes, obviously those upgrades work really well. I just feel like it's better to invest in a much later second Forge. And, if you're happy to play late game, go for it. But I don't really like, being so contained and just investing everything into tech on 3 base. But we'll see if he changes it up. It is the same build order so far from Riser. Get the Oracle, take the 3rd, go for the Archon drop. A laser, though, changing things up.
Yeah. Pretty fast layer coming down. I don't have such strong opinions on Double Forge, apparently, because you just hate it. But I do, I think there's a reason we don't see it a whole lot. I also think it maybe doesn't really naturally play out with the meta and the person you're facing right now. There's a lot of all-ins from Zerg to Protoss at this point in time. And doing a build that might put you more vulnerable to that mid-game all-in doesn't sound beneficial. There's a lot of Zerg players who would definitely say out loud, as we do have a attack on the way with Overlord drop, I do not want to play against more late-game Protoss. Now, Laser was absolutely one of those guys, even before this meta and this map pool. Years ago, he was very frustrated playing against Protoss. One of the last interviews, I feel like, for an EPT was, I don't like my bracket, it's full of Protoss, But we're going to have to hold off on this because we do have a very aggressive opener from a Laser. Very fast layer. He got that Overseer, the Overlord drop, obviously shown to get a little bit of damage early on, but now Riser really needs to worry about more units coming across the map. Yeah. And he's so busy at home, he's not really doing a lot of scouting. No. Finally gets control of the Warp Prism, sees some units move across the map. Now he has the idea.
Doesn't even have... Okay, Void Ray, Immortal Storm. Riser not able to go for the Archons on the front. He's also supply blocked right now as well. This is the joy of a Laser ZVP and the pain of playing against him. It is so difficult because a Laser has just such detail, and he stopped at 59 drones a while ago. He is amassing roaches. He's going to have like 30 roaches massing behind it. The queens will no doubt be getting inside that Overlord as well, I would imagine. 3 queens coming across the map. They are the only 3 queens he's built this game. What? Oh my lord! He just Laser is as all in as they get.
Oh, that's actually so funny. Riser knows about this for sure, and he's gotten a couple of units that are very good in this scenario. The Void Ray already taking out that pesky Overlord drop in the main is something that's actually pretty important. Riser looks like he's grabbing a 4. I think that is just for scouting, but the attacks are coming in from the direction. It's going right up the middle. We got a lot of units in the natural. This time around, we also have a couple of stasis traps, which could be big. Oracle still a lot of energy too, although doesn't want to combat the queens right in that fashion anyway. 7 seconds to go on Storm. 7 seconds to go. No, he's going to move from into Archons. I don't think he has any Storm storms now.
No.
Oh, no.
Energy recharge could be used, but the Archons get both
Percival.
taken out by Biles. The Immortal gets focused down, and that is a walloping attack. I mean, it's 7 minutes. How does he have that much stuff at your doorstep at 7 minutes? A laser has optimized his opening so well, and it is just nasty what he is doing to Riser in this series. And we are looking at a man, we said, what are these question marks? How good will he be? He took a giant off-season, did a laser, wasn't playing any tournaments. Is he going to be in form? I think our questions have been answered, Zombie Grub.
Murderous intent right there from a laser. That was pretty nasty. Riser never got to any form of comfort in those games, really, like, from start to finish. Once again, even delayed on the War Prism, which should not have invested at that point in time, but it was still delayed. There were still so many things happening on his side of the map. A laser not giving Riser the appropriate time to breathe, and so Riser never had an army that could contest. We never got to see really hype micro or just barely depending on the SAG defense. It was always far too much Zerg. So Laser comes in with some form there, and maybe a little more comfortable versus Protoss. That might go well for the rest of his bracket.
Yeah, I think the thing is, this is classic Laser. I want to finish Protoss before late game. I don't want to play against carries. I don't want to play against Mass Immortal Archon Storm. I want to get in there with tight, aggressive plays and deal with it. And on the flip side, didn't really get tested, right? We didn't see double adept oracles bouncing around. These were not dynamic openings from Riser that put the pressure on a laser. And we saw that when you don't put pressure on a laser, he will take advantage. He will say, okay, I'll build my 3 spores, but only 3 queens 2 games in a row. It's going to be curious to see if he sticks with his style throughout the tournament, or if more aggressive dynamic Protoss players are going to force him to go for a more traditional 5, 6, 7 queens.
Yeah, I think that is a big point. Maybe something even earlier in the early game could have tripped him up, but instead he was just all tripping Riser up. So see if that changes in the future. Riser still has another chance in the double elimination brackets, but we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's our next best of 3. No, it's not a break. We still have 2 minutes to go then, I guess, for the game is ready. That is amazing.
This is great.
So yeah, I'm so used to having the breaks. But yeah, what is the next match then? It's going to be Bunny versus Zane.
Ooh, in Zane in the Membrane. Let's go. Should be fun. Yeah, I feel like obviously we are seeing some big favorites here up against the Grandmasters, who are very good players, but are definitely fighting uphill battles. That's going to be the story here for Zane. I feel like Bunny is very scary in this matchup when he gets going. There's a bunch of Terran players. I think it's sometimes a bit of shock where people go, oh, I watched him play against Hero and he really struggled and couldn't take a map. And that's like almost every Terran player right now. And then they crush every other Protoss player that's not Hero. Like Hero is on another level right now. If you're not playing Hero, I mean, Bunny is incredibly scary in this matchup. Zane, of course, from the UK, Protoss player, very experienced, been to many lands, coaching different players and being a big part of the community. I have no idea what his PvT is going to be like, but I know it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be a big step up from an epic land playing against one of the Korean Terran greats.
Yeah, I think this will be very, very difficult for Zane. And because I think your point's also 100% correct, saying it even during the semifinal of the GSL, it's like, okay, Classic gonna fall into a Terran, even a macro game, wow. And that was a really cool macro game. But Hero is the different part of Protoss right now. Are there some struggles overall? Sure. Are Terrans feeling maybe more obligated to find damage in the early to mid game? Sure. But I think the difference is that they will often find it against the non-heroes in the world, and you won't have such a sweet victory lap to do as the Protoss player going onto your 4th base and pushing with Colossus. You're going to have a lot more struggles, and Bunny is going to be probably pretty ruthless. Him as a person is not, he's actually very sweet, but his gameplay is pretty ruthless. He will make an opening and he will abuse the hell out of it. If Zane does get the 3 bases, maybe not even very long, to be honest. This could be actually pretty brutal, but maybe I am underestimating Zane.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's always a chance for surprises, always a chance in these big brackets for some upsets and the like, but so far, in the games we've been casting, things have been relatively, I would say, as to be expected. We've got those vetoes coming in now as well. Bunny did decide to start as the first player and got rid of Incorporeal. Zane got rid of Torches. Bunny got rid of Persephone. Zane got rid of Pylon. Bunny got rid of Last Fantasy, Zane getting rid of Maganatha. So our 3 maps are Ultra Love, Ley Lines, and Tokamak. 3 maps which we're going to be seeing a lot of in these best of 3s, I think, Zombie Grub.
Probably. Yeah, we do have our set maps, I suppose. Do you know what Tokamak is?
Tokamak is a type of fusion reactor. I believe it's the non-magnetic one. I think they've got one in China that managed to maintain a fusion reaction for like 20 minutes, which was news a few months ago. So fusion technology coming along, as opposed to fission. So fusion is like the sun energy, as opposed to fission, which is the nuclear power that we've been able to harness since 70 years ago or so.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. I only bothered looking it up today when I heard Loco pronounce it Taco Mech.
Taco Mech? Isn't that Special's build order? Taco Mech? No.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I was like, is that how you pronounce it? I honestly don't know. And I did look up and pronounce it, and I've totally forgotten. But yeah, I am more learned thanks to StarCraft II map names. This is a consistent, ongoing thing.
They're always trying to teach us new things, aren't they? The map makers are such nerds. Like, I didn't know what a biogenesis was. There's so many. Every season, I got to do a lot of Googling.
I learned what Daedalus was. Now I totally know all about Daedalus and King Sejong. If you don't know who that is, then you clearly don't play StarCraft. I mean,
King Sejong, one of the greats, and King Sejong Station is like an Antarctic station, right? I think it is.
I think it is actually, yes, an actual station. But
they probably have a lot of universities
the map was
and things
fine.
named after him, I would imagine.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah, everything's King Sejong, man, in Korea. But he was pretty important. He was pretty cool. He literally created the Hangul, so you know, it's pretty nice. But anyway, point is, a lot of education happening here as we wait for the players to get into lobby, which we're actually in. We're almost ready to go. I think the map pool, only so much you can do to try and help yourself out here, Zane. Anyway, on the maps, it's really about being ready for the onslaught of the Terran. I think it's going to start with a factory expands, whatever medevac drop build that's going to come with it, and even that can already start tripping up a Protoss who isn't named hero. Let's see what Zane has in store for us on the Protoss side.
Got to create some asymmetry, right, Zombie Grub? I want to see like Phoenix Zealot or something like that. You know, something where you've got mobility. I don't want to see like just super standard Blink Stalker defensive play where you need picture perfect micro while defending a lib in your back door to deal with a Marine tank push, because even the best players in the world struggle with that. So let's see what our Protoss player has in store for us. How are you going to create some asymmetry? How are you going to create a sort of weird situation where the Terran can't just execute mechanical multi-prong? Because if he does, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And we are now in game, so going to that top right side of the map, in the red, the Terran player. He is absolutely vicious despite his namesake. It is Bunny.
My favorite nickname for him is Banicula, which apparently only some people read that book, so doesn't make an impression on many. In the bottom left, we do have the blue Protoss, Zane.
Gas first, no scout. It's a good way to start. You got to cut some corners. You got to take some gambles here. So I think Zane trying to get a bit of a lead here with the greediest possible start and just hoping there's no nasty proxy barracks. I think that was a good choice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, Buddy could, I suppose, throw in a proxy. I just don't think he'd feel obligated to. We are in a position where Bunny could absolutely look at this as I am the eventual winner. Like, I think I'm going to win almost no matter what. And then almost what is, like, as long as I'm not surprised by you, or I don't do something that's very high risk, but potentially high reward, and actually face someone who's prepared for it. And a factory expand into aggression is kind of the best of both worlds to a certain degree. You can then, even with the scouting you get from it, decide to maybe be a little more aggressive or a little more defensive. But, you know, you brought up Phoenix Zealot, and while I do appreciate the idea, what I kind of like sucked in my breath for was that the Stargate openers feel very dangerous against the aggressive factory openers of the Terran. So that's why I'm just like, oh yeah, you know, if he gets away with it, yes, I am totally on board. If this is like one of the most neutral macro games where Bunny doesn't really commit to anything and Zane gets a 3-base Phoenix Zealot, totally on board, because that's different. It's going to give him control of the mid game. Bunny's going to have to kind of play out of his, you know, usual zone versus Protoss right now. Oh, but getting there is going to be tough.
Yeah, there's like those awkward moments pre-charge finishing, so you need to like either cut Phoenix production to get your Twilight and Charge started a bit early, which is awkward, or you need to go into a bunch of Stalkers if they do like one of these pre-stem Marine Cyclone medevac pushes with Vikings and whatever. And then you end up with like, I've got 4 Stalkers, 3 Adepts, and 4 Phoenix. And if he doesn't commit to a fight, I don't get to trade. My Twilight's delayed forever. You just end up in this awkward position as Protoss. So I totally hear you on that. It is going to be straight Twilight here with Stalker into Adept. So no Sentry opening. Charge First off a Twilight opening has also become popular recently. And I think that's really got something, you know, to say.
You think it's going to be a Dark Shrine, though, with the Proxy Pylon?
Absolutely could be, Zombie Grub. I think you're building it right in their third is kind of crazy, but if you want to just basically say, well, I don't want to build 2 proxies. I want to warp in close to their base, and I want to hide my Dark Shrine. Fair enough. And if he doesn't go for a Raven, it could be really effective. We haven't seen as many standard Raven openings recently, actually, have we? Because a lot of players are trying to beeline to these rushes, right? There's a lot of, like, Marines, Tanks Lid, Marine Tank Banshee going across the map. Bunny especially been using a lot of that. So if Zane studied him, you might realize, hey, you're skipping Raven more than half of your games. Suddenly Dark Templar becomes a very effective strategy again.
It's going to be pretty fast. Bunny, you know, if he kind of assumes that he has control right now, just off of the default assumption that is the TVP, you know, he saw a Twilight Council and theoretically like 90% of games, maybe 80 maybe, but it's going to be something like Blink. And then you just don't bother scouting again. Because the medevac can be a scout, but only if you're kind of intentional with the scout. It looks like he's going to pick up units and go for an attack instead, so he's not going to scout something missing. And then on top of that, this is one of the fastest Dark Shrines you can really do. And it's in proxy with the gateway, so it really is the fastest you could do on 2 bases. And you're just not going to have time to actually scout this anyway, even if you could.
If he gets up the ramp, I think it's over almost. Like, it's going to be so hard to deal with this. Now, there is limited gas for Zane. So 1 DT coming in, 1 behind. If he gets up that ramp, it'll be good. He's obviously got to deal with this at home, which means he needs to warp in another Dark Templar at home. And with only 2 gateways, does not have a warp in available right now. Pylon number 1 up front is going to get taken out. Shield battery depowered, and Zane's in trouble. But at the same time, DT is doing big damage behind this. 7 workers have fallen. They've been pulled to the front. He's going to need to leave at least 1 DT, I think, in the base just to finish off the income. But there's no DTs over here, and there's just no units to defend. Dark Templar trying to warp in the Cyclone Marine tank. There's no answer to it. There's no answer to the Dark Templar, but if you can't stop the army, it's going to be a big problem. And I think Bunny, he's building a Raven behind it. He might be able to come out on top, even though he has no mining right now.
Oh, BT's going to try and escape. No, it will not be able to. There is a second scan available, by the way, in 4 seconds. Now, there's still 2 DT on the field. Make that a 3rd one warping in, so we can exhaust the scans. This will eventually have to pull back, although the Raven is here too, so it's a question of, I guess, do you want to? The tanks do go down. Archon merge, or at least buy a little bit more time. If it actually gets a shot off, that could be huge. It's not going to be able to. Programs again having to be pulled. Does not mineral walk through, though, which could be a little bit better. Blink is done, but such few units to use it. Cyclone barely not dead. Stutters up against the probe. Zane down to 17. His 3rd Nexus, however, is done. Something that Bunny actually has not scouted. So this is still a kind of wacky game, but Bunny has 9 more workers and theoretically mules because he has a Raven now. So Zane, as you pointed out, might still be coming out worse for wear here.
That's such a crazy start. I like the choice from Zane, but as we so often see, Blink seems like it rarely gets time to pay off in the current meta of this matchup. Stalker gets the Cyclone, Dark Templar hits the Marines, this DT runs in, gotta get out of there! And a bit too slow to react. The Marines and the Raven do take care of it. These Marines still being a nuisance in that main base, and with only 19 workers, Zane is on his last legs, moments away from tapping out of this game.
I wonder, do you think he should have pulled the probes on the ramp?
Generally speaking, yes, that is the way to deal with those tank pushes, but 1 Stalker, 1 Adept is just so low. I think realistically he needed a 3rd gateway, but he had no scouting, he has to tap out, and good decisiveness for Bunny. And it's kind of unfortunate for Zane because you've kind of used up your surprise, right? And you didn't get the win from it. So Bunny's going to be even more on high alert in the next game, and I really think it's just you've got to be not focusing on Blink with these builds, with the way the Terrans have been gunning for those fastest possible Cyclone into tank pushes. feels like it's 2 out of 3 games right now, these openings. And you can have Blink, you can have a Stalker, you can have Adept, a third Gas, a third Nexus. None of that is what was needed, and that's just because Zane didn't have any information on the map. Could he squeeze a Sentry in with that build to have some scouting? Doesn't have a Robo, so he can't get an Observer. I mean, it's you kind of are just flipping coins a little bit with the limited information.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, this was less of an attack at the front. This is, by the way, with the moment I meant not to pull the probes, when the Archon was forming on the ramp right here.
Oh,
I was like, did he have to pull the probes here? Because couldn't he have saved 12 probes and then just kind of waited it out? I don't know. I'm not saying that actually would have worked, but you know, the probes couldn't quite do the trick, especially because they weren't mineral lock, but you could always pick up the Marines anyway in the medevac. But you know, that was an army that was scary because it was going to sustain for a long time. There was very little DPS on the side of Zane, and there was a lot of healing on the side of Bunny. But I would wonder if maybe you could have played the runaround game a little bit more. I still think he ends up behind because he's playing the runaround game that's still not mining, even if he keeps 12 probes alive. But yeah.
Well, it's so awkward, isn't it, right? Where you look at it and you're like, if he just has one Dark Templar at home that doesn't get insta-scanned, and you fight with like a Dark Templar, say 2 Stalkers, 1 Adept, and the probes, just 2 more Warp-ins available, I think you can kill the whole push initially when it first arrives at the natural. You've got a battery healing, you pull your probes to fight. It's like 8 Marines, a Cyclone, and a tank and a medevac. It's not a big army, but it's just when you're that bare bones, you don't have much to deal with it. Top right side of the map, the red Terran player, up 1 game, it's Bunny.
And on the bottom left, we do have the blue Protoss player, Zane. Tried the fastest Dark Templar build on 2 bases that you can get. Even that lack of Probe Scout earlier on helps get to that fastest build. So this is like the very, very tiny differences that can happen. You're like, oh, Probe Scout, how much money that can be. Actually a decent amount. You're talking about the highest level of skill. And it seemed promising. And if Bunny, my point that I was going to say is if Bunny wasn't so invested on the actual frontal attack, like let's say he goes after the 3rd first, just like beelines there for some reason, that would have bought him so much time that Zane probably would have been happy with that trade, would have plenty of time to get some defenses within the natural. Or if it, you know, wasn't a tank push, but instead just something like 7, 8 Marines and a Cyclone combining together, like that could have been huge. But yeah, it is what it is. Zane is not going to be doing the same build. That is at least for sure, as he does do the Probe Scout.
Does get trapped in here, but of course, trapping an aggressive robot in your base means you will be getting a bit of the zappy zap. Does go full R2D2 there, and just going to be annoying. We'll see if he recalls out or not. I wouldn't mind Sentry opening this time for Zane, and get the Hallucination Scout and go 4-gate charge. I think 4-gate charge on 2 base off a Sentry opening, slightly delayed 3rd, is one of the safest, most solid openings. And Bunny, known for his aggression. If he goes for something pre-stem, that build is very good against it. And you can always adjust very quickly because you have the scouting. But I think skipping on like Blink would be really nice. It's just something most Protoss players don't feel comfortable skipping Blink. But we've seen Hero doing it so much. We've seen even MaxPax actually was doing a few charge first builds earlier this week in some online tournaments. So it's kind of interesting to see that catch on, where MaxPax and Hero are kind of the 2 top Protoss players that everyone looks to them to copy what they're doing in this matchup.
What is Zane doing? He's once again proxying a pylon. We don't have a Twilight Council.
Okay, so 2nd gate. Looks like just the old 3-gate build. We'll build another gateway. Probably
guess so,
his
yeah.
natural or his main in a moment. And yeah. So this is pretty good, but the Reaper's going to jump up and see it. Oh, good scout there. I think the Adepts were coming out to chase the Reaper away, and they will take care of it. But now that your extra gateway is being scouted, Bunny can just be a bit safer. So I wouldn't mind Zane either cancelling the gateway or just keeping it, but, pivoting in a different direction. I think at this point, it's probably not going to find the weakness. On the other hand, no bunker going down reactively. Bunny, is he being a bit disrespectful towards this? Because this has been a couple of chronos on that warp gate. This is going to be a 3:30 warp in, I believe. Yeah, one last chrono goes into it. So 3-minute 30 warp in, probably 3 Adepts, or maybe 3 Stalkers might be better since there is already a Cyclone on the map.
Right, that is the choice right now. Either he's not respecting it a whole lot, or he might. There's this weird thing that can happen where even the pro gamers sometimes are locked into a typical expectation that they sometimes don't even really like they don't think about the scout. Like, I don't think this is the case as of yet, but it is a little scary to see no bunker. Bunny now knows there's a proxy gateway, and his Cyclone's out in a really awkward spot. It doesn't want to be all by its lonesome going into the fight, kind of partially surrounded. Does manage to escape up the north side. It's still injured, though, needs to be very careful, but the tank is also out, and that was really the key timing there, is getting that tank sieged up with some amount of protection on the front. The Stalkers don't want to really die for that without Blink, obviously. Bunny, I mean, he's not going to be able to aggress like maybe he was hoping he would. Oh, that was not worth it. But, yeah, I'm not sure Zane really got the benefit of delaying his technology significantly.
Absolutely not. It's really awkward when your tech's delayed like this. Like, you've got good income for now, but you desperately need a third base of Zane. He's going to go for the northern one. He's going to take a third gas, and he's going to look for that next step. Now, we are seeing Banshees and more tanks. Bunny still does not want to go for Stim. I feel like against this, most players are like, cool, let's wait for Stim, Shields, Medivacs. Bunny's like, no, don't give Protoss any room to breathe. These guys are being cheeky at the moment. Do not let them be cheeky. Don't give them that room. And he gets another Stalker on the move out. Multiple tanks, Marines, Banshees, the Cyclone, adding such good ranged firepower to this. He's not even bringing any SCVs to repair. Thought he'd bring 3 or 4 SCVs with this to repair the tank, Cyclone, Banshee, but he gets another Stalker on the way back. And Zane, what's he got? 6 Stalkers, no Blink. I mean, he's in big trouble right now.
Yeah, huge trouble. Losing Stalkers as they try to retreat because that Cyclone lived and it, looked like it was vulnerable at times. Third Nexus is down. If Zane can buy time, and maybe Bunny doesn't feel comfortable going for the kill right now, then maybe. But I don't see a reason why Bunny wouldn't just go for the... Oh, no, Blink is going to be denied. Oh, that was a bit of Artosis pylon. 2 gateways and Blink. No longer in action. The boys have been pulled. The probes, a little awkward as well. This is not really a contest. Stalkers get obliterated.
No, we are watching, the difference between a lot of guys who are really good StarCraft players, good experience in the game, but our last few series have been dominant displays of players who you can tell they heard about the road to the World Cup. They said the Esports World Cup's coming. I want that spot. And clearly they are really just back in practice and in the driver's seat. I feel like the progression we've seen since the players came back about 2 months ago or so, with the announcements coming out from, an off season where players were kind of intermittent with their practice, some taking big breaks, some still hardcore training. You got guys like Bunny who did take a bit of a break. And, I think it was about 2 months ago, he came back, looked okay at the game. We've seen him just go from strength to strength since then. Keeps getting better and better. A laser in that earlier series as well. And it feels like you've just got so little room for error when you're playing against these guys at the very top.
Yeah, this attempt to get something before Bunny attacks you, I think is a good idea. But the 3 gates, it kind of starts off poorly, honestly. Didn't really start the way you wanted it to. And then, as you were kind of talking about, I'm not sure if I'm totally on board the idea of faster charge, just because charge can put you in a bit of an inflexible spot. We saw Hero, maybe not use it to the best of its ability when he did know what was on the way, and he did purposefully get it to counter what was on the way. But in these games, I do wonder if maybe, the attack opener didn't really work out that well. Maybe charge is the next best thing. The DT game was crazy and very close to the second game. Could he have abandoned ship on the 3 gate earlier, as you had said, and maybe go into that charge, just very much expecting the attack from Bunny to come in. Then you don't have a lot of anti-air for the Banshee, to be fair, but you kind of take down the tank Marine push at the very least.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's
a meta game, right?
Than that.
It's definitely a meta game, right? But I think it's kind of like accepting that you're not the favorite and leaning into a bit of a gamble and saying, look, if Bunny plays a bit more standard, you can do that. But what I like about charge is you want to pair it with something like a sentry for scouting, right? You need to be able to see, because if you see the early tech lab, second and third barracks, stim, shields, medevacs, you got to pivot. You got to get the third, the armor upgrades, the splashdown. You got to go do all those other different things. But I think the early game, we've seen in the last 2-3 weeks especially a pattern. GSL finals going to probably be a part of the reason for that. There's going to be a lot of Terrans just going for the aggression as early as possible. So I feel like in this meta more than ever, blind safety and rather than getting utility like Phoenix or Blink, I feel like things like just rushing charge or going straight like 2-base Colossus even, these sort of builds I think have a really nice spot in the current meta.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll see more of that down the line, but today, Zane not able to cause the upsets. Bunny advances on, Zane goes to the lower bracket, and we are actually going to go to a break. When we come back, I believe it'll be our final match of the day. Don't quite know what that is yet, but we'll let you know as soon as we do. So, see you soon.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
Hey guys, it's our final match of the day for day one of the road to EWC at DreamHack Dallas. And our last match is going to be a TVT?
I wouldn't count on that one, Zombie Girl.
Yeah. It might just be a PVT, guys. Clem has been playing a lot of Protoss versus Terran, avoiding the TVT matchup entirely, even apparently on ladder. Does not want to play it. So I guess that's what we have to expect now from Clem.
I mean, Clem is insanely good as well. I mean, there's a lot of situations where, like, someone pointed out the other day, they're like, obviously Hero and MaxPax are still the best PvT players, and someone was like, excuse me, Beyonce's beaten MaxPax 7 out of the last 10 times he played him. He's 0 for 10 against Clem's Protoss. And I was like, okay, we're cherry picking stats, but still, yes, that is kind of insane. Like, Clem has already played multiple finals of rather significant online tournaments with Protoss against Terran as well, or actually even the LAN at Home Story Cup as well. He did lose both of those finals, one to Gumiho, one to Cure. But outside of those big finals, he has looked nigh unstoppable. Like, just literally stomping players left, right, and center. Where right now there is a lot of fans out there who really want to see Clem's Terran against Clem's Protoss, but unfortunately that's not possible because it's not a turn-based game, and it's not going to work out unless someone has some advanced cloning technology they want to share with us.
Yeah, I was like, oh, no. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Who would win, Clem Protoss, Clem Terran? But what we do know is that his Protoss has been tested and at this point proven. I mean, Clem has all the things you just mentioned, but then we saw another top-tier Terran try their hand at their very good off-race Protoss, actually. On the ladder, Maru's Protoss, totally fine. Not totally fine when it came to the offline matches. That was not that great. But Clem, he's actually been doing rather well. I think we're going to see this even down the road to the round of 16, round of 8, maybe even the round of 4 if he has to face another Terran. Does not want to play the TVT matchup whatsoever, and maybe just having too much damn fun as Protoss versus Terran. It's always been my favorite matchup. I always feel an extra special giddiness when I play Protoss against other Terran, and then I can remark on how badly the Terran is playing because I play Terran, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, of course Terran's going to drop me, and I'm going to be totally prepared. Like, you feel like you're even smarter, I feel like, when you face your main race as your off race, and your off race is also as good. Like, it's just a crazy combination. And they actually perform it in offline tournaments too, because we've had lots of stories about players whose off race, rumored to be as good as their main race, but hardly would it ever be delivered in an offline tournament. They don't want to test it in offline tournaments, and when they do, it doesn't turn out that great. But Clem rises above the rest, will continue playing Protoss versus Terran.
100%. I mean, I think we've seen Raynor and Clem over the past few years, and I think Clem's taken it to a whole new level even from where Raynor was, or about the same maybe you could say, where it's like in that matchup against their main race, just out of this world. And I think the Marus and Darks were famous for having very good off races, that they were screw around on ladder off races. These guys have now, Clem has grinded so many tournaments for PvT in the last 6 months. He's legitimately got a lot of tournament experience, and indeed we are going to be seeing Protoss as the match has started. We're going to be sliding on into this one, and of course it's going to be fantastic to find out how it goes. Representing Team Liquid, showcasing his ability not just with Terran but also with Protoss, it is none other than Clem.
In the top right, we are seeing him once again here today. It's going to be the blue Terran, Percival.
And I think there's something Clem will probably be scouting after gate. Does like his core before Nexus. And I think for him, if he sees double gas, he's likely to go sentry. And if he doesn't see double gas, I think he's probably just going to go straight blink and just happily play it. He's talked about how he thinks the increased variations off double gas, you just want to scout a bit earlier, see what's going on. And Sentry becomes really good against that. But I think against, a classic one-racks expand, he'd probably feel confident just getting in their face with the depths and just bouncing around and all that sort of stuff, going into the blink pressure. As it is, double gas for Percival, though, to start off ley lines.
Saw Percival earlier, and he did look pretty good in the TVZ matchup but TVP really is going to be an entirely different beast. On top of that, you're facing Clem, who has really earned the same amount of respect for his Protoss as for his Terran. I will say, I guess as maybe Terran bias, I'm a little sad we don't get to see his TVT anymore, but it felt like with the patch, there was just this hard denial of TVT from Clem. He was like, I learned TVT. It was one of the painstaking, growths of his career was learning how to be as good at TVT as the rest of his matchups. And he finally got to that point, and I loved watching his TVT. There was a time where he seemed unbeatable with it, and the Cyclone got reverted, and then he faced Gumiho in the Home Story Cup and was like, never mind. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not going to learn this. This is too bad. And I guess that's just going to be the way it is right now. But aside from my own greed, obviously his Protoss is working out pretty well. And it really seems to have worked out a lot of the kinks, too, that we did see for instance, that Home Story Cup.
Yeah.
Where, he lost like 6 Colossus in that final series. No longer the case. Looks about as clean as a professional Protoss would. So Percival's going to have a lot of trouble here. I'm going to have to hope that Clem does somehow get a little off kilter, but I think he's feeling very confident. And, you predicted that Sentry. I was right there with you. Doesn't actually go for it this time, unless he goes for it after the Stalker. It's going to be a starport, by the way, in proxy. So you got to be wary of this when you do know it's a factory expand. It's not completely common nowadays, but it's certainly a possibility.
All right, we are going to see that Twilight goes down only after the Reaper gets pushed out of the main. So happy to delay his blink a little bit in order to deny the scouting. Reaper for Percival, though, is committed at this point, and he wants to see what's going on. That proxy Hellion drop is a very powerful build order, especially if you don't have a wall off at the front. Good probe micro, does only lose one there, but Percival does not see the Twilight Council. Guess it doesn't matter too much. He's committed either way. You're doing a 4 Hellion dropper for proxy starport. It's either going to find damage or it's not, and it is a massive commitment. Gateway goes down in the wall off for Clem. He's scouting around.
It's an atypical position for sure. Usually you'd have it in the far corners of a map, in the edges, but he's still going to see it. Yeah, if the Stalker had been shift queued to the bottom right corner, it might have just skirted it a little bit, but it actually was being controlled. Good scout there, confirmation. Sometimes Hellion drops still find the damage though, let's be real. So this is still going to come down to some proper positioning, proper focus fire, and proper micro. Can Percival find the damage he needs to put Clem back in this game?
3 Stalkers, 1 Adept. It's a good set of units here. He's just going to focus the Hellions down to try and take away the lethality. Nice hot pickup there to try and juggle these Hellions. Probes trying to pull away to take away the targeting there. 4 probes go down for 2 Hellions. He tries to redrop, gets a... Ooh, nice last volley there. 7 probes total. 3 Hellions do go down, and it is a proxy starport. It's not a cheap build order. You can look at this and go, that's pretty good damage. It's 4 minutes, and Percival's on 27 workers. His natural's only now floating down. So I think this is absolutely acceptable for Clem. It's not bad for Percival. He keeps the medevac alive, but I think it's very playable for both sides.
Could have been worse. Could have been better. There's a lot of games we can point to where a Hellion drop is completely scouted and still finds 20 probes. You're like, how fair is that? But it does happen. And then I guess we've seen a couple of games where the Hellion drop is completely denied, although that's far rarer. This is, pretty in the middle, I would say.
Oh, no.
I am worried that might be the one little aggression that does scare Clem. And now Clem, I guess once he also confirms that we're not having a follow-up, very quick follow-up anyway, we'll have that freedom to recover and start to bully Percival a little bit. Percival will have to deal with some Blink Stalker action off of 3 gateways with
bunker.
the Warp Prism.
He's being greedy. I mean, I love the drop sneaking in. The problem is if he just gets blinked on and loses the tank, it could just be lights out. And it is 2 tanks and a handful of Marines. No bunker, no Marauders. The drop does get spotted here. I don't think Clem's going to respect it. I think he'll just dive in. Yeah, that tank's going to go down really fast. This is a problem for Percival.
Big problem. Nice micro on the Warp Prism as well. It's secondary blink kicking in to save some of the weakened Stalkers. Stalkers built back at home with that nice scout from Clem. Does have to pull the probes. We'll be losing actually quite a few of them by the looks of things. But Percival is in such a bad spot back at home. That tank is not sieged. The tank is not sieging. Original DPS is actually okay. That was still a bit sketch. Clem still losing probes, by the way. Okay. This wasn't very clean, actually, on either side, and only a 5-worker difference means that the Terran with 2 mules isn't too unhappy with
Clem
this.
needs to go to the main. The main's wide open right now. Clem can still get way more damage and get miles ahead out of this opening. The tank is there, but it's far back unprotected. And if those stalkers just commit, they get it. But he did not know about the tank, and he doesn't want to risk it. He could still just blink on that. He's going to blink in the natural. Sees that tank. Stim is now finished. Warp Prism tries to save a few of these stalkers. Great micro for Clem. I mean, that is what makes Clem an absolute beast with Protoss. His ability to micro those units so flawlessly. And now he's probing 3 Nexi, which is a massive problem for Percival. Percival's also a little supply blocked right now. Doesn't quite have the tank coverage. I do think skipping a bunker this game was a bit of a mistake for Percival. It's giving Clem an opening. All Clem needs is the smallest opening, and then he will find lots of damage. No more tank in the main base. One's about to pop out, but he has to pull the boys, does Percival. These Marines do not have a lot of hit points or anything. Even though Shields is finished, the Stalkers do blink back. 4 SCVs going down, and with the 3rd probing up, charge, forge, Clem is into that Max Packs transition, that style that he copied from his rival Max Packs in Europe, that he's become such an expert at over the last 6 months. Observer does get sniped, Stalkers get a medevac and just blink away.
It's a very different story if Clem just decided, I did enough damage, let's just back away. If he never went up to that main base and he never found the natural open once again, it's a different story. Percival's probably collected enough bio that we might even be doing an SCV pool as I speak. Instead, we've been suppressed on our economy, we've been suppressed on our army. Percival is running out of, or has already run out of options. Clem has been able to take the time, being the aggressor, to also macro hardcore behind it, constantly checking around. I would expect for that SCV pool is very popular nowadays, and Percival's in a very tricky scenario. That's probably the last ditch attempt we'll see from Percival to win this game, but not if he keeps losing army units. He needs that critical mass, and he's just not there yet.
No, and Clem's supply is climbing. Immortals, sentries, +1 attack. He's still adding a few more probes as Clem as well. And of course, it's only a matter of time until that Robo Bay and 4th gas go down, which is any second now. That's going to happen. And I think even without it, you've got a bigger army as Clem. Great Zealot Immortal Sentry army. I think you can take this if you get a good fight. But once Colossus add to it, of course, the Marines become much more vulnerable.
Not quite going to be able to go for a tank. And the army has reached a point that the Stalkers absolutely have to respect. Even the unsieged tanks are pretty good. Still expecting the SCV pull. There it is. SCV's pulled, and Clem has got to be expecting that. Now it's about time buying. He's going to take a fight on the forward position. This means that if he doesn't win the fight, which he probably won't win it, he'll at least trade and then have time to recover, pull back home, get another round of Zealots or 2, and eventually fall back to the static defense. There's the fight. Force field comes down. Tanks will have to siege. This is just time buying at this point in time. Both sentries look to fall here, though. Good save with the Warp Prism. Great save. And this Zealot run by just ensures this is really, truly all in. Clem has a 40, almost 50 supply lead. A lot of that in the army. He could further delay this with some force fields on the high ground. Not going to bother. He can even give this 3rd base technically as long as he holds. I don't think he'll have to.
He just groups his whole army and goes for it with the recall. Nice move there for Clem. Blinks forward to start focusing the tanks. 2 tanks gone. 3rd tank and 4th in the back doing good damage, but the bio has been obliterated. And Clem there with an absolutely stellar game 1. A bit messy early on, but it's the ability to navigate his way through chaotic situations that's so impressive. I remember for the long time, you'd watch an off-race player, you'd go, oh, yeah, cool. They're very good. They know how to take advantage of certain metagames, but if the game gets chaotic enough, they're just not going to have the experience to keep, up with their opponent. Clem's the opposite. I feel like Clem is so good. He can outplay people in messy situations, and we saw it in this game. It started out with a lot of interactions, but I love that the moment he saw the starport, he didn't sit there with a Stalker, he just ran back, walled off the front, got everything in the main, and he did as good of a handling of that as he could. And I think here as well was really big. He doesn't pull probes. Those Stalkers get overwhelmed by that. Or it takes a lot of lost mining time. Losing 10 probes seems awkward, but I think shutting it down so he can just bring everything back to the front was the bigger priority. And we saw great usage of the Observer, the Stalkers, skipping the bunker. Maybe a little bit too greedy for Percival, but at the end of the day, it's hard to keep up with Clem's just Blink Stalker prowess.
Yeah, not that Percival really had the best possible setup. Not only missing the bunker, as you pointed out, but also no Sim City in the high ground. to help out, for instance, that lone tank, which wasn't blinked upon anyway. It was the natural that ended up open, but still not the absolute perfect defense of that. Means that there's some openings, means that the Stalkers can bully a little bit, and again, keep suppressing that army count, which, you know, if they get a lot of SCVs, but then they never touch the army, we've seen that happen too. And then SCV pool does come, and then the Terran army is too big, and too big too fast, actually, specifically. But that just wasn't the case. Clem gave himself so much time to prepare for it. And of course, the end result was as one-sided as could possibly be. We are getting into game 2 soon, and I think we'll have something similar. Percival might try something early game, not another Hellion drop, just because it's already done, but maybe something else. And then Clem will show, why he's really evolved from just a good off-race Protoss player. I mean, really, that Home Story Cup finals and the match, I think, before it really showed, like, he could be good with Protoss, but this is what off-race looks. All right, even if the off race is really good, this is what off race looks like. They're messy in messy games. They are weak to early all-ins and things that you just don't get to practice, I guess, as much.
Yeah.
The messier the game gets, the more mistakes they make, right? But now it's it looks like a main race game now at this point in a tournament. And yes, he's not facing the best Terran player in the world, but Percival, the idea was solid. Going into Hellion drop, into the 2-base all-in, that is scary with any decent Terran player, and Clem was just completely all over it. Really nice play by him, and now he is up 1 in the bottom left of Tokamak. It is Clem.
And now having to fight an uphill battle in the top right side of the map. How does he toe that line of greed and get an attack across the map without it getting spotted? It is Percival. Spent a lot of time grinding a lot of different competitive strategy games over the last year. Percival come back to full-time grinding StarCraft II over the last months and has really started to make some leaps and strides. But I think it's always hard. You don't want to sit there and build 3 siege tanks and a full, double bunker and delay your push so long that suddenly your 2-base push doesn't have any teeth. But I think you really touched on the money. His SimCity did not need to be placed like that. He could have had the building, a bit closer to wall off. But I guess actually he can't, right? Because it's hard when you go for that reactor Hellion drop. It kind of screws you because you don't have the blink wall off. Your factory wants to swap onto the reactor and then swap off. So normally with a more standard build, the barrack stays on the reactor the whole time. You can build a wall off with the factory, the starport, the second and the third barracks. So the moment stalkers blink in, they're getting shelled by a tank and they can't get to the tank. It's fully shielded. So, I guess that's just kind of one of the prices Percy had to play for his opening. And is going to push away the probe, gets his command center down. 1 racks expand. And Clem did not follow through with the prediction that I'd made about the sentry in the last game. I wonder if he just changes it up, does sentry this time, or does he just stay confident in the classic max pack style? Chrono 2 adepts across the map, be active with them, go blink, and then follow that same transition that we always see, right? 3-gate blink pressure, take a third, get a sentry, go charge, go +1, get a few immortals, go Robo Bay 4th gas. It's like clockwork. Clem loves that follow-up. He's done it so many times. He's so good at it.
Well, I do think you're right to point out the early game was messed up, for sure. But I am worried. I'm sticking on the whole SimCity point, by the way, not because I want to just, point out Percival's flaws, but because it is very likely the similar thing happens as you're talking about. Going into that 3-gate blink with the War Prism is a very popular thing to do, and if there's nothing beforehand that's going to kill you, it gives you that aggression, that potential defense, as well as any harassment. So it's just a strong thing to do. And if Percival is going to have to deal with that again, then the SimCity could still be very, very vital. And certainly he could have built the additional 2 barracks in a more defensive position to safeguard that tank. The thing is that amongst all the Terran players I feel like that we watch, Clem is by far the most consistent SimCityer against Protoss blink, probably because he faces max packs a billion times a day. So he's the one that almost always has SimCity correct, no matter what has happened beforehand. And a lot of their Terrans, they actually don't have it. I mean, even some of the other top tier Terrans like Cure in GSL did not have it a couple of times. So I'm putting the point down because Clem is absolutely going for blink again. He has a full scout with hallucination, so you're right, just kind of mixing it up between the games. But he's going to go into blink. Probably the 3-gate again. It was effective. He gets to showcase his micro. It's kind of the best of all the worlds to a certain degree. So it's just a really strong opener.
100%. It's funny. I think back to the grinding that was done even on the test patch. Before the patch came out, Clem was there every day playing Protoss, playing Terran. And I remember day 1, of that, the new map pool came out, and Max Pax ruined him 3-0 with 4-gate blink.
Yeah.
Because the maps were just way more friendly to the 4-gate blink. There was more of an angle you could blink in and from. And by the next week, Clem was doing that like super solid wall off and saying, you cannot blink in my base. Like, it's a full wall off. There is no way to get to the siege tank. But we better talk about this Cyclone Marine, which is a lot of Marines. It's going to be like 10 Marines on the front already. 7 plus 4, 11 Marines and a Cyclone. Liberator behind it. It is 3-gate blink, which is going to give him a lot of production as Clem, but he's going to be choked up a little bit at the front, and no shield battery.
It's a 4-gate, actually. So this is what I'm worried about, is that this might find damage right now because we're just getting those gateways finished. But if Percival doesn't find a lot of damage here, he already is, a couple of stalkers going down, then the counterattack could also be huge. But he is finding this damage. 3 gateways are done, but not enough time to warp everything in all at once, giving Percival some micro opportunities. Every single stalker taken down is one less he has to deal with back at home, but he does need to start to prepare for the defense at home. This drop starting to lose a little bit of its muster. He will not be able to escape, but more stalkers will fall at the very least. Some trading going with the last breaths of these Marines.
Does do a good trade, though. Very good trade. 8 probes, bunch of stalkers. Units lost tab is still very even between the two. The Liberator will slide in as a follow-up, and he will be more prepared to defend the counter than he was in the previous game. Stims on the way, Marines and tanks. And, of course, with the 3rd barracks building, I feel like Percival's got a nice setup to block everything. Charge and Templar Archives on the way for Clem before 3rd base. Adds a Forge and a 3rd Nexus now. Does he have Warpins available? That Liberator is going to cause a ruckus.
Yeah, this actually seems to have just been the ticket in to really throw Clem off of his game. Almost certainly he was planning to grab that Warp Prism probably around the time he started to defend the push, and he was going to go for 4-gate blink. Liberator barely survives. It's actually quite nice. Another thing that Clem has to worry about. Not that he's really looking for the aggression on the front lines, but if you are going to have to transition, I do like this one. It's going to the charge. Storm, Percival may pick up on this. He might not, actually. I mean, he's going to see no counter aggression. The Warp Prism won't show itself because it's not actually on the field. And Storm Charge has become more popular lately. I just hope that Percival kind of remembers to think about that option and doesn't run face first into a bunch of prepared storms, because that's the most concerned thing I'm concerned about right now. Storm not halfway done, however, and Percival already on the march. This actually could still be bad for Clem.
Yeah, got to get those tanks to the front. They have 7 range, Marines only 5, so the tanks can outrange the Stalkers. And that's quite a few Marine pickoffs for Clem to start. Big push coming forward. It feels like a fake out. It's a real. Oh my gosh. It's these weird off timings that catch your opponents off guard. I didn't even think it was a real push because his upgrades aren't there yet. He's going to push well before the upgrades are ready. Storm is still about 20 seconds away. Oh man. I feel like he might be so clumped. There's not that many Marines. There's no Zealots or anything there. It's literally 7 Stalkers, 2 High Templar, 5 Zealots. It's such a small army for Protoss. Terran army's not that big, but the SCVs up front could be big. Storm, 10 seconds away. But one big storm could ruin Percival's hopes and dreams. He's got to spread.
3, 2, 1. The storms are ready. A little bit of a spread. This won't be amazing, and he's actually just going to try and bypass the storms entirely. Wow. The tanks are sieged. The High Templars can't get into the natural. Now we got a lot of important buildings going down. Shield batteries will fall. Probes will fall. SCVs being just, kept almost protecting the tanks, which are protecting everything else from the storms. The storm is literally what all Clem has. A Liberator in the main also killing more probes. Finally a storm being put down, but there's no more beyond that. The SCVs are gone, but the rest of the Terran army remains, and Percival will get a game here. He got a 1-1.
Very nice for Percival. 11 Marines and a Cyclone and a Medevac. Just hitting at a super early timing. Clem took massive damage to that first attack, and then Percival with the follow-up push was just such a... This is what we're seeing a lot right now, is these off timings, these... My army, my army's going to push at 7 minutes, so I'm going to push at 6 minutes 15. Is all my upgrades, will it be ready? No. Does it matter? Definitely not, because I'm catching you off guard. Because, that hits 30 seconds later, totally different game, right? The storms intercept it, but I love the way Percival took that tank wedge position and just split into the natural and said, you've got to, engage into my pre-spread. Really great decisiveness for Percival in game 2.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think we did even see a little bit of this same dynamic in the GSL finals, which was, again, like Hero, he would actually scout this. He would know it was on the way. And yet he would go for maybe some of these charged storm builds, but they would be such early SCV pools that the charge storm basically is ineffective. There's not enough storms, not enough position, and there's no charge lots that get the follow-up on a storm. Storms don't often kill things. They get them down to 1 health, and then the charge lots come in. And yeah, the off timing just works there too. But really, the off timing of the SCV pool was great. The just pristine timing of the first push right before the gateways were done, without knowledge. Well, I can't even say it was without knowledge. That was the game that Clem did go for Sentry Hallucinations, yet he still skipped the shield battery, thinking his 4-gate would protect him. It would have if the attack had been any later. Just very, very, very close overall in the game. But now we're on Ultra Love, game number 3. The top right, as Protoss, he is Clem.
Reigning world champion, the defending world champ. And the challenger down here in the bottom left side of the map, tying it up 1-1. It's Percival. Barracks gas.
Now Clem's... You go ahead.
No, it looks like we are going to be seeing the single gas again into the 1-Rex expand from Percival. So looking to repeat the last game, preferred that extra income.
I was going to talk about Clem's idea in the second game. I think is almost without fault. You know, the win with basically the Blink Stalkers in the first game into a 4-gate, feeling that there might be a weakness there. I think it was a very good idea. Perhaps Percival, I don't know if we're talking like I know that he knows that I know that he knows, but we might be talking a little bit about that, knowing that there will be some type of defense with the gateways and Blink done, and just particularly looking for the attack before that happens. Very direct attack, very much trying to overwhelm the limited number of units of Protoss players. Because you know what used to be this opening in this matchup was very harassment oriented. It was a factory expand or a 1-Rex CC, but it was, you know, a starport 1-1-1, but it was, you know, maybe Widowmine drops.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, 2-pronged pressure that could try and catch them off guard. Now it's a lot about trying to overwhelm the early game. And, well, frankly, Clem didn't give maybe that respect to it, despite the scouts, despite the meta. And, the timing, as I said, it was just, yeah, very, very perfect. So what does Clem do now that he sees maybe something similar? As he is yet to get the follow-up scout, but see if that sentry does pop out after the Adept.
Looks like we're going to see a Hellion opening once again. The factory poised to swap onto the reactor. And just one Adept into Stalker. Oh, he's going to go for the proxy Hellion drop again, is he?
Oh.
Wow.
Okay. So he sees, you know, Clem has seen the 1-Rex expand. That was last game. And so the possibility of a proxy starport might be totally out of his mind.
Yeah.
However, if the Adept sees the reactor factory, it's something that should at least hint at the possibility. It's not common, but you gotta maybe be concerned here, especially with the builds and the styles Percival has been going for, that early aggression catching you off guard. Will Clem scout in the common starport locations? Yes, he will.
Oh my lord! Wow, such a good read. Yeah, I mean, I was with you. I thought he might be like, well, you know, there's definitely Hellions. I got to be a bit safer, but I didn't expect him to actually anticipate the proxy starport. But he checks for it. Really well done. The SCV actually protected from the probe for now. We'll see if that starport. I think it's going to be able to finish.
I think so. Maybe he turns this into just. No, he's going to go for the medevac drop. Like, you can't really stop the starport. Such low DPS in the early game. Starport's pretty healthy, but going for the medevac drop. Now he's also already down to 3 Hellions, by the way. One of them died. If he loses another one, he won't have 1-shot potential.
And another SCV on the way home. Clem's getting a super value bargain deal. This Adept and Stalker have picked up so many kills already, and oh my lord, you could have run in. I think Percival pausing there, not expecting it to be open, still committing. I'm surprised he didn't recall the Stalker and the Adept. Clem really disrespecting this right now. I mean, he's had a good start against it, but Percival is doggedly committing, and Clem cannot disrespect this any longer. He's got to focus those Hellions down.
Yeah, he kind of went for the medevac initially, because I guess that's sometimes a good idea. Missed the first removal of the 1-shot, I suppose. Finally got the Hellions. All in all, we got 7 probes killed. 2 SCVs were killed, 4 Hellions, obviously. Medevac should be able to get out, and the starport decides not to go home.
Oh my gosh.
Gonna build a tech lab.
Yeah, surprise Banshees. Let's go. Maybe a Raven, probably Banshees. I think this is basically Percival is like, I can't pull back and play safe. Like, these early trades, yeah, you got 7 probes. You lost so much. Your starport's on the wrong side of the map. This is an awful follow-up if you you lose multiple SCVs, 2 SCVs, 4 Hellions. I feel like Percival is like, look, I don't want to give him room to breathe. Clem's so good in the macro game. Let's try and gear up for another push. He's not going to have medevacs though, which is going to make it very all in.
I mean, I feel like I maybe like this a lot for Percival. Percival, first of all, he has that Sim City that was missing in some of the other games. Okay, but the natural is still being broken, which is not ideal. But the Banshees are going to hit while the Stalkers are a little busy. It's maybe the Banshees can make up for the damage currently being taken, which actually isn't too much on the SCVs right now, but it's going to start to increase. No more defenses there for the SCVs. Nothing in the bunker. Tanks need to protect each other as well. Actually, Percival might just die.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
it's just so much damage.
Okay.
So much. A bunch of Stalkers do go down, but they even get a medevac. There's just no damage in the bunker. Finally, 2 Marines get inside. The 13, 14, 15 SCVs going down. Make it 16. Why the heck not? And the Banshee has not revealed itself just yet, but is going to have to do so much heavy lifting. There's no shield batteries on the worker lines, so if he waits for 2 Banshees, they could kill 20, 30, 40 workers. We're going to see what Percival can do, but he just blinks in and gets another tank. There's just no way to stabilize it. Having him use mules to repair. Tragic for Percival, taking so much damage. These Stalkers even going to blink in behind here. Clem realizes he's got Percival under the gun. He's not going to give him any room to recover.
No, he isn't. If Percival had been able to defend his natural, or I mean, you can't give it up forever, obviously, but maybe he could have given it up temporarily a little bit longer. I don't know. Then the Banshees really would have been a surprise. And if you don't lose, 20 SCVs, then the Banshees might be making up for some of the lost mining time or the lost unit trades. But at this point, I don't think the Banshees are going to quite do it. The Stalkers might have to run away from this, that's true, but they're still denying a lot of mining, whereas Clem is guaranteed to eventually get the defenses for the Banshees. In fact, here it is now. Observer, Stalkers, 3 base, still can have Chronos. Yeah, this is still Clem's game.
Percival needed 30
really make
workers.
It messy.
17's good. It's not 35 though, and that's kind of what he needed because he's taken so much damage at home, and it's just unfortunate those Stalkers blinking past, and he actually needed to keep Marines in the bunker and be a bit more slow in his methodical defense because it was all about preserving his firepower. You can see without any firepower, you just can't punish the Stalkers for these moves. They just blink in willy-nilly, prison picking up, dropping, keeping them all alive. And as that last Banshee gets shut down by the Stalkers, Percival has to tap out. Clem showing once again he is very good in this matchup, but as you can see from his face, a little bit more hectic than he would have liked.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, it's too bad. Percival, ultimately dying to the 3-gate Stalker actually in game 1 and in game 3, and quite finding as much damage as in game 2. That game 2 really was so much. It really stopped Clem's game plan and forced a pivot that was less than ideal, especially as the follow-up was going to be so quick. But the rest of the games, Clem had a little bit more of that control overall. Even though it was messy, it wasn't just, topsy-turvy, okay, you fell over. And then his Blink Stalker micro was just too good. I really, I'd want to take a look again at the first defense in the natural. I feel like there might have been some events that could have occurred, some reordering of the army or something that could have led to a stronger hold in the natural. Certainly the Marines being in the bunker instead of dying like this. This was certainly not it. I mean, you had the Marines in the bunker, and then the rest of the Marines did not try and go down the ramp. Is that already enough of a better beginning to maybe clean things up here? Because, he's going to guarantee lose, 10 SCVs at least, but his Banshees were destined to do a little bit more than that. It just was the snowball that happened.
Do not get yourself in a knife fight with Clem and his Blink Stalkers, I think, is one of the lessons we can take from this match. And we've known this about Max Pax and Hero for a while, but I do truly feel Clem has joined them as one of these players who's just dangerous in a scrappy micro war. You've got to be so careful because it's just even little things like the second sentry that was going to get focused down on Tokamak, and he just picks it up and saves it with the Warp Prism and unloads it again, or I think it was game 1 actually. It's just these little moments throughout where you're just most players aren't that on the money. But Clem has that micro, he's got those quick hands, and he's got that ability to kind of make his way through these multitasking situations in a way where I feel like it used to be if the game got past a certain amount of messiness, most Protoss players would just fall way behind, even Hero a fair amount. But, you know, the last few years, it feels like the Protoss multitasking has leveled up. They're used to having Blink Stalkers here, defending a Widow Mine drop over there, and defending a Liberator at the same time. And Clem, he's definitely one of those top 3, top 4 PvT players in the world right now.
Yeah. I will continue to watch it with great interest, of course. Emperor Palpatine or something, but watching him play Protoss against better and better Terrans, because Percival obviously showed some teeth there, so I'm not saying he's terrible, but we are talking about the potential of Maru later down the line, or even maybe a Bunny who can maybe find that same aggressiveness but then kind of improve on some of the macro behind it as well. Like, that's going to be some real tests, because this really is, I think, the most prestigious, perhaps biggest prize pool tournament that is offline for Clem's Protoss. So this is going to continue to be tested, and maybe that's why he shook his head at the end there, right? Because he's like, okay, that wasn't as good as it should be, or it needs to be when I face these not TVTs I want to play later down the line. But it's going to be definitely one of the best things to talk about in the tournament.
Cure is going to be a big... that's the match we all want. We all want another Cure against Clem PvT, because Cure's the best TVP in the world right now, other than Clem's Terran, of course. So, it's the best that he can face against with his Protoss. Q is looking fantastic. And last time they played, I think it was like a $2,000 online tournament or something a few months back. It was like a 4-1 for Q. So that was the last time we were like, oh, we're getting Clem in another finals playing PvT. This is exciting. And it was a little bit of a one-sided stomp. Q got in with all sorts of different timing attacks and builds. We saw Q in a situation where many thought Hero was kind of just the shoe-in to destroy GSL. Made that an incredibly close series. I certainly did not see that coming, so that's the matchup I've got my fingers crossed for at some point in this tournament.
Yeah. Guys, we are not done, actually. I know this was the last game, but everyone agreed we need more StarCraft. So actually, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, there is yet another best of 3, Classic versus Lambo, I believe. And I know many of you will be very interested in that series. So don't go anywhere. Just take a small break, come on back, and then we will have our final match of the day. And we're back for the promised actual final game, but all of us are just too excited about this potential epic PVZ. We've had quite a few O2s today, but maybe a couple of surprises. Certainly Percival taking a map off was a bit surprising, and maybe even had a chance in that last game. But now we're getting to another match that I think people are going to be looking forward to. They're going to expect 2-1, maybe either direction, and you're just going to want to see what maybe in particular Lambo has been up to these past few months. Also a player has been playing in a lot of open cups, who's been a little bit off the broadcast. So what has he been planning with that big old brain of his against Classic, who at this point in time can be studied perhaps a little bit more as his GSL, and his online performances, I think, just rank a little more numerous than Lambo the past couple of months.
Absolutely. It's a big ZVP match. I'm so happy we're getting another one. We had a bunch of one-sided ones, and I just wanted more StarCraft as well. So thank you, production team, organizers, everyone, for letting us get in here and do this. I'm just excited. This is awesome. I was like, oh, thankfully we had a fun last TVP, but I would have liked more. Now we do get more. The gift that keeps on giving. DreamHack Dallas with the road to EWC here. Bottom left side of the map. A player who took a rather hefty off-season, but has been back on the grind. It is Lambo for Shopify Rebellion.
And in the top right, so making it to the top 4 of the last GSL, he is the Blue Protoss player, Classic.
He's a very scary player, big favorite in this matchup right now. Lambo, like many Zergs, struggling against Protoss at the moment with the new kind of meta. I think Lambo felt like late game was shifting in Protoss's favor as guys like Max, and Hero at the top really towards the end of last year got a handle on just using the late game Tempests and really kind of just methodically breaking Zerg down. And now the Tempest has gone down a supply, back down to 4 supply. And, obviously the Mothership has just become such a force to be reckoned with. It's tankier than ever, does a bit of damage. Time Warp, always a great spell. So good for shutting down, a whole lot of attack speed and movement speed for units in an area. So the late game's somewhat scary, but we've also got that energy recharges come in, which has given the Oracles a lot more energy as well in the early game. So Lambo classically solves these sorts of problems, and in this matchup, especially with a lot of those queen drop, big timing attacks, right? Ravages, Lings, drop some queens on the front, go for it. Classic's going to know about that though, so I can't imagine Lambo tries that more than one game in this best of 3.
Yes, that is a good point, but I think he might try it, right? In a best of 3 overall. Lambo, very self-aware, very smart guy, probably still recognizes he is the underdog, but there is that benefit to not having as many games played on broadcast. There is that benefit to maybe being kind of the one to note something initially and be the first one to maybe show it, right? I think sometimes Lambo isn't the one who's at the best at executing, right? Maybe he gives the ideas to someone that we typically think of who is one of the best executors in the world, so like a Cyril, right? One of the best players in the world in general. But when Lambo can see something and make a build around it or make a response to it, maybe he is one of the first guys who shows that to a guy like Classic. Classic, like, oh, okay, hold on, wait a minute, like, let me reevaluate what's going on here. It is possible. I know I don't want to paint Lambo as too much of a big brain, he's going to figure everything out. His IQ is out of this world. But I do think it is possible, and I know that certainly he would have to be paying a lot of attention to this matchup, which has been so difficult for many of his peers, and trying to figure out what to do against it. But so far, in this match, we do have just typical openers for both Protoss and Zerg. Classic getting into that Stargate.
Yeah, very straight up openings, blocking the natural, forcing the third. Always makes things a bit more uncomfortable. And no Lings in the main, so kind of lucky that Adept didn't finish the Shade, but more are popping out there now. So Lambo only had a few seconds where he was Zerglingless in the main base. They have now popped out. Ling speed's about to finish, so he's going to have about 12-14 Zerglings to wrap up these Adepts soon. Now, if Classic can just see the Zerglings and then get out, keep the Adepts alive, that's the dream. Do not want to commit into this many Lings with Ling speed now finishing up. Oh, he does!
Nope. Well, there we go. Maybe he doesn't want to, but he's still going to find maybe 2-3 drones as the other half of the Lings were waiting for the potential, I guess, non-shade, right? So they could chase after the Adepts potentially in the third base. 2 drones isn't too bad, though, for the 2 Adepts that were sacrificed. Oracle just flies on into the 2 Queens. Wants an extra 2 drones. It does take some hull damage for it. Maybe he was hoping the Queens were a little more out of position. And now the Ling's racing across the map. Want to see if they can get a quick cancel, perhaps, or a kill on like a pylon. It's not the triangle third. It is the other third, though, and the Oracle has a little bit of energy left over. So no dice there.
Goes straight back in. He's going to keep the Oracles pinned at home as Lambo with these Lings, droning hard behind it. We'll see how much respect he has for things like Glaive Adept follow-ups. Does Lambo feel like he can be greedy in game one? Go straight to Hydras. No Roach Horn started. Get close to 4.5 minutes. Usually no later than 4:40. And that's an incredibly safe Roach Horn timing. Lambo, he's seen Classic do a lot of Glaive Adepts recently. He knows, let's be safe. Let's not get caught off guard by one of Classic's favorite follow-ups to the Oracle. And, goes back into the Oracle. 3 more drones. I mean, it's good damage, but the Oracles can't keep doing that. They're heavily wounded. They're going to be on mostly defense duty and just scouting for the rest of this game. Can't go anywhere near a Spore Crawler once you're that damaged. Blink is the follow-up, going into 4 gateways, and of course, +1. Third Nexus close to finishing. Very even in workers between the two players. And we're going to go into the mid-game on relatively even footing. I think Lambo's in a decent enough opening. He could go for one of those big pushes. I also wonder maybe like the old Roach Max. That's always a decent push as well. It's a more delayed queen drop, but you go like 170, 180 supply, closer to the 7.5 minute mark usually, as opposed to the 6 minute mark, 6.5 minute mark. And 1 minute doesn't sound like a long time. Once you're up on 3 bases full, it really does. Those drones need to get out of there, and they do. Going to get rid of 2 drones for 2 adepts. I think once again, good handling by Lambo, but it's just a little frustrating because the losses do stack up, right? Even though you're trading well, you're losing workers, and every worker you lose, every time you pull workers away from mining time, it does have a little bit of a cumulative effect. Overall, though, now leading by 5 drones, Lambo, he's got a good section of units out, 12 Lings, 4 Roaches, 3 more building, Roach speed. I'd say Lambo's slightly ahead off these openings, and he has a competitive 4th base timing, which is really important if you want to play a long game against Protoss.
I think frustrating is kind of a key word right now. How cool does Lambo keep his head, even though it seems like his defenses have been almost always on point? The last adepts were, a little bit of a surprise. Oh, and there's no Spore here, so there. Okay, well, cast a curse. Sorry, buddy. The idea is that a lot of his defenses seemed on point and on time and well microed, well focus fired, right? And it still was accumulating. And to your point, that's frustrating. And then we finally have the Oracles finding maybe their biggest damage all at once at the very least, even though they took so much damage earlier on. You were saying, we can't really keep doing that. Finds that defenseless 3rd base. Just classic. One of the first things I think he did get credit for was his Oracle usage way back when. His ability to glide them perfectly every single time. And I think we just see that even better now with the recharge in effect. So it is a little tit for tat. Both of them are trying to keep each other honest. That Classic starting to get more and more of these drone kills, up to 15 drone kills actually. And the Oracles are alive, which means more revelations, more stasis traps, and maybe even some pulsar beam help, for instance, defending these stalkers that are being a little aggressive. They found an Overlord and those active creep tumors. So very, very annoying actually. Lambo's going to find a 4th base attempt, kill the probe, don't get very much else, but that shows the intentions. Classic is thinking of a 4th base. Lambo is not thinking of a 5th, let's say. There's a lot of Overlords on the way. Overlord drop as well. They do have a lot of Roaches. +1 missile, nowhere near completion, but I think he's just going to go for it anyway.
Yeah, Lambo's been supply blocked for a little bit, though. I think he's done a good job of sneaking across. He will cancel Classic's 4th. Classic wisely pulling back to a 3-base setup, not giving the attack avenue. Lambo's got to get damage done. He's down 6 workers. There is so much Psystorm, though. Those Zerglings and Ravagers so exposed. Lambo's got to spread. He's got to play this carefully. There is no vicious timing opening here. He's got to use real good efficiency, or else he will get stormed to death. So he's got to bait out about 10 storms.
Yeah, there's so many storms. My goodness. Joe Badger's finishing on the high ground as well. Yeah, he does, but he did bathe in the last storm that was slapped down. Many Ravagers low, now being focused. One even on the front could be gone down too. Pulsar being going to try and help out here. The Queens barely able to hold that off. Lambo, though, losing some supply. And Classic, his arteries are still intact. There's still a lot of static defense. There's all of his production. More warp-ins will come in. Another storm to further injure and kill many of these units. Lambo needs more than what he has.
Yeah, and I think definitely he got supply blocked for a long time. If he had a bunch more units, maybe. I think for Lambo, he's going to be a little frustrated because I do think that could have worked. The idea of sneaking half your army down the right, half down the left, but you can't be losing those 6 drones on the 3rd at the moment that he did, right? Moving the queens forward to respread creep while the Spore was building. Classic finding that little 5-10 second window where he was undefended, and then also getting very supply blocked right when he wanted to launch his attack, and it getting scouted moving across the map immediately. So there was a few things where it felt like a decent setup for Lambo, but as the pressure mounted, Classic just kept looking for damage and kept looking at that crucial moment that just so huge. And it felt like he built maybe 6 too many overlords, and also just because the production was delayed, this army, was coming through a bit slower than he would have liked, a bit less of a reinforce behind it. I do wonder if there was a pre-storm timing, if Lambo committed to something a little bit more pig-headed. I think he wanted to be a little bit harder to pin down, but I think Classic probably has him pegged as someone who's not going to go to late game. Maybe the strategy in game 2 is to rush a hive and try to play Lurker.
That would be a real change-up. Maybe Classic plays a little more defensive, knowing the plan. Like he anticipated it in the first game. It was proven in the first game. Okay, he's going to try and all-in me. And then maybe he misses some type of opportunity to hamper Lambo as Lambo, gets up to that hive. While a lot of Zerg players are doing all-ins, there are some who don't seem to think it's necessary. Shin being one of those guys. I know he did, lose earlier today, but a lot of his games have actually been going up to hive, and some of them have actually been quite good. So maybe we'll see that mix up. But now he's on his last life in this best of 3. Of course, there's lower bracket. In the bottom left, we do have the red Zerg, Lambo.
And in the top right, the Protoss powerhouse. He's been looking so good recently. It is Classic.
Playing for Virtus Pro now, by the way. One of
Great
those
pickup.
Good pickups. Yeah, great. Very historic team, particularly in the CS sphere, but very cool to see him entering into StarCraft again, technically. I think they even noted that, actually, in the announcement. He returned for a very, very long time. Very long time. I mean, I think maybe their last player was like 2011. It's been a while.
I'm trying to think, didn't Estrella rep them last year, or am I getting confused between my teams? It was a short-term contract, right?
Hold on.
They were only together for like 6 months or so, I think.
Yes, yeah. And that's, it's going to be the case for a bit. Let me see here. I'll look it up. You commentate.
I got you, Zombie Grub. Thank you very much. We're both such nerds. We really want to know this as well. We're like, we gotta find out the team history and figure out the history. Obviously, with 15 years of StarCraft II pro experience, there is a lot of different back and forth with the players. And indeed, it was VP. Australia was representing last year. Had some great series at the World Championship. Australia did some really fun, action-packed ones, as he always does. One of the most entertaining players out there. And looking forward to seeing more of his play over this weekend. But for now, Classic being an utter nuisance with the probe. We'll see how Lambo feels about dealing with that. Cyril himself admitted recently that nothing annoys him more than this probe harass. He thinks it's the stupidest thing ever, and it really frustrates him. And that was crazy, hearing that from the GOAT. Just being like, he's like, it's so stupid. He's like, that probe annoys me so much. But, that's exactly the goal. It's the Protoss player saying, I'm going to do some clicking here to try and deny the mineral patch for a little bit, and I'm just going to force you to interrupt whatever you're doing to keep on fixing your drones so they don't bounce around randomly.
Mm-hmm. You were right. Australia was on the team last year. Before that, it was Slivko from 2011 to 2014.
Wow, Slivko, my boy. One of the most muscular
very old
Zerg players in StarCraft history. Got to play him a few times back in the day. Good player. Very strong Roach boy.
Yeah, but besides Slivko, they had kind of otherwise been out of StarCraft since 2012. But they used to actually have quite a name back then. Anyway, moving on. So, we do have another very standard opener going between the two. As this Adept will find, not the second lane, actually, just the one lane. Overlord is going to make its way into the main, try and get that scout as fast as possible. Other people will just leave it. We've already seen that a couple times, EDP.
It's interesting because I think for Lambo, he's just going to look to adjust the tiny details. Whatever his follow-up is, the base remains the same, right? You want just do a good solid macro build. You got your natural location, little easier to defend. He's slightly lower on Zerglings maybe, but 9 is plenty to deal with these two Adepts. Would be crazy to commit in there, and Classic will pull back. And Oracle's going to join up with the pressure on the front. There's been 2 spores already. And there is a nice 6-worker lead for Protoss. Pretty standard for this stage in the game. It's whether you can maintain that past about 50-55 workers is usually where you can see how the early game went economically.
Whoops. Misclicked the queen attack onto the drone. He meant to pull back.
He just wanted to deny Zombie Grub. He wanted to stop the Oracle getting experience. I know you're a bit low level. You don't deny. You know, you're more of a League of Legends rather than a Dota girl. But
that's very true. Yes. Well, now if Deadlock counts, I don't know, but
are there denies in Deadlock?
Beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
There used to be more of like a last hit mechanic, but there's still denies. But anyway, that would be a fun mechanic to add. Someone get on the custom game stat. I don't know how it would ever possibly actually work in StarCraft, but no, it was just a simple micro mistake. And Lambo, 2 drones actually isn't the worst loss anyways. It's almost expected. But now we got a big, bold difference. Baneling Nest is being put down. Blink is on the way. We're not going to have any Resident Glaives to show up in surprise. Actually, Adepts right now kind of going all over the place, and Lambo will be able to stop them from actually shading in. But they also did see the Baneling Nest. So, the intention is there. More to run Ling heavy, not on the Roaches, Stalkers. If they do want to go out in the map, they'll be very careful about not being surrounded. And then I don't know what else Lambo has in store with that, but currently just tracking Classic's harassing units.
So interesting, because we haven't seen a lot of Faith recently in the Baneling in this matchup, right? We've seen a pivot to Hydra Zergling, straight to Lurkers, Roach Hydra pushes. Baneling's just no one's had faith in it, and I'm really curious to see what Lambo shows us. Zuglang tried to do it. I imagine it's just an old school Hydra Bane. I think rushing to Hydra Ling greedily, skipping Roaches, great play. The question for me is, do the Banelings add anything to it? Because recently we haven't seen players commit much to it. Now, it might be something where Lambo stays light on the Banelings, just uses them in case there's heavy Zealot, right? And then kind of goes... Essentially, it's Hydra Ling with a sprinkling of Banelings into the Lurkers and into that next step, which I think I prefer that to like the old school, just I'm going to try and bust you with Speed Banes and Hydras. I just think that the energy recharge means there's too many Psystorms. Like Speed Banes feel like just basically big targeting symbols for your opponent to know where to Psystorm.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what it is. Banelings won't find Classic surprise, which would have been the goal there. Instead, Classic pulls the probes away, and they decide at least he'll grab the sag defense, maybe open opportunity later on. Lambo, continuing to drone up as his 4th base, is going to finish. Classic not too eager to move out. Looks like he will finally do so. Again, Ling's on the field. The possibility of surround is there, and Oracles are not going to be with the army, but the Oracles are exactly where they need to be, actually. Lings are going for the 4th base. They will find it. No cancel.
Nicely done.
That was a kill. Yeah, but will he save his 4th hatchery?
Yeah, I think you can just barely save it. Maybe. Oh, no, he's just giving it up. He doesn't have the numbers. Okay. Thought there was, I guess there's 8 Hydras popping, but 4th for 4th. That's a good trade for Protoss. And that's actually something Classic's totally fine. Just, he's like, rebuild it. It's all good. Zerg really needs that extra base, and this kind of funnels Lambo into wanting to do a big giant attack. Now keep in mind there's been no Bane speed, so okay, I thought he was not believing it, he just forgot it. That's a bummer. It's going to slow down his attack timing a little bit, but I think Classic right now thinks, okay, I've denied your 4th. You're almost certainly going to YOLO at me, like cannons, batteries, storm, stasis traps. That's got to be the play now, is just make yourself unbreakable to a 66 to 70 drone Hydraling Bane push, because 3-base Hydraling Bane is likely to come at you. If you can defend it, you're going to be in an amazing spot as Classic.
Yep. He's already got some SimCity formed around that 4th base. Lambo still committing to a lot of army. He is getting both expansions up, 4th and 5th back at home, but can he actually get a stop on this 4th base? It really doesn't look that way. Lambo, kind of looked like he was going to set up for maybe an attempted attack elsewhere, but then decides it's really not going to be possible, and now maybe just use these units for the kind of the rest of the game, like the macro side of things. There's an Infestation Pit.
Yeah, he's down 7 workers though, so he's got pressure on him. Lambo knows he's got to make something happen. He's making Banes on the front. If you could bust the natural to be great. I love the Contaminate there on the +2, but so much Storm available. So much Psystorm is available, and that's what you have to find a way around.
He's gonna try and actually go for this. I mean, And I say, like, use them for a macro sense. I mean, poke, prod, try and find an opening. If they just run right into you, fantastic. But if you're going to commit to this might be the last thing that you do commit to. Classic still very aware that the army is sharking around for the engagements, trying to protect everything that is important to them, mainly these High Templars. The Banelings want to roll into it, but so far they are not making the connection. Just so close. It's so far. The Banelings can't do it. Classic still has a couple of storms in his pocket. Now the Ling's getting us around, trying to get the last couple of storms. They do. They force the Archon merge, but we are running low on Zerg units, and Classic was able to save them into Archon. Still very scary for this army to go into. Lambo forced to flee. But back to what exactly? I mean, yeah, not to very much. Nothing that's very much going to stand up to Zealot, Archon, maybe reinforcing storms. War Prism available. Classic could continue if he wants to. Looks like he's going to play it safe and pull back.
Classics look next level lately, and I think Lambo here has been kind of losing these early games. Just a little bit, not massively. But if you do lose the early game even slightly, and then, you know, bam, you lose your fourth. They snipe fourth for fourth. That's always going to favor Protoss a little bit, and you get funneled into this position. It's really hard to do it, and just great defense because it was so obvious what was happening after sniping the fourth base that Classic was so well prepared, and you can see him layering cannon battery High Templar everywhere. Lambo's going to try to now drone up, play a macro game, but he's doing it from so far behind. I mean, for him to make a comeback from here would be massive. It would be so impressive. Classic's going up to 90 workers. He's just adding all the upgrades and things. I'm surprised we haven't seen a fleet beacon yet. There we go. Fleet beacon, second Stargate goes down. Because, I mean, Classic's gearing up for late game, and of course, adding Tempest, a mothership, will be the logical next steps. Comes in, does another Contaminate. I like the move, but of course, not able to find a window earlier. I do think Hydraling straight to Lurker has been a little more successful, we've seen, than the Banelings, but I don't think there was a big window for that either for Lambo. Maybe if he dropped in the natural or Nidus the main base at the same time and just went all out on it, but it's always scary as the Zerg to just go so all in and committed, because if the Protoss knows it's coming, you do often end up running into a brick wall.
Lambo does not have lurkers. He does have a surround, possibly. We saw 3 armies coming together as soon as Classic moved out, and is trying to, you know, make these storms as ineffective as possible coming in a surround, but it looks like they were still good enough with the help of the +2 Protoss army. Completely upgradeless Hydras at +1 missile, nowhere near completion. Lurkers not being made, despite a couple of upgrades on the way. The range of the Lurker, the Hydra Frenzy. Classic, you know, he kind of waited a little while longer, got his fourth, got his fifth, kind of assured the macro game, and then once the opening was there, it was pretty obvious. Goes for the win.
Indeed, very nice. I mean, Classic meeting little resistance in Lambo. Classic has been grinding a lot through the offseason, playing a lot of online tournaments, especially all of the Korean weekly cups and that sort of thing. So, you know, he's definitely looking really fantastic. And we saw it in GSL as well. He very well could have made it to that grand finals, was so close to doing it. But yeah, Lambo tried it out. Felt like Classic, really tight, dynamic early game, Adept pressure in his face, Oracle pressure in his face. Hard to get through that without falling behind, and then just fantastic defense 2 games in a row. Classic shutting it all down. Lambo unable to find the weakness in the Protoss player.
Classic is a beast at this moment in time. Lambo might have better luck down in the lower bracket that he now finds himself in. The Classic was, I mean, maybe even a favorite really to get to that top 4 spot. There were a lot of good players that actually, you know, took the time, you know, got the money, got the sponsorships to actually go to DreamHack Dallas. And so we have one heck of a stacked tournament. But top 4 is the ultimate goal to get to the EWC, and then obviously win for the prestige and the $50,000 prize pool for Dallas itself. Classic is one of those names that is very likely to do so. Hero, Rainer, still eyes on him. Even some of the, you know, maybe not top of their form players like Rogue and SOS are also big threats, as we're seeing. It's actually a very, very difficult tournament, and we only have now a double elimination format as well, so it's a little easier to read as far as the formats go, but it doesn't give many chances to these players to match up against one of the favorites and actually come out on the top.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, this is competition. This is StarCraft. Every single match does really matter. There's nothing where you just go, oh yeah, don't really care about this one, we'll make it up tomorrow. no, you want to take advantage of every single chance that you can. And we've seen some really cool results. So I mean, it's been fascinating to see the matchups kind of come in and all those results filter through these days. I'm just excited by them. I do think kind of sad I missed that HonMono Harstem series to start the day, and a few of these other ones like Estrella, Bunny. I know Cranky Ducklings and a few of the other guys, the other stream Steadfast and stuff, have been casting so many bangers. So yeah, jealous of those guys. Got a lot of videos to catch up on.
I think we do have some brackets to look at before we send you all off for day number 1. So we got Group A to look at first and foremost. As Pig said, there's been matches happening simultaneously. We have our B, C, D, E, F streams going on as well. You can see the end result here, the top 4 of Group A. Maro versus Creator, Showtime versus Cure. That is potentially a very dangerous one for Showtime indeed. And of course, Creator is going to have a tough time against Maru, who still looks very, very good in TVP. But if, maybe unfortunate GSL for him, what we expect from Maru, but he's clearly still playing well.
Yeah, this is really cool to take a look now at the lower bracket. I mean, it's future Harstem down the bottom is going to be, the North American tearing up against the Dutch Protoss, Awesome Sauce, and Skillous. Awesome Sauce taking down Patches. Heck yeah. Gotta love Awesome Sauce. Shin, Imp King. Let's see if Imp King can cause a crazy upset there. Lunacy did take down Sasori, which is a really nice win. But Lunacy HonMono at the top of that is going to be fun. HonMono is a mad lad. He does the craziest builds you've ever seen. Yeah, he's just an insane player. He's got crazy builds, awesome dynamic play, and you never know what the heck he's going to bring out. Lunacy's been, of course, a very competitive gamer for a long time as well. So we'll see if he can hold up against the HonMono assault.
It's the lovely cast matchup there with the Hero versus Hero Marine. Looking forward to whoever's casting that one.
Abe. Call him Gabe.
Yeah, we'll just call him Gabe. Yeah, that works. Hero Marine's going to have a very tough time. They're going to have to really, instill that Cure spirit into him and hope that it works out in a best of 3. And then Mon and Reyna, even though it's Rainer favored, I still feel like this is almost classic as far as back in the good old days when Rainer was just a young lad and Mana was the veteran even back then and even more so now. Occasionally it can pop off, show a little bit of that Super Saiyan-ness, and Mana gets backed into a corner. But yeah, Rainer is the favorite for that one. And in the lower bracket, Dolan versus Foxer. Heck yeah, some good old-fashioned NATDT. Zound faces Dynacommon. Rogue versus, is that Astra? Or that is Astra?
Yeah,
actually?
just Astra. Yeah, I got excited. I thought there were 2 Estrellas in the bracket earlier today, actually.
You're right. No, Astra, so good luck to him. And then Gerald versus Jumi, which, Gerald might be a little bit of a favorite there, but I don't know. PvP, Jumi, like this is not going to be, super tight, I suppose. And Group C has some fun top 4 matches. 2 PvTs, Clem, Estrella, classic Beyond.
Yeah, Estrella taking down Bunny's big. I mean, that's really cool. I mean, even Hero Marine obviously will be hard against Hero in that previous one we looked at, but yeah, 2-0 down there as well. It's been a few upsets. There's been a few, Rogue as well went down to Mana. Like, really interesting to see these. Of course, the lower bracket here, Lambo there waiting for that kind of Zane run. Percival, of course, waiting for some players to come through. So Bunny, Percival, Lambo, and SOS. Everyone's excited for to see who is going to be getting through to him as we head over to Group D. And Group D, we've got very little has been played of it so far. We've only seen just a trickle of games from this group, and a lot of people waiting to see Cyril expected to steamroll his way through. I'd say Gumiho looking to be one of the second favorites in this group, and Solar and Trigger also kind of, and Ryung as well. Hopes on all of those to have a competitive chance of taking down those kind of Gumiho Solar guys that are probably favored to take second.
Yeah. Cyril, we'll have to see if he really has an easy time there. But yeah, lower bracket also not too fleshed out at this point. You can see that I believe everyone is still alive. No one's been totally eliminated as of yet, but some are indeed on their last lives. So yeah, some matches I think are still happening perhaps, at the venue, maybe on some of the other streams, but this has been it for the main broadcast. Wardy and Loco took you through the first 6 games, and we got an extra special 7th. So we're just the coolest. Have a good day today, Pig. Did you have fun?
Heck yeah. No, it's so good to have LAN again. Big LAN tournament. Everyone hanging out, playing games. I've just been reading Discords and Twitter and Twitch chat and all that sort of stuff, and seeing the community get excited has just been really nice. Seeing a lot of the people posting pictures of their pro gamers down there live at the venue as well. Very jealous of all of you guys, but I think it's really fun. You know, the first day is a lot of chaos, a lot of matchups. Tomorrow we're going to start to get to the pointy end. You know, a bit more of us nailing down. And then that final day 3 is just going to be obviously a barn burner of the top players in the world fighting for those 4 spots. So 2 more days of awesome StarCraft action here at the Road to EWC to come.
Yep, and that's going to be it for day 1, guys. Come back later. In fact, in 16 hours, something like that, for day number 2, which will also be started by Loco and Wardy. Hope you enjoyed the games, the cast. Always appreciate the players. And if you can attend Dallas, then I think it'll still be a very fun time. Beautiful city. That's another reason I'm jealous that people are there. I actually really quite enjoyed it last year. But we will be back here tomorrow after the first pair, and we will be bringing you more high-level StarCraft II action on the road to EWC at DreamHack Dallas. Thanks, guys.
It's time to fly. till it's